What's up, guys? What's up? How you guys doing this morning? Well, we'll see what happens with these puts. We'll see what happens with them. This is why, can I just get into one thing before we even start the stream? Let's go to the chart, okay? Please do me and do yourself a favor. Watch who it is you listen to and what it is, why you do things. When people tell you this is what you should do, this is what you need to do. I'm listening to somebody right now who is trying to tell you to not buy down here. Why the hell would you not buy down here? Your risk to reward's at its finest. You're buying it at its cheapest price. Not only that, why would you wait for it to move all the way up here to go up here? You've caught that whole move. Oh my God, what are these kids doing? No, don't buy here. It's obviously support. Please don't buy there. And you're managing your risk at its best. This is where you lose the least. Because if you buy up here, you could technically still pull back to 448 to go higher. So please, can we watch who we listen to? Please. Please. And whatever this person's smoking, tell them to lay off of it. Because the fact that you would tell somebody not to buy here at previous support, resistance that just made that resistance support, please tell them not to tell people what to do in the markets, because that is the most craziest thing I've ever heard of. Well, guess what? I bought puts up here. Would he have told you not to buy puts there to wait till it gets all the way up here, right? Or wait till it gets down here to buy puts to wait for this to actually break? Why would I do that? I already have a piece in the trade if this breaks. Right? It makes that so much easier. I probably don't even have to buy anymore because I bought it so cheap that I'm already up so much. So if you were on the live stream last night, you know I bought puts last night at market close, okay? I bought puts at market close. The last 10 minutes I did buy some calls, offsetted the thing is why I felt comfortable, like I said last night, was that the puts did not drop as the stock went up. So I'm like, that's what I like to see. Options will tell you a lot once you trade them and once you know them. Once you really start knowing the markets and knowing options, you'll really understand. You'll start seeing there will be times you'll be buying a call, right? And the stock's going down. And that call just, let's say if it keeps going down. And that call it like decayed a little bit. But then it just stops decaying and the stock is still going. And it just holds its value. You know, those are the type of the little things that, you'll notice as time goes on. What's up, guys? I'm Justin. This is the I Believe live stream. I had to get that out of the way. Thank you guys for joining us this morning. If you could, please hit the like button, share this, subscribe. We're trying to get to 100 subscribers. We're also trying to get to a point where there's a couple people I'd like to interview, and I'm just trying to get my subs and likes up. So if you could, take a second, hit that like button, subscribe. We do information like that, to try and help you to not listen to some foolishness about getting short down here. No, we want to be short up there. The probability, the fact that if you play options, that they're the cheapest, because why are you going to pay up a premium down here? Okay, you got to really think and watch who it is you listen to. I seen that this morning. I'm like, oh my God. This is why I do it. This is why I do what I do. This is why I came on here, because of the ridiculousness that's out there. It's so crazy, some of the stuff that I see. Right? It's so crazy. It's probably somebody who doesn't even look and read level 2. I'm just saying. I'm not out here trying to make enemies or anything. With that type, because if you read level 2, you would know what's going on up there for the most part. It's more than just the chart telling you that that's an area of resistance. Who's to say it wouldn't have broke yesterday, right? How did I know that the possibility of that breaking was a little slim, even when we could have an increase in volume on the way up to a resistance? You know what that means. Sorry, I had to take a cup of coffee. So this morning, I had to was making coffee, had a couple things happen, so I do apologize for being a tad bit behind. I actually don't even know what. I don't even drink. I don't party. I don't do any drugs or anything. And I don't even know what happened this morning. It was just all kinds of craziness. I hope you guys are doing great. So we entered the puts. If you don't know, as of right now, I'm going to put any type of alert or something that, whatever it is that I do, I'm going to put it in the comment section of the live stream, right? Of the live stream. It's the only way that I can, like, kind of communicate with members and stuff like that. So for now, that's what I'll be doing. I'm just trying to get my phone correct. Come on. There we go. Okay. Uh, Sorry, I had to do something. So I hope you guys are great. Again, if you haven't done so already, like the stream, subscribe. Um, I am impatiently trying to get to 100 subscribers. I'm going to be honest. So this is the type of information you can get here, though. I do apologize for last night's live stream because last night's live stream is not how I wanted it to go. It was way too long. It was way too drawn out. It was repetible. It was a bad live stream in my opinion. There is a ton of information on there. So if you haven't done so, you should go over there and check out the trade with Tesla. I mean, you can just scroll over to where the charts are. You should, like I said, last night I explained communicating with you guys where am I going to go. So let's get our levels. So, sorry. I will be putting it on the stream if I'm not here. And yeah, there's a lot of valuable information on that stream last night, guys. Let's look. I want to look at Datadog because they had earnings this morning. So look at that. How did I know they were going to shit the bed? Well, these whatchamacallits have been pooping the bed. So that doesn't surprise me. We had bank that we had who was it last when I seen on Moody's came out and was thinking about downgrading a bunch of banks. It's probably where some of this downside came in. After COVID vaccine maker post surprise quarterly profit. Novavax. Oh, I like Novavax, guys. So I hate the fact that I'm up this late. So NVAX is a one that I used to trade a lot, right? I used to trade a lot. Let me fix my screen for you guys. I got to remember to do that consistently. And if you guys are just joining us, please hit the like button, share, subscribe. We are trying to get to 100 subscribers, and I am trying to get to a point where I think I can reach out to someone, and not someone, but a couple people, and reach out and bring them on. So thank you guys. Not sure how good it was or how, if it's just like press release Novavax reports second quarter. Let's see. It says U.S. market demand for COVID vaccine this fall will range from 80 to 100 doses. It's so funny because I said this about COVID that chances are in another 2 years to a year and a half, nobody is even going to be talking about it. I assure you, right? And what's happening now? Like, I mean, it's just. Do you remember the ridiculousness? Oh, we can't touch you. We can't see you. Like, what the fuck? Please. I know people are dying, and it's just, the older people and stuff. It's just, I don't know. Maybe for everybody's there. I got it, and, I was just sweating a lot. and just felt like I had a stuffed up nose and was I did know when I got COVID though because I was laying in bed and I just felt like I thought like it's like I thought I don't know like at the time I didn't think it was COVID, but like I guess I was running a fever, so I was really hot or whatever, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm dying. So I walked out to the living room and I got away out of the bed, away from my spouse, and um, you know, which that's a whole nother story. uh, so I went out to the living room, and then I ended up kind of just staying out there and getting away from everybody. Fortunately, and nobody else got it. Um, Thankfully, and I don't even know, she still hasn't had it yet, and I ended up we just watched some of the things we do, as far as like touching handles, and when you go out to stores and stuff like that, not touching the door handles and whatnot. So you have Novavax here. What do you guys if you guys have any plays, drop them in the comment. Anything you guys want to go through, throw it in the comment. I'm going to run through these real quick. We're going to look and see what the indexes are doing. Right? We know the SPY, it's down in that area. This is where I'm going to look for the rejection. I may even give it to here. Right? This has been support. This has been somewhat of an area of support and resistance. So this is where I would say, hey, this is where it's got to turn around. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna stick to my guns. So last night I told you guys that I felt we needed to turn back around because we had such a gap and go. We really never came in to test this area. At first it made sense. If you look here on the SPY, you have this resistance, support, and then that resistance when it comes back up. And pre-market. This is why I say what happens during the market hours is the most important, okay? So, is there news with DraftKings, or are these guys just saying, hey, look at the Christmas tree going on? No. I don't know. I just wanted to see if there was a reason this was doing what it's doing. So I'm excited though. I'm excited. We're in puts. I'm in puts. Should be a nice morning. I told you guys I was yearning to start off the week good, and so far so good. Right? I don't need to screw it up. I don't need to screw myself up. This is why it's important to, really manage your risk. And earn the right to take the risk. Right? We had a nice trade with Tesla. We used some of that profits to put it to work. We use the part. So I pretty much, these puts are free, is what I'm getting at. And this is how roll your money over. I guess compound your money. Whether it's buying the stock outright. I would not suggest thinking about playing options to compound your money if you don't know what you're doing. All right, let's do it. So we do have let's see what we have here. Let's take out, so it's already 9 o'clock. This sucks, guys. This sucks. So we are at the top end. Right now we're sitting here. We're at the gap fill, right? Right now we're at the gap fill at 447, I'm pretty sure. 447, is that where we sit? Oh yeah. 449, I'm sorry, 449. Or 448. 448. Right there. 448? Huh? Okay, yeah. Wait, what? 447, 4478. Okay, yeah. So there's the gap fill. I want to see if we turn this into resistance. Worst case, if we come up to yesterday's close. You always want to look for that. We have a level up here. If we come up to yesterday's close, do we look for that rejection at 448.50 area? I want to see if we can get back down here. Let's look at the Qs. Let me first look at the weekly chart to make sure that there isn't anything right there, which I don't think there is. All right, the 9 EMA, boom. So this looks like a nice rejection on the weekly too, though. where we could really start. Well, this is obviously going to change now. That's obviously going to change because it's going to be back down here, and it's going to start putting in a, you know, probably a lower body, and then we see what we do when we get into CPI. So let's go into a 15-minute chart without pre-market. I wish I could just have this on, just that right there. Watch the SPY start to put in higher lows now. I'm kind of curious if it does. I right now I'm debating whether or not to hold them. I will see if depending on where they're at, I'll probably take, maybe I'll just leave like 1 or 2 of them on. It doesn't make sense to me to leave 1 or 2 on because it's like, what's, you know, I guess that could be an extra 100 if I get it. Like, this is counting your chickens before they hatch though, right? So here we are. There is, so I want to see if, so 447.80, this is where I want to see the rejection. That is the prior gap fill. And then we have the gap below us. This is what I want to hit. I want to see if we can put in, so this could be our lower high, right? This is another lower high possibly. I still am curious about this area. Maybe I sell the puts and maybe I get calls up here or down here and ride them till about 11, 12 o'clock, and then we look for more downside. You know, we'll see. I'll go through that as we get there. So what do I want to look at today? What are the Qs doing? Obviously, I'm not going to be able to tell. That's a really nice rejection on the Qs, if that's still holding up. I have the Qs over here where you guys are, but you guys can't see it, so I can't go over it with you. All right, so that's a good sign. I like this. As long as we can continue to make this resistance, I'm happy. You know, even if the Qs pop and make this lower, the lower, whatchamacallit, pre-market, right? Pre-market. You come back up and test this area right here, this whole area, right? That whole area, I want to see if we reject. I want to see if we reject right here. That whole area. That's where I'm going to look to get short. Now, it's a big area. It really is. It's a big area, but, you know, so that's where we had, I want to see if we can come through and break this level. I really want to see if we break this level. Because we have, now the Qs have filled it, like I said, but I just feel like we could be due for a pullback. Let's go to the daily chart. Right, let's go to the daily chart. I just want to make sure I see where we're at. 372. I want to add the 20-day in here. So there is a gap for the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's gap fill isn't until 368, right? 368 and then 368, right? 368 is the gap fill on the Nasdaq. The RSI, I could see it probably start to bring itself back up just a little bit. You know, maybe it brings itself up a little bit because of the, you know, maybe it comes in to put in a higher low. This is some of the stuff you guys got to look at, right? So do we come in and put in a higher low? So does that mean we get a little bounce here, right? Do we get a bounce and then roll it back over? You know? And then you have your 50-day right there, okay? Where's your 50-day? Your 50-day is right with the gap, and this day is going to bring this 50-day up to meet at 368, right? This is how you got to paint the picture. You got to look at your moving averages, but you got to say, what did we do yesterday? What's that going to do to the moving average? And if we continue to go up to make a rejection somewhere up here, right? 376. That's probably what's in store for us today. Okay. Just coming up to this area again and putting in a higher low. It's going to bring that 50-day up. And then maybe we get the downside with CPI. I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, the 50-day and the NASDAQ to meet right here at this gap fill would be ideal, right? Right? You know, it's just a perfect setup. So you got to look to see what's coming ahead. So if we have another little up day and we reject this area here at 376, because we have not like closed up there to reject it, you wicked it once, that's about it. And you are wicking it, but we'll see what happens today. Maybe we do come back up. Maybe I'll sell these at the open. Maybe I'll live in regret. It's okay. We don't know. But I can use the tools to help me decide what it is that I need to be doing. So if somebody tells you not to buy at support, please turn that goddamn channel and come here. Ask me if you should be buying. Right? We don't buy here. I can't believe what I saw. I've never seen this person before. I can't believe what I saw. He said, I want to wait for the move up and the bounce back. Bang. Why in the hell would you buy here? Because what if it pull? Then you technically you still have to give that stock a pullback from here, right? If you want to buy it here, you still technically have to give it to here, okay? And you're still correct. So that's the wrong thesis. Second, they're cheaper down here. So if you are wrong and it breaks, you're losing even less money. Especially if you're buying calls. Because the calls here, compared to up here, you're going to be paying a premium up here. Why would you pay a premium? This is how people lose more and don't. This is how people don't make more when they're right than when they're wrong. And that's why people fail at this. For that reason alone. There is no fundamental reason to just sit there and tell somebody not to buy here. And I'm not picking on them. It's okay. I'm not picking on them. I just don't like that stuff. That like to come on and think that you know so much to tell people what they should and shouldn't do. Right? Because technically you are. If you're trying to educate people, you need to tell them, hey, if you do buy a small piece here and you get follow through, okay, you're already in the position. You have actually you have managed your risk because you have bought it at also a cheaper price, and your your error of margin is even smaller now, right? So those are the important things. Until it's not support, until it breaks with a vengeance or volume or, whatever it is that you need for you to decide that you're wrong, your best chances are here. Because again, just because the stock gets up here and breaks through it, it can still pull back to 374. It can still pull back to 374. And even then, you're paying up more. You're paying up in premium. And you still could say, hey, 375 could still, or 370, 350 could still be support. So it could pull back and now your position's red, but you're technically not wrong. Put yourself in the right side of probability, right? The chances are we're probably going to come up today and reverse it to try and get this gap fill, more than likely, I would say. Okay, what came out at this time? Look at this wick. Now, I don't know if that's just market error or what, but there's a reason why. Usually, if there's a big move pre-market, you need to look and see what was the move for. Like, look to see what the data was, right? What was the data that came out to make the market do what it did at that time? Right? That way you'll know to say, hey, oh, this came out, this was pretty bad, or the market takes this as bad, and then you can figure out why. I need to look at the Dow because Berkshire Big Data has shares at all-time high. Yes, Tesla CFO out. We know this is old bank concerns, right? U.S. Bank Corp. So we could be trading the banks, right? This is also another. This is another. State Street also? Wow. That's at, Truist Financial, calling Northern Trust, Capital One, Citizens. Wow. Moody's changed its outlook to negative for 11 banks, including Capital One, Citizens. Wow. Holy shit. So, what are we looking for, guys? Look at the KRA. Oh, isn't that funny? We had our target down here. That's funny, right? It just took Moody's to do that. What's up, buddy? That's so funny. If you guys missed it, I'm sorry. I just gave a spiel on somebody that I just seen this morning. I'm not going to give any names. Who told mother flippers to not buy down here. Right? Why in the would you not buy down here? Right? I'm not saying buy there because it's support, but I'm saying buy there because the price is at its lowest. The options are at their lowest. Your margin of error is at its lowest. This is how you make more when you're right than you lose when you're wrong. That's how you stay in the game. Instead of, again, I just had to do it because a couple people hopped on. Instead of saying, I'm going to wait for this to do that. Dude, this thing could go up and pull back to there, but it could also pull back. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I just have to do this. I have to do this because this is what doesn't make sense. Just like if I asked him if I should have bought puts last night, probably would have said, no, we need to wait for it to come all the way back down here and break before we buy puts. What in the hell are you smoking, bro? What? The stock could pull back to here, 449.50, and you're still correct, but your position's down. Okay? You buy down here. That way you have a piece in. And you don't have to just buy 2,000 shares. You don't have to buy 10, 20, 50 contracts. You can tier in. Buy 3, buy 4. You have, you're in the game. So if you do get that support, and then you start to get that extension, you can just add a couple more. You're already in. This is how you guys need to time and make your entries the best possible. Again, I bought puts up here. Did I think that we could gap up? Absolutely. I thought we could get a gap up and reject up here. Okay, it is what it is. Trading's risky, right? But until this level breaks, right? I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to be long. I got to wait for the stock to get up here before I go long. I can't do that. That's not how you trade. That's not how you make more when you're right and lose less when you're wrong. You're actually going to lose more when you're wrong than you make when you're right. Because you're going to have too many drawdowns, you're going to have too many setbacks emotionally to say, "Hey, I need it to just run 8 points before I decide to go long." No. Sorry, I'm not going to spend time on that. I had to go over that because a couple people joined. I'm like, this is why you guys got to watch who it is that you're watching. Seriously. Come here and ask me. It's okay, go watch them. And then ask me what I would do in that scenario. That would be, I think we could all agree on that. Just come over here and ask me what I would do. Just if you want my opinion. Right? I do think we get a bounce. I went over that already. I don't even know what I'm looking at because, again, I don't know what has been going on. So last night, my cat was keeping me up on it. I'm like, I called and made her a vet appointment this morning. Hopefully she's okay. This is my little girl. And then, the coffee got all over the counter. So it was one of them mornings. Yeah, I'm sure. Beyond's done, man. They're just a company that I don't even know how much longer they're going to be on the map. I really don't. Right? I really don't even know how much longer they're going to be here. I really don't. Beyond's just one of those companies that's just, I don't even know how they're a company now. I know they have some people watching, or not watching, but buying their stuff, but it's just not, it's not a raging consumer product, and until it is, you're not gonna make that much money, go look at Crocs. That's a raging product right now. So here we have Nvidia. So Datadog also reported crap earnings. I really don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably watch Tesla and Microsoft. I'm just a little frustrated with myself. I'm going to watch Lucid. I'm going to watch some of these earnings. I'm a little frustrated that there was just so much with my cat this morning and everything that happened this morning. Thank you guys so much for the likes. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you guys. If you guys are just joining us and if you guys are new, if you could, give us a like, give us a subscribe. We're trying to get to 100 subscribers. And I'm trying to get to a point where I feel like, because there's a couple people I want to interview and I want to bring on. And, I kind of want to come correct before I do anything. So, I was just saying, I was just worried about my little girl this morning, my cat and stuff like that. Nah, I'm dead serious. She's got a vet appointment. The past couple of days, she's just been staying in the other room. You notice how she hasn't came in when I was live yesterday? Right? She hasn't jumped up on the desk or anything. And last night, she's been staying in the room just sleeping. And then she's just clawing at me. clawing at me. I'm like, what the, you know. And I also didn't get to bed till 1:30 in the morning. I was working on stuff on the computer. I got in there and then she had already slept, so she's already up and she's clawing at me, and I was just worried about her. Like, she hasn't came in here, like during any of these lives or anything that I do at night. She hasn't came in. You guys can notice that. Usually she's always jumping on the desk, so I'm a little worried about her. I was wanting to look at Nvidia real quick. I might just stick with like some of the stuff I've been looking at. I think gold did break that level, so I might want to start putting in a small piece on this gold, and I kind of want to eye up where it is that I'm going to get, try to swing short. So yesterday you broke it, popped back up above it. This looks like a good short here for Nvidia. It's already 9:15. This sucks, man. This sucks. This really sucks. I just got a little late. They said IWM 50 moving average cross in 200. I think forget. So what are you saying? A golden cross on IWM? Usually that happens on the daily. Yeah, you had it a while ago. Here's the thing you have to see. The only thing with these, and it's so important, is this. With this, you got to see the volume. Look at the volume. It's actually to the sell side. Sellers are winning. You want to see an increase. You want to see an increase in volume on the break. I'm trying to think of one that I could show you. That's not an increase in volume to the buy side. So you wait for the pullback, see what happens. This is why I think, so you have to understand. I talked about this early in the channel. You have to look at the market as an upside down triangle. Like, you guys know the food pyramid, right? Look at it upside down. Okay? Because you have the top part, the wide base at the bottom, and then it's a triangle, whatever. Flip it upside down. All right? You have Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, all the big cap tech names up top. Then you have your smaller cap names. If you have the top end of that triangle moving up and at highs and making new highs, and the bottom end is not there and it's still down at lows, there's a gap, right? There's a gap, and it's only a matter of time before they meet each other, right? This is why I say go look at 2021. Look at IWM. It literally sat in a $20 range for a year and a half, right? The minute it tried to break out, like now, ensued the bear market, right? So we have had a healthy market. This is what I think I forgot to say it the other night on the live stream, but the fact that you've had leaders lead and then the laggards catch up in energy, in technology, just different sectors. You have had it. Gold, like industrials and materials, you have had it. So technically, that is a healthy bull market. That's about as healthy as it gets, because you got the leaders leading and the laggards lagging. They're right there behind it. It took a little time, but they caught up for the most part. As the big names went up, they came up as well. So that's the whole. You need the whole move in order for a healthy market to be in a bullish stage. You need all the sectors to just move up with each other, and they move up. They build in a base. They move up, right? That's how I want you guys to look at it. And if the IWM still can't get out of its own way, listen, year to date, this thing's still down, right? Year to date, this thing is, well, it's not down because this is where it opened, but you technically have not broken through the previous high of January. So anybody who bought IWM in this area is still break even. Think about that. They might want to start selling. They might say, yeah, I bought this at the wrong time. I'm going to get out. What do you have? Right? You have somewhat of a sell-off trying to get started. This is why. Because people that bought up here are now saying, I've sat on this thing for 4 months. It has not made me any money. I'm selling it. This is the psychology of the market I try to tell you guys about. Or I want you guys to understand. So we'll see if it holds here and it makes another run to the top and can't break. And it can't break back up above this pivot high. We'll see what happens. But this 50-day or this golden cross, I don't have faith in it. You have more sell side volume than you do buying. Look at that. That's so weak. That's more selling than anything else. in my book. You know, we could get a pop today. Just looking at the daily. Looking at the daily on all the indexes, I think we could get a pop. It is pretty high, but I still think you could just pull it back to put in a lower high, to bring this RSI up and put in a lower high on the RSI and the stock itself. You know, maybe pull itself in up here and close up there, and that would close the RSI up here. So, you know, and you're starting to get this moving average to work up here. You get this moving average up on this base, right? Then, you know, you could have an area of support or meet it at the gap, like the S&P. The S&P's 50-day and the Nasdaq's the Nasdaq and S&P's 50-day is up here at this gap fill, right? It's up at the gap fill. So the IWM has a little work to do. All right, let's get the charts going. What are you guys watching today? I'm just curious. I have I'll probably watch Tesla, maybe Microsoft, Nvidia, Datadog. Let me actually go through that real quick because I want to come correct. I've been saying that lately. I kind of like it. You know what I mean? Come correct. But for real, man, that shit bugged me this morning. Telling mother flippers to not buy at the support level. Are you crazy? Are you smoking crack, bro? What do you mean you're telling people not to buy down there? Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm not telling people what to do. So what are you doing then? You just said do not buy down here. Wait for the stock to rally and pull back so you can pay more and potentially have a loser because it may not even hold. Because if you read level 2 and you read the time in sales, you know, you would kind of know what's going on in those areas. I'm not out here trying to be a hater. I'm not like, it's not about being a hater. I definitely hated what the hell I just watched this person say. I said, what are they Are they smoking crack? Are they living in denial? They think that they're good enough to tell someone not to buy a support? What? Crazy, guys. I'm telling you. This is why I started the channel. He probably, like I said, he probably would have told me not to buy puts. You can't buy puts at resistance. You just can't do it. You got to let it make it resistance and go down further. Right? So you can pay more and have, that's how you don't make more when you're right, is what I'm getting at. Because you're going to pay up more to make less. Right? Instead of paying less to make more. That's the whole point of the market. And the fact that he's saying you shouldn't buy there is literally why you should buy there. That is why you should buy there. But it's all good, though. It's all good, you know. We're all here to make money, you know. He does good for himself. There's people out there that may be getting frustrated with the markets because of that type of information. That's all. That's all I was getting at. Because somebody probably can't sit through a drawdown or a pullback. So, and instead of paying less, you know, at the right areas, maybe they can hold on to that position. So here's the S&Ps. We are, again, trying to bounce. I want to see if... Did we... Oh, no, that's the IWM. Sorry. The IWMs are crushed. So let's see if the Qs and SPY start following the IWM. All right, what's the Dow doing? Look at the Dow. The Dow is below Friday's close also. No, it's not. It's way up above it. So the Dow is going to be the leader today as far as to the upside. You want to watch to see if the Dow kind of hangs this area and then look to be like Boeing, you know, HD, Home Depot, UNH, like... I would watch the banks, not to the upside, so I want to be short the banks, man. There's so much work I could have got done this morning. I was worried about my girl. I was worried about my cat, and she just, you know, I had tried to. I was telling mother half to if she can't make an appointment to let me do it because she really needs it. Guys, so listen. Watch the banks today. Watch your regional banks. Because there is news there that can help bring them to the downside, right? Citizens Bank, U.S. Bank, U.S. Bancorp, things like that. Look at I think this is why you have the market going down again because there's banking fears again. The banking fears have not left. You seen it when we got the little bit of news like last week or the week prior, or with the downgrade in the U.S. credit. Banks again. Now it's Moody's. All right. So that could give us some more downside. Man, I'm not going to have enough room, but it's all good. That is the Dow. And thank you guys again for joining us. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button, subscribing. I hope you guys are doing great this morning. I really do. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are in good health. I hope you guys are, you know, making some money, or at least, I don't want to say making money, but at least managing your risk. All right. What was I was actually going to look at Citizens. They're Citizens. No. No, I want Citizens. So NVAX. NVAX looks like it's putting in support here. The spreads will probably be wide on this. So I'm not even going to say I'm going to trade it because I looked at Moderna last week and that wasn't happening either. Where is it at? Right now it's at 813. 813. 813. So it's at 813. 813. So there's your support, right? And it's at 828. I want to see if Novavax can get back up to 9.29, if not close to $10. If it had decent earnings, look for it to get to that, back to that double top, or at least get up here, in between it, 9.58, 9.50. I would look for Novavax. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? UPS is down. You said I was looking for Citizens. Oh, come on. I thought I was spelling it right. And these are going to be a little expensive, right? So if we look at that, guys, look at that gap down. It's already down a decent amount, guys. Look at that. And it doesn't want to come back up either. So I might be shorting this today. All right, so we'll look at, I wonder how Zion Group is. So Zion's pretty liquid. Look at Zion, okay? It's up at 36.85, call it 37. Let's go to the daily chart, right? Let's go to the daily chart, 36.37. Okay, right there. Okay, so we have a gap fill down here. If these bank stocks get going, I would look for this gap fill. That's the first area we got to look for. So I'm gonna write Zion down, and I might swing this. So Zion Bank, ZION. I'm gonna look to see if the final target's down here at 34.50. Okay, we got 1 minute to the U.S. Open. All right. It's okay. I'm gonna let the market do it at once. I'm gonna see. Let me get my stuff ready so I can just get rid of my puts if I need to. I might just hold it and see what happens. See, I have my finger on the trigger. I'm ready to go, guys. Like I ain't playing that ish. All right, so equities, turn this off. So if you guys need something to trade, watch the banks. Watch what it does to the dollar. Watch what the dollar does to gold and energy. Okay? These are all things that you can use to your advantage. You just want to know, so this bank, look at this reverse head and shoulders, guys. Or not reverse. Look at that head and shoulders. Look at that neckline. Bang. Dude, this could be a nice trade. This could be a really nice trade, guys. So I'm watching Zion right now. I want to see if it can get to the downside. I want to see if we can get Zion to the downside. I do. we've broken this area here. That's previous resistance and support. I'm going to let it do what it needs to do. It can bounce up. Yes, let's go, baby. I'm taking profits on those. I took profits on those puts. I want to see if I can get another entry up here at 448, 449. That's where I'm going to be looking. Actually, it might. It's actually right here. 448.36 area. Right on the SPY. Right now, I'm just trying to get this. So, Zion. Okay. Zion, I'm looking for. Boom, 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 boom. It's this area right here. So, there's an area here that we kind of wicked to. Where could we get the bounce back at? We could get the... Pivot low. So this thing's just working. So this is the pivot low from the other day. Let's see here. Right there, guys. So this Zion, it 36.51, it tapped below it. All right. Again, it's an area. Look, it just made it resistance. I feel like it's making this area resistance. And then you have the previous low right there, right here. We're just going to put our levels. Boom, boom. All right, 35. That's a decent move for Zion. It's already down 4%, guys. Zion's already down 4%. Look at the SPY go. You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? I did not okay the order when I pressed it. So I actually just got out of those puts. Just so we are all clear. Okay. And there's a previous gap fill here. So I am definitely looking at Zion Group, guys, as a potential short. Right? It's coming up to the 200-day. You have your 20-day moving average right here at the bottom of this base. So that's our range. And then you have a final gap fill down here at 34.50. So I'm going to keep my eyes on this. I'm going to keep my eyes on like Tesla, probably NVIDIA, things of that nature. Okay. What do we got here? So it looks like we're getting a small bounce. Just want to make sure I'm reading everything correct. You know, I don't want to just short it right off the jump or like right off the open. I want to see if I can get a bounce. If we don't bounce, then you know I'll wait. I'll be patient. But Moody's downgraded the banks. It's all I need. So for now, I'm going to watch the SPY. I'm going to watch Tesla. This thing might so and a good thing about Zion, this type of play, it's a $36 stock. You also don't have to worry about the volatility, right? Volatility is not going to go crazy. This is a stock you can sit in. This is something you're going to be able to sit in. It's something you're going to be able to trade. Let's see what Tesla are doing. Right? Tesla's trying to get a little bounce. And we said that yesterday. Okay, we said that yesterday. Let me move these drawings so I don't run up my space on my computer. So yesterday this was resistance. This 249.50 area. Right, 249.50 was yesterday's resistance. It held support. It broke it again. Okay. We're going to watch the NASDAQ. So 249.50 is the area I'm looking. And look, pre-market, it was also resistance. Okay, can we get some more downside on this name? All right, we got to watch the market. So let me turn on the queue. So if you guys have questions, I will see it. It's just going to take me a minute. Let me see what my screen looks like, so you guys don't get frustrated with me. Let me get so you're coming back up into that area again. Coming back up into 249.50 area again. And look at that rejection off of it again. Time in sales. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Let's see here. It's 9:30. Yes, you guys can see it. If you guys need the time and sales for like Tesla and stuff, just let me know. All right, so there goes our bounce or rejection there. You tried to hold that on the SPY. Look at the downside move, right? It pulled back up above it, tried to hold it, couldn't hold it. Now you look for the rejection. The Qs are actually look like they're bouncing right now, and that's a 5-minute candle. So that's a low volume pullback on the Qs. That might be a time to enter on the Qs right there. If it rejects this area on the Qs, that is 372.50. Looks like right here, 372.50 is the area I have. 372.50 as the area of the rejection. Okay. It's hitting the 90 MA. You know, you don't. Let's see. Got some buying. You got this banking stuff going on too. So let's see. Zion. Okay, so Zion broke, guys. You're going to have to give this stock a little bit of time. Dang it. It did come down. Zion's down 5% on the day right now. Okay. You're getting volume too. You're getting volume on these moves. All right. I'm going to take a short right there. I'm going to take a short on Zion. Oh my God, my phone's not charging. Come on. Please give me another bounce. I'm going to... So another one with outrageous spreads. We're going to see if I can kind of limit order in this thing. So somebody got limit order filled on the 36 puts. Okay. There's no volume on these. That's outrageous. That's crazy. That's so crazy. There's no volume on these at all whatsoever. I figured there would be more volume than what there is. There's literally no volume on Zion. All right, so I got to find a different bank, or I just got to short it outright. I might end up just shorting this thing outright. And that's what I'm going to have to do. So I do apologize. If I do that, I will let you guys know. All right, so what did we say? We had an update. Let's see if we cannot get back up there. I might look for the... So I'll have to look for something else like and they also said that they would probably downgrade the big banks also. Okay? They also said they would downgrade the big banks if they need to. Let me put this back right here. That way you guys can see it. In case somebody what's Beyond doing? Data Dog. Let me look at some of these earnings. So Data Dog is getting a bounce. Okay. I would look for 88. I would look for I know that 50-day is right there. I know the 50 days right there. See if we get some buyers here in on the SPY, guys. I might take a small long position on it. Not that I want to front run the move, but again, I got profits on the puts. I got profits on the calls. I got profits on Tesla. Okay. So Datadog has broken the 100-day moving average. I would look if you're going to try and get... what is this? Social sentiment. I didn't do that. Drugs popping, guys. Drugs another one. Drug is popping off. Where is that sentiment thing coming from? What in the heck? I did not put that up. I wonder what Top's doing. Look at the SPY, guys. Look at the SPY bounce there. Again, you're buying calls at a low price, or you're buying the stock at a low price to lose less if you're wrong. There's the very clear rejection there, guys. That is a nice rejection. Nice rejection. Alright, nice rejection. Alright. Some video still bouncing. Boom. Let's see here. Looks like it's getting ready to break. There went Tesla. With more volume. Right? This is the area you want to see if it just made it resistance. I might go after Tesla again. I may go after Tesla again. Look here, guys. See this resistance? See if we can make this resistance again. All right? You're going to have to watch for the bounce up of 246.95 to 247, call it. It's a range. Okay, it's a range. We want to see if we get some more volume in here, though, because the SPY is at support, so don't get caught slipping. I'm neutral right now. I'm not long. I'm not short. If I'm going to be short, it's going to be the banks. They're weak. If I'm going to be long, I need to be something long that's strong, that is like Boeing or something, like a Dow name, right? Not to say that it's even strong, but it's not making new lows. See? You see how we do this? This is how we do the thing. This is how we do the damn thing, because we like to make more when we're right than we do when we're wrong. Looks like drug. Looks like I might have to take part in this, guys. I think I'm going to take part in drug. It's just popping up. It's getting volume. Okay. Let's see here. Let me give you guys my entries, because small caps have been really starting to show themselves. I hope I didn't miss this already. So this thing's up almost 100% already, and I think more people are going to start. So that's a lower break of volume through the high. This might be a failed breakout. Let me see the pre-market. Pre-market. Come on. Let's see here. So I want to see if we pull back into this area. I'm going to look for like $6 area to see if I can get the bounce back and go long on drug. This you guys got to watch and be careful. Set stop losses. You got to set stop losses. If you're not experienced, I would not recommend trading this. Okay. There goes the S&Ps. I feel like the S&Ps are going to break this level, guys. And the volume is iffy, though. The volume's still a little bit smaller to the downside. But I still feel like it's going to just crack it. See? I feel like it's still going to crack it. So there's your increase in volume on that high. I missed the pullback, didn't I? That's a wick that I'd watch out for. Let's see here. Yeah, the buy orders are starting to come in right there at that area. I don't like that wick, but look at the SPYs. Look at the size of the candles. All right, look at the size of those candles, guys. This is why we buy puts up top. This is why we buy puts up at the top, not at the bottom. We don't have to wait for it to break because we already in. We already took profit on a nice trade from... Oh, that's the Qs. So the Qs broke. Shoot, I thought I had the SPY up. That is a low volume break, by the way, guys. That's a low volume break. It may not hold. Yeah, we got some nice volume coming in today, guys. That's some nice sell side volume. Okay, I would watch because that's an area of support right there. We just bounced off that support I told you guys about on Friday. There's the support. So we're going to see the real kicker is going to be, do we make this resistance and then this comes back down to break it? We could see that with the banking issues. Look at drug. Look at drug go. It didn't. There, it just made it support now. So now it's fighting. It's an area. It's fighting. That is some nice side volume, but that price action tells me with that I got to go long the SPY, guys. I got to take a long. I have to. You know, I have to. The Qs are trying to bounce. I got to take the long here. It didn't hold it. I'm going to give it a minute. I need something to tell me that this is going to, cuz it wicks below it and then it bounces back above it and it could not hold it. So that's probably the rejection. Maybe we look for the downside action. I'm going to wait. Let me see what type of volume we get. This is why I bring up the 1 minute. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on, man. I'm not in yet, guys. I'm not in yet. This thing's going to fight. Alright? This thing is going to fight with us. What is the best position to be in? 40, 28. It's got to be the 446s, guys. You got to look for the 446s, 447 puts if you're looking for downside. Or, I'm sorry. Yeah, see, it's a little different. 448. But 446 and 445 if you're looking for the downside. That's where your volume and your open interest is. So they're going to pay you the most. 445 is where I think you want to be if you want to be short. Okay? Again, be aware of the previous support from Friday. You have to be aware of it because you could get a bounce from there. I'm not in anything yet, but if I do get into something, I will post it. Please, if you could, tell your friends, like, share, subscribe. Sorry, I didn't mean to like beg, but you know, a crackhead's got to do what crackhead's got to do. Okay, got to do what he got to do. No, but seriously, I do. There's a bunch of people that I would like to there's a bunch of people that there's a couple people in mind that I would like to interview and bring on the stream. So, all right, so that broke. So we know Tesla, Banks. Okay, Tesla, Banks. Come on, it's gonna look. It's gonna freeze on me again. I knew it. There's the break. It hasn't broke yet. There's the break, guys. I missed it. The contracts I was looking at went from 40 some dollars to they went from low 40s to high 60s right now. That sucks, man. Fuck, I missed it. Fuck. Like right now, I can't pay up for it, guys. I can't. If you guys want to, that's perfectly fine. You got the volume that you need. It could be a big down day. This is why I went short yesterday. This is why I went short. Nice job. Nice job, man. Nice job. This is why I went short. What did I tell you why? because you had a gap and go, and it would make it seem like today's downside, it could really give you a big downside move, right? It could really give you a downside move. I can't pay $60 after I just looked at these and they were what? They were $40 up here. I can't pay $20 extra, right, to get back in something that I was literally just in. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm just gonna keep my head up and just look. Just gonna look. Looks like Tesla did make that area resistance. This would be the next area I would look for on Tesla. You got 9 EMA VWAP crossing down below one another. Man, you just got to gap up and you got to gap and go both days, right? You got to gap and go both days. Tesla, that volume on Tesla is pretty low. Alright, so there's support on Nvidia. I'm sure it's going to break, but that's a nice range. This is what I like here. Look. Bang. 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 Like, you could just play that range, guys. I love ranges so much. I love them. They're my favorite. If we're able to get an increase in volume here, I might look to get some calls. So right now, we're down almost 1% on the S&Ps. The ATR on the S&Ps is around, I would say 0.5%. We're almost 1%. This was my whole thesis going short yesterday afternoon, guys. So if you guys can't already tell, this is why I would hope that you would take what it is that I tell you guys and do what you will with it, right? The playbook, I mean, this was a big gap up, but a down day with a gap up, you look for a pullback to the close or the low. We never got that, and it kind of just went sideways. So that's why I also wanted to go short, because I wanted to see if we could get that area. All right, you're going to want to watch the volume on this bounce back. Don't let it trip you up. Don't let it trip you up. If you guys see any small caps like drug or anything, let me know. AMD's still in the range. Wonder how long till it breaks. I'm not sure. I think people have kind of just like moved on. It's like a towel. We rinsed it out. We just used it and got all for what it's worth. All right, is that a rejection there? Let me use my fibs real quick because I do want to. Okay, so look at that. 23.6 fib matches right up with VWAP, guys. But if we break up above that level, I'm going to look to get long. If we revert back to the mean, because I want to see if we get up here to 448. I'm going to watch how we close. Look at that volume. Actually, I'm going to take a long on the SPY for a day trade, guys. I'm going to look to see if we can get up to that 448, 449 level. Look at the volume, right? Look at that volume. Look at the hold. This is Friday's close. This is the low. That's Friday's low. I want to see an engulfing candle that takes back this red candle. We take back that red candle with the green candle. I'm taking a long, and I'm already going to have my finger on the trigger. And they're actually, what's funny is there looks like they're a lot more than put. So that tells me also a lot of the stuff that I need to know. Apple and Disney could be merging. So we have the bank fears. We have a catalyst to go. I think I might just end up taking this real quick, guys. I'm just not. Here's why I'm not just taking it right this second. I need to really see this buying come in. Look at the selling. Look at the low volume. I need this thing to start going. Like, let's go. Let's go. Let's bring it up. The volume popped up and it went down. So that's more selling. Like, I can read that in a 3-minute. It's if you guys don't pay attention to that stuff, you should, because it'll really help show you, like, where you can look at longer time frame candles and not have to rely on like a 1 minute or 2 minute. I could pull up AMD. Let me pull up AMD. And look, Nvidia's at support. A lot of this stuff is at support. Come on, let's get it. Let's start getting some buying going. It looks like they're trying to dig their teeth into that buying. Shit, we're going to... Come on, let's go, guys. I did it. I did buy... I bought some calls right there, guys. Okay. It just... I don't think I'm going to get it. I don't think I'm going to get it. Because I think we might have just turned that into resistance. I want to see this. I want to see a low volume pullback. Just feel like we're a little too weak. RSI, MACD is all swinging low. I shouldn't be in calls right now, but I feel like the selling might step up. I need the buying to come in and start trying to bring this thing back up. I don't think we have it. Oh, man. I'm like trying to be patient, but I just feel like, so you know what? If I feel that way, look at the volume coming in on the downside. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to give it a minute. A break of the new lows. This is my risk, right? This is my risk. 446.36 to 21. I'm giving it 10 cents. Right? I'm giving this thing 10, 15 cents. And I also may not even have to give it that. I may be able to get a pop and then take volume or take profit. Sometimes I say stuff on here. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. But that's an increase in the sell side volume on the breakdown. So I think I got to get out of these guys. It's a low volume pullback though. They'll watch the tape start to speed up. Last time I tried to do this, it just kept going down further. And that volume just... You got to watch the volume. It's important. It tells you a story. Sorry, I'm not, if there's any comments, I haven't looked at them just yet. Yeah, I feel like we're going to just break. It's just going to be one of those days, guys. It's pulling the 9 EMA down. Let's get some buying in right here. Boom, bring it up. Bring it up. Bring it up. Let's bring it up. Bring it up. There we go. Get that green. Let's get that green going. Still some nice selling in there, though. Let's get that buying going. Let's go test up to the highs. Let's go test. Let's run a test, baby. Let's run a test. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Mara, it could be Bitcoin. There was some Bitcoin news. I need this volume. God damn it. I need that volume. I'm trying to be patient. I'm trying my hardest to be patient. I just feel like we're not getting the volume that I want to see, and I'm not just going to sit here. I'm just not going to sit here and sit in them. We can't break. I want to break back up above that candle, and I want to revert. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. I knew it. Here comes the break. I'm selling these calls. Unless we get volume, I'll just get back in them. I'll retry it. I'll retry. There's practically no volume right now. It's all good. It's all good. We are still... That is a low volume. I'm going to wait. If we break this candle... See, like, here comes the put side, guys. I just feel like it's coming. There's your triangle. There's your bear flag. Do you guys see the bear flag? You said Mara, right? I would look for oh man. Now I'm thinking puts. And that's okay. There goes the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's trying to yep, there goes the NASDAQ. Come on. Come on. I grabbed a couple puts there, guys. I'm grabbing some puts now on that break. Let's see if we get it. The Qs are breaking down. I'm going to give the SPY a minute. I don't know what the Dow's doing. I should probably look there. That's low volume on that breakdown. What's the Dow doing? Damn it, I knew it. You stupid fuck. Come on. I'm going to give it a second. Yeah, the Dow is still coming down. Everything's just heading down. It's a bounce back, make it resistance. Yeah, we're not... I'm cutting that one too. It's all good. I only lost $1 each a contract on that. So not bad. So look at the volume coming in on the buy side. Damn it. They're just going to shake you guys. They're going to try and shake us. I still think, you're just sitting here. I gotta. The Qs broke. The Qs are pulling back to turn this into resistance. All right. So if you're watching all of them, like the Qs just pulled back and watch it go lower. Watch it go lower but this is what I'm saying is like. This could be a failed breakdown. All right. We'll see. Here it goes. It's probably going to flush it. God damn it, it's going to flush it. I know it is. I just know it is. I know it is. Is that a double bottom? Is that a double bottom that we have there? I'm trying to look at it both ways. So what I just seen on this 3-minute candle was this candle was the majority of that volume was actually to the buy side. A lot of buying going on the IWM. IWM looked like it's flattening itself out too. A double bottom on IWM. See if it breaks or does not break. The Qs are just chilling. Yep. So again, like I say, I think the Qs could get themselves back up to pre-market lows. I just don't want to get whipped around here. I'm not going to get myself whipped around. I would look for the Qs back to 371.50ish or 372. You know, you have like all kinds of pivot lows in there, but 372 seems like the area. See this low volume bounce back, guys. You got to watch the volume. It's important. Let's see what the 5-minute looks like. This is why it's always good to use different time frames. We're just wicking on that level, guys. Look at the 5-minute. Right? Like, look at that 5-minute wick, guys. Let's go. Look at that buying. I told you. Let's go. We've broken it. We're breaking that candle. Let's do it. Let's go. Unless it's just going to hit VWAP and reject. This is your resistance. Right? You have a bit of resistance here. That's your resistance right there. And it broke above it. Let's go. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. Look, it sucked them all in there, guys. It sucked all them people in there to just pull. I think we should pull it back. There it goes. There she blows. She's trying. The sellers. Is that a double bottom? Do we have ourselves a double bottom right there, gang? Huh? Is that a double bottom to go long? What? Shit. Let me see this real quick. Let's throw this up. Let's throw it up. Throw this up. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. So what I want to see is, look at that. We put in I wonder if that person is telling people not to buy calls down at the lows. You don't buy low and you don't sell high. I'm sorry. I just had to say it. I'm like, whoa, does this guy even It's okay, because he may not even really be realizing what he says. Because I said it. I'm like, yo, why would you do that? Like, why would you wait for the stock to go $3-4? That's that's two ATRs of an average true range of the SPY. I'm like, what is it? What is he telling people to do that he does? You know, like I always tell you guys, just the way I trade, the trading, it doesn't matter what you do. If you're making money, there's not one way to trade. I'll look at Morrow real quick. Mara just put in a double top. It does have some volume to the buy side, but that pullback would concern me. What are we gonna do here, SPY? What are we gonna do? What are you guys looking at? Do you guys have anything that has relative strength? Do you guys see anything that's just consistently going up and up and up and up and up? Is that a low volume pullback on the SPY? Let's see. I still have calls lined up, ready to go. Finger on the trigger. I done got stopped out of 2 trades, and I only lost I don't even see a difference in my P&L. So like this, my guy here says, SPY, QQQ, Dow Jones Industrial, IWM feels like a dangerous day. Don't shoot till you see the white of their eyes. Let's see here. Whoa, look at this. Look at the TLT, man. Wow, what a gap up. I knew I should have took the long here. This is what we got to start watching for, guys. We got to start watching to see if we can get TLT back up to the hundreds. A $3 play on this thing is going to pay you handsomely. I'm telling you. I'm telling you guys right now. You guys, you get a trade off of TLT, you're going to make enough money where you're just going to want to trade TLT all the time. I promise. All right, guys. So where's the white of their eyes? That's a double bottom. We got a double bottom, right? I got above that previous candle, right? I got above it. I don't see like a... Just trying to... So we have the 9 EMA. We got to break through that 9 EMA. We got to start turning this thing around. Look at that. It's a small, like a double bottom, rated support. There's still some buy side. Now, looks like the buyers have stepped up, guys. Looks like the buyers have stepped up because this was all red before. I have no fucking cigarettes. God damn it. I got to go get some, and I got to stop anyway. Oh, man. Just hang back, guys. If you guys have not traded anything, it's all good. Right? It's all good. Meta? Yeah, let's check it out, man. Let's call it out. Let's get it. Let's get it. So, look at that. I don't want to see a 3-bar reversal and it just break to the low. If I do, see that? I'm a little, it's about what's the risk to reward. I might take that short. We're just going to sit here for a few minutes. What they're going to do is shake everybody out of both sides and then run it up or down their throats. If you had to ask me, I would assume we would go to you would have to go to well, yeah, you want to look back down here, 310. 310. If you asked me, I feel like we could possibly, it's a low volume day. I feel like we could break, to make a big, look, there goes the seller. See if it holds. If you get another hold here, watch out. All right, if you get another hold there, watch out. So on the 5 minute on the Qs, you could have a double bottom, but I'm not. The selling seems kind of low, guys, if you ask me. Look at that hold. There it goes. Shit. It's all good. Whatever. It happens. It might just come right back up. I knew it. You hit the 9 EMA, guys. This is why you got to put your entries there. Because look. Boom. Boom. That's why I said the 9 EMA is coming down. And that consolidation sideways brings those moving averages down to meet them. Because they meet each other. It's like this. Boop. And it's like the 9 EMA is coming down. And as the SPY's going sideways, 9 EMA comes down and knocks it down. You could just picture it like that. It's coming down. SPY's going sideways. Boop. Gets his head knocked. Bang. Right? Now we look for the bounce back to here. Get shouty. Where's our targets? Where are we getting in? We're getting in right here. Where are we getting out? That's the other question. That's the next question. I also don't want to sit here and play games with the markets either. If this is the type of day we're going to have. I'm not just going to sit in positions to get shaken out. This is the hourly chart. Well, we already know. There's our... I'm going to put a line right here. I thought he said Rolex. Rolex Therapeutics. Look at the wrist. Damn. So it's 445. We're already almost there. So that's your gap. That would be an hourly. On the hourly chart, that would be your gap fill. Let me look at it on a 15 minute. It might even be safe to say this area right there, guys. 445.64. I'm calling it out now. 445.64. It's probably where we find a bit of support. And then I'm aiming for that double bottom. I want to see on the daily chart on the SPY what it's doing here. Daily chart. So the SPY broke. There she goes. God damn it. Should have held, right? Should have held. It's all good. We don't know what it's going to do. We could have easily reversed there, guys. Could have easily reversed. It's all good. It's foolish to think we know where the bottoms and tops are going to be. So I wouldn't even try. I really wouldn't. You can try. You can try, but... let's see here. So I want to see, I got the daily chart up. Okay. Mama feeding the birdies. All right. So on the daily we have, so that's why that level was key, guys. We have now broken that gap. It is time to fill the gap. We should see 444 today. We should see 444. You should see 444. You've broken the gap. That's it. It's did it. This was the gap. Does the daily chart come back up to, test the gap right there? Like 445.50, 446. Man, I just feel like it's going to suck people in to give them one more shot, and you're going to have to fight it. What the hell? This Tucker Carlson shit. Who gives a shit? Nobody cares about Tucker Carlson. Man, I need a smoke. God damn it. I gotta stop smoking. Fuck. She's about to get angry. I'm about to get angry. Fuck. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I think that's it, guys. I think that's it. You didn't get the move. If you were able to hold, good job. We were kind of handed this trade on a silver platter with this consolidation and then the breakdown. Because again, when it consolidates to the downside and you're consolidating, it's bringing that 9 EMA down and the VWAP. It's bringing both of them down. It's pulling them in like gravity. And you got to think about it like, as it's consolidating, think about it as it hits it, it just knocks it down, right? On the consolidation. You could use those things to help you, I don't know. It could just help you. That's how I look at it. That's exactly what it does, right? You pull it back. You literally sit sideways. It draws the VWAP and 9 EMA down. It hits it, knocks it down, right? So there is a new low with a higher low on the RSI on the 3-minute. See what we do. If we run a test back up to 446, we'll see what we do. 446 is going to be the level. It put in a double top there, or double bottom. Finally cracked it. That's a light volume pullback. That's got to be it, guys. That's got to be it. AMD is holding well. So there you go. Like, AMD is strong. So that's a stock you want to think about being long. Zion, something you probably want to short because the banks are getting slaughtered. Right? Should at least get slaughtered with that news. And it's bounced back up. That's cool. Fine. Good. Great. Grand. But I don't know. They said they were also thinking about doing it to the big banks as well. Look at JP Morgan. That might be a nice short on JP Morgan. Oh, shit. I think I might take a short on JP Morgan. I might do it. No, I think I'm going to do it, guys. I think I'm going to short JP Morgan. That's the leader of the group. 149 is what I like. I'd like to see this thing get back down here. Break it, boom, kind of like work its way back down here. It broke it. It broke back up above it. So there's your range. It broke the range. This is a daily. Do we look for another like daily candle to come up and then come down? Like the middle of this month? Let's let the SPY sit sideways and see if it drags it down again. I was hoping to get a pullback up here, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it. Might be one of them days for me, guys. I'm thinking about JP Morgan. It's got to be able to break these lows. I got to go turn this AC on real quick. I'm going to check on my little girl. I hope she's okay. I'm so worried about my little Abby butt. My little turkey. That's a cat. I have a cat that's also a turkey. So... Tesla's actually not doing too bad, guys. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla's up while the market's down. Tesla's green. Just about green. It's green on the day. Let me say that. Tesla's green on the day. Keep that in mind. What's the SPY doing? Putting in new lows. Trying to. So, that's something we might want to take notice of. Maybe the CFO news might actually be good news, so they'll put somebody in there that can actually make some money, right? I gotta find something. Here. What's my MSFT? What time is it? It's 10:30. Look at Microsoft getting hammered. I had a feeling that could have happened. I don't know if there's any news with Microsoft or downgrade or what, but man, Microsoft was just struggling. Like, it didn't continue. It got to our level, right? It got there. It got to the target, that middle range of that bear flag, and if it broke up above it, we were going to go look to see the top of the range up at 338. Never got back up above this level. So this is why you guys got to trust your levels. Once it gives you direction, and this is actually a bear flag breakdown right now, right? Look at this, guys. Look at this. This is a nice chart. Look at that. Bang. Tried to break down out of it, right? Tried to break down and out of it. Wrong. Didn't do it. I know it's a little tough to see. I know it's a little tough to see, but, you know, because it started to break down there like it wanted to go, and then you got the gap up. See right here, gapped up, held it, nope, and that was it right there, boop. So, look at it, and there's the extension on it. Where's she going? Where's Microsoft going? Microsoft is weak. So there you go. Long Microsoft, or long, what is this social sentiment shit? What are you guys looking at? Like, literally, what are you looking at? What is it that you're looking at? Can I help you with something? No, I'm just kidding. What are you guys looking at? Where's the momentum, gang? Let's get this cake. Let's get this cake. I'm looking for Microsoft to eventually get back down here to 321. That should be the target. It's only got a few more dollars left. 321's the target on Microsoft. Unbelievable. Those puts I got are now 100% if you held them. Right? They're 100%. All I was looking for was to get back down to this area right here. And that would, because it, you know, knowing how to read options, knowing delta, knowing those things, I knew even holding it overnight, that the price I paid, if we gap down to here, I was still green. It's important. It's important to know your tools. You know, you got to spend time, learn them, master them, and they're gonna be like, damn, this trigger know what he doing. You know what I mean? This trigger know what he doing. There's a lot of people that don't put in the work that needs to be necessary. You got to be better than the next mother trucker, right? You got to be better than the next person. You got to be better than the person that tells you to not buy calls at a support level when your risk is like this, instead of letting the stock run up a whole ATR and a half, then buying calls, or buying the stock outright, where your risk is now that. What? And you're paying more. Not only are you have to risk more, you're paying more. That's not how this works. But trading is not perfect. There's not one way to trade. I'm not saying he's wrong, but ain't no way in hell I would tell you guys to let the stock run a whole ATR and a half, if not 2 ATRs, and then say, yeah, go long. Go long. What? Jesus. Where do they find these people? Huh? Where do they find these people? Alright, guys. I think I don't know. I think I missed a move. Well, actually, I didn't because I got in last night, but I feel like I'm not doing anything, so I feel like I did miss the move. It's hard to say. Let's see if this looks like Tesla might get that resistance and break up through it. So what could we look for Tesla to test this area up here at 252 again? It's a possibility. What is up with this? Where does this social sentiment come from? Just what? Maxwell Tech? What? What is AI and CBNA doing? I'm just curious. So it's putting in that the same thing it's been doing. I'm gonna laugh if this thing just comes in one day and it's just up huge because margin calls have started. I'm really curious to know when if margin calls are gonna come. When do they come and knocking? All right, when do they come and knocking? It might be funny that I'm bringing it up now and then it start to do something. All right, is that our rejection? Look at this buy. I do not want to miss another move. I want to bring that 9 EMA up. I want to get it up here. I want them to meet. That was a nice consolidation. Oh, we're on the 5-minute. Shit. I knew something wasn't right. All right, so 3-minute. It's breaking above the 9 EMA, right? It's on low volume though. We don't want that. We're better than that. Shit. Come on. So that is a resistance level, even though it is above the 9 EMA. It's still hitting the low of the day from Friday. That's what these lines are. This is low of day from Friday, this turquoise line. This other turquoise line is Friday's close. Okay. You'll probably get some puts here, but it's hard to say how far it goes. It's crazy. Those puts went 100%. And it's funny how it went 100% and then the market reversed. Oh, Lordy. So what's everybody got planned for the week? Curious to know. What's everybody got planned for, like, how are you guys going to end the rest of your summer? Let me see. This might be it. Alright, so there's your rejection. Alright, JP Morgan, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's 10:30. I want to see the whites of their eyes. Remember that. Before we do something. Oh, my knee. My knee. So is the Dow coming down there? There goes JP Morgan. Looks like JP Morgan might have a bad day today. It's already down 2.3%. That's why I don't want to get short right now. But it can always go lower. Yep, we're just going to float lower, guys. Just make sure you guys know what you're doing. And you don't get trapped into something stupid. And it doesn't pay. Alright, I did get a short there. We'll see what happens with it. I think the markets are turning around. Because you're putting in lower highs. But I want to have... See, I already... You know, it's tough. So, there goes JP Morgan. It looks like it's trying to crack... We've already moved a lot. We are down 1.1%. Shit. Come on, give me the frickin' daily chart, bruh. Come on, bruh. 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 Is this today? Is today the 7th? Today's the 8th. Why is the SPY not on here? Where is the SPY? No, it's a weekly chart. Shit. Daily. Daily. Come on, baby. You can do it. Let's go. Let's go break this level. Let's break this level, baby. Let's go. Break this level. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's get that momentum in there and let's go break that goddamn level. Let's go. It's trying. Bang. Bang. Let's go. Let's go. Break the level. Break the level. Let's go. She's not going to. You little bastard. You fucking bastard. Come on. 446. Come on. We hit 446, right? We came up and tested that gap. Now it's time to reject and close lower. Not higher. No, I don't want you to have calls when I have puts. That's not how this works. You're supposed to work for me. I don't work for you. Man, everybody buys calls when I buy puts, and then the shit goes sideways. There we go. I like how it cranked that 9 EMA down. Do it again. Crank that sumbitch back down again. Crank her down. Crank it down. Let's go. That's a low volume bounce so far. Crank it down. There we go. Crank it on down. Right? It consolidates, it meets, and then what's it do? It knocks it on its ass. Alright? Let's go. Let's go. Knock it down. 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 Maybe if I just whisper to it, and that'd be nice. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Knock it down. Knock it down. Knock it down. It's not knocking it down, guys. It's not knocking it down. That's not how this works. But again, I told you, we're putting in higher lows on the RSI and everything. It's 10:30. Let's call it a day on those. I'm back even on those. Actually, a little bit of profit that'll pay for commissions. I gotta dig a piece. Yeah, I can't get greedy. It's giving me the chance. I don't want it to reverse. I don't want it to reverse. Even if it goes down. Look, watch the selling come in because it's seeing that people are selling their puts. And it starts to come down. I had to break even just in case it didn't want to break. Just sitting here. Knock it down. Knock it down. Knock it down. Are you guys trading anything? What y'all got going on? Holla at your boy. Talk to me. Hope you guys are having a great day. The SPY is just literally wicking me out. I'm just losing, pennies on the dollar. I'm just giving my brokerage free commission off that Tesla trade. But the thing is, again, guys, I'm seeing higher lows on my RS on all my stuff. So maybe it's just gonna run a test. Run a test back up to this area. There it goes. Look at it bouncing it up. Because I think that was it, guys. See, that was a smart move as of right now. It was a smart move to, sell that potential loser. It could still be a winner, though. But I got to manage my risk. I can get out for free. I can just put the trade on. It didn't work what I wanted it to work. Then, now I don't have to sit through a huge candle like that. Right? It's all good. There's still an area up here that has not been tested to the short side. What if we put in a double top with the double bottom? Would you guys have ever seen something like that? Yeah, I feel, buddy. I'm doing the same because I'm kind of curious what we do. Because we filled that gap yesterday. I was really hoping to start. Once we broke this, it's like, hey, we have a huge gap below us. Like, we could get some real momentum and just from this gap fill, that's a $3 move. It looks bigger than that when you look at it on the chart. It looks like it's more than $3. Like that looks like a, $5, $6, $7, $8 type of gap, but it's only $3. So it's kind of what I was looking for. And what I want to take notice of in any of these candles on the 1 minute is if it starts to take it back. If it just like flips itself red. That's going to give me reassurance like, hey, they still are leaning short on this thing. I would watch the banks. So the heaviest weighting in the S&P, right? Technology, banks, and healthcare. Those are the three. Technology, healthcare, and then banks. All right. So those are the three sectors we're going to want to watch. Because if like JP Morgan starts to continue to break down, then we know we're going to hang on the short. So it broke it. Looks like it's turning it into resistance now. What's UNH doing? UNH is down. Looks like it's trying to curl itself up and around though. That's UNH. You want to watch NVIDIA? Apple? All of them. NVDA? I wonder where my boy VD's at. That's so funny. I love that name. That's so funny. VD. I'm sorry. That shit just cracks me up. My boy said, "Yo, what up? It's VD, dog." Oh my gosh. Yo, I wish I was funny like some of these people out there. Like, yo, it's good. It's so funny. He said, "Yo, you want some of this VD, dog?" Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh shit. So, I think I might start doing the live streams a little earlier. I think I might start. So I have some settings that I have set on a different scene or source. So like you guys don't have to see like YouTube and all this other stuff like where I can hit. VD's here, my boy. What's up, bro? It's good to see you, man. I had a feeling you were here today. I was like, what's up? Upstart contracts are super inflated. Yeah, I'm sure they do have earnings, I think, or they did. I'm not sure. Yeah, that I don't know if that's a SVJ, and it looks like a Huracan. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I can't really see on the screen. It's just too small, but I don't know. It's just funny. What did you guys do today? Did you guys make any trades? Did you guys do anything? Like I say, I was just kidding with that. Like, even if your name is just like funny. Like, I wish I had a name like that. Like, where I could be like, like what I can say. Just like some of the shit I could say to women. You know, it's just funny. So there's that reversal. I can't get long. I mean, I can. Don't get me wrong. I can get long. We get that pullback right back into there. I would take it. We pull back right into here. Bada bing, bada boom. It's right there. It's gotta be right there. That might be our pullback. I just need the volume. Look at that sell volume though. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's a mixed bag, and we've already went over 1% to the downside. So what does this do? This gives you so much. If you're going to just, just back test any of like this gap down and the down move, like this is going to give you $2 should give you at least. And then what if you see green? I doubt we do. But what if we go green today? That means you just went a whole percent and more because of the gap down. Right? If you're able to like go green. If we reclaim Friday's low, it will go long. But it just feels like it's just going. I feel like it's just playing around. Like it's just trying to set people up, The volume doesn't seem too bad today. The volume isn't that bad. It's a lot better than yesterday. And this is a 1 minute chart. Wow, and it's even better than Friday, guys, from what I can see. Looks like it's better than Friday. Look at NVIDIA. That's a nice bear flag breakdown on Nvidia if it gets going. Look at Nvidia. That's a 3-minute chart. Nvidia. It might need some time, but if it gets going, guys, look at that. If it can get going, that 448 rejection is like a nice. See, you gotta watch. So you guys gotta use everything. Like use the volume. You know. The volume is key. It's definitely trying to pull in a flag here, a pennant flag. We got some storms last night, man, and the winds were pretty wicked. We actually, like, everything on my deck was just blown off. I don't know if anybody else that's here that went through some of the storms last night. You know, obviously depends on where you're located, but oh man. So keep an eye on volume and stuff. Like Nvidia looks real good. Looks like the SPY's gonna reject. SPY's at resistance. Do we take it? Do we take the Nvidia trade? SPY's at resistance. SPY could get some selling. It could get some selling here. Here we go. There's the retest of the uptrend on Nvidia. Let me get it so you guys can see it better. Look at it. See it? Watch it struggle on that downtrend. Let's just see. There's the increase. So the volume did get a little bit better. There it is. There she blows. Did Upstart have earnings? Just wondering. Or did they have any like upgrade or downgrade? What made you think about Upstart? Did it have a nice setup or anything? Tyson, Palantir, Skyworks, Chegg, Shockwave, 5.9, Broncos, whatever's. Or they had it last night. No, Upstart. And Upstart is like a payment processing thing, right? Or no? Or I think that's not Square, but I know Square is, but Upstart I think would be like for like CRM type of stuff. Man, it feels like the SPY's gonna want to just do those the 12:30, 1 o'clock when nobody's looking, everybody hangs it up, and then it just it reverts back to the mean. Oh shit. I know if I go get something to eat, which I'm gonna make a cup of coffee and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I might go grab, and I need to stop, but I might go grab a smoke. It's weird because I never want one. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, I'll usually have a cigarette, like a couple in the afternoons, like after the market's closed in the afternoons, and like I never, I don't like. I go all day. I'll go all day through the markets and stuff and not have one. I don't know. Maybe because I thought about it and now I don't know. Who knows? So, alright. I think something has changed. This is about the time when I would say, alright, something about the SPY has changed because it's no longer in a downtrend. It's had its bounce back twice. 1, 2. And it tried to go again, and it's just making higher lows now. Right? SPY's making higher lows. And the trend has definitely changed. If they don't get this thing going soon, they better start thinking long, right? They got to start thinking long. Watch it bounce. Let's see if it bounces. Or if it does break, watch for the bounce back. Which this is a nice level right here. This rejection right here, this would be nice. Just trying to show you guys what I'm thinking, what I'm seeing. So that's, it probably looks better on a 2 minute, 1 minute chart. So what'd it do? What'd it do? It just held that. Held that uptrend for now. For now. But look at the RSI climbing. The RSI was also putting in a higher low when it put in a new low. It's kind of why I started to get long. Or I got long here, I think. Or we got long here. This was the consolidation. I knew better not to get long. Maybe I did get long there. I can't remember. Yeah, because I think I was looking for a 3-bar reversal and never got it. I can't remember. Might have been here, because if you look at your MACD, right? There's a new low. Boop. There's a higher low. Same thing with your RSI, right? These are all the things you want to use to confirm the trend. All right, so NVIDIA, see, like NVIDIA, it like breaks down to new lows and then it just goes back up. It's like, it's kind of just stealing premium right now at the moment. So 11 o'clock, 11:15, 11:30, 12, lunchtime could come, and then the markets end up turning themselves back around, or making the real move out of nowhere. We do have CPI, so the markets could be waiting for that. That's a huge piece to the puzzle, because if CPI comes in too high, then you got to start thinking about the Fed and interest rates and stuff like that. I could look at it two different ways. I could look at this as a new lower high of the day. I think see, look, and as soon as I say that, like, it's gonna start going. I think the market knows it's done its job. That a lot of the orders have, like, the volumes died off, and you could start to see a possible another pullback. I mean, we're right there for the gap fill. It's like you have nothing in your way to come down. There's not this big consolidation mess, this like just previous price action that's just sat there and just whipped back and forth. You're not coming into that. You're coming into a free space. You're in outer space. You should just float. Just float on down. Float on down. Or what if the SPY starts to put in this type of flag here, guys? That's also another thing. How about that? Right? How about that? Sorry, I think it's South Park and like Cartman when he's like, how about that? And how about that? You could put in a little flag here. What if we bounce? And then, find our way home. But I think we do it now, because it's obviously doing it. It felt weak. It felt weak there, if I'm drawing everything correct. I rarely ever do those little patterns where you see people just drawing like crazy lines and stuff. Like, I'm sure they work, Whatever makes you money, doesn't matter what other people do. If it makes you money, you did your job. Whether someone thinks it's right or wrong. Just like, what I was saying this morning about someone else. Just because I feel that way doesn't mean that that doesn't make them money, and that's okay. It's not that they're wrong. I would just like to I just want to help people like realize that like mathematically you're buying cheaper. You're giving yourself the best risk to reward. You know, if it breaks, okay. You gave it 20, 30 cents instead of, missing an entire move only to get a pullback. And then when you get that pullback, you're still paying more in premium. So you're paying more for a higher price, right? I want to pay less to make more. That's how we do this. That's how I do it. That's how I was taught to do it, at least. And it doesn't mean that doesn't work, and and I'm sure it does work for them, but I just can't do that, and I can't tell people to wait for a big extension, because how many times, if you go back, if they've told you to do that, how many times have you missed that whole range of a move? Like, that's what's so good about ranges when you get them, is you got to take advantage of them. And the only way to find out if you're going to be in a range is to put on a starter position. If you're at the bottom, obviously, you buy the stock or get calls and let the thing run up and you're taking profits, and then you see it coming up to an area where it should pull back from. It's obviously pulling back. Okay. Then you're starting to put in some type of range in an area. So that's why I like to at least have a starter position on. I really should have held those puts, because this morning I thought we were going to go to here and bounce back. I can't remember if we did or not. I thought I was pretty close. I don't know what I just did. Hopefully I didn't do something stupid. Yeah, so we did it this morning and just said, see ya. See ya. Alright, it's 11 o'clock. I might go look for something to eat here in a minute. This sucks because, like, look at NVIDIA literally just sitting sideways, and it's like, NVIDIA's holding up pretty well. It's not like holding up in green and all that, but... So I wonder if they're going to change this news to good news for Tesla. It's making it resistance now. I could probably turn on CNBC or something. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Watch the SPY fall out of bed on me. This would be a really nice up move. So we opened there. That's the thing. I wanted to say we could put in a higher low up here, like tomorrow and stuff, to like kind of like, possibly look for calls, but I'm not going to sit here and front run a position when there's news on the banks. But man, those things are up. They were up 100%. And my phone messed up, of course. Damn it. Oh, I wanted to also say, so I'm going to go move to the other room. The stream will be, I'm going to pick us all up. I'm going to move us to the other room where we can have all kinds of fun. I got TVs. I'm going to have my other computer. Like, Yeah. So I'll have some room. I'll probably put the computer like on the ground or something. I don't know. I kind of wanted it up there. That way it got some fresh air and whatnot. But I guess being on the ground would actually help with the AC on and stuff. So I'm gonna this weekend or sometime during this week or during the weekend, I'm gonna move everything over there. Again, I spent some time on some videos last night, just trying to get them edited, learning the software, doing a lot of that stuff, and I'm trying to get that pushed out. I'm trying to change the intros. I'm trying to make the intros. I'm trying to, just get everything together and whatnot. So there we go on the SPY. We are going back to the lows. It's a little hard to sit through because now it might be putting in the lower high, and I was anticipating that as well. On and I didn't say that out loud, I don't think. But with these lower highs, as it goes up, you also want to look for the actual lower high. Like let me show you what I mean. Like for the RSI, right? Let's see here. So let's look at the RSI. See how it's putting in the stock's putting in new lows and then we're putting in higher lows. But once it gets to a point where the actual lower high gets put in to work itself back down and then to go back up to put in the longer term higher low, right? So we can anticipate that, and that's why I was like, I'm kind of done with just playing the markets because there's no real momentum, there's no real direction other than to the downside, and it's just not giving me like momentum. Like I want to catch like this. I want that. I don't want to just sit here go up for 3, 6, 9, 12 minutes only to come back down in 3 minutes and then it's like it's just sitting here. I don't need that. That's not going to make you any money. So I'm going to go make a cup of coffee real quick. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'll leave this stuff up. If you guys have anything you guys would like me to put on the screen or do anything or talk about or whatever, throw it in chat. So we have Tesla here. If that's okay. So we did have a few weak stocks though too. Remember Microsoft, and I actually was wanting to watch Bitcoin yesterday. Look how weak Microsoft is. The trade of the day, guys. Seriously, that was the stock that should have been had, but you don't know this coming into the day unless you have it on your watch list and you're watching it and you're able to identify the weakness early. Early weakness, and this is like, I feel like Microsoft is just one of those stocks that would sell off like this on a day like today. Cause it's been like kind of like back and forth, and it's like, okay, let's just sell off and get this move over with. So I'm on a 3-minute. Okay. Unbelievable. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that on the stream. I'm just like the Apple man. Why do I continue? Oh, because I had to wipe it off and then it was in my hand. Um, man, Microsoft guys. Man. Well, at least we were talking about it, and it was just a matter of time. I'm sure if I went back through the chart and I really went back through it and was like, okay, I see why, I see why now that today was the day, but oh, come on. Like, what is going on here? No, I don't want social media. Or whatever you call it. Trina Solar. What? This is a thing and it's kind of liquid? TSL? What up, Trina? What up, girl? Is this thing... This thing is frozen. I think this thing is or it's me. This thing's halted. Or it's halted for good. So it goes from 2016 to 2017 and then from 2017 it goes to 2022. Okay. And that's what exactly Thinkorswim is thinking too. Okay. Shit. All right, so I was kind of wondering about this. Are we just gonna retest this? This is why it's just hard on days like this, on just continuation of down days is the curling up and that stuff, but it just feels like it's going to be a slow grind down unless something changes. You can do it right there. Come on, you can do it. 445.92. I gotta go look at the banks. I gotta see how the banks are doing. 40. What was it? What was the number? I forget what the number was. 492. I can't remember. Let's see here. Yeah, so I was a little upset with last night's live stream. I really messed that thing up because of this. I didn't have anything. It's not that I didn't have anything planned. It was like the storm came and it hit. And I wasn't able to kind of write things down and get settled. So I got to work on that. I'd like to work on it. So if you guys don't know, there's a couple people that I'd really like to bring on who I think are really great traders. And I'm telling you, I've watched some of, not watched, but I've seen some of their work. And how they and I can go on, about just longer term trends, what are thoughts about the overall markets and stuff, but I want to really focus on day trading and different things to help people be able to one, how can we get somebody to the point where it doesn't take them 2 to 3 years to start to say, hey, when this consolidation comes down, this comes down, picture it knocking it in its head, and it just falls down. They meet, it bumps into it, bang. But more so, if I were to pull up a 15-minute chart of the SPY, right, and 15 or half hour, we'll call it 15-minute. How do we get somebody to start really thinking about market direction? And what do I mean by that? I mean having the ability to kind of sense that we're probably going to go up from here now, And I want to see us get to 448.50. That's what I want to see. I want to see us put in a higher low or a lower high right now. 448.50. You guys know what I'm saying? Like understanding and being able to feel that like there's nothing there. There's like no, it feels like there's no price action there on this drop. Can we get a bounce up to like, you know, get some price action in there, whether it's buying and selling, getting both in there. And then the volume just comes right into the sell side. Look at that. Wouldn't you know? So, you know, it takes a while. Like even up here, we still have this whole area. You have obviously you have a gap fill, but even with pre-market on or off, it's like, you know, do we put in this this higher low or lower high? Does this lower high help us actually put in like a double bottom kinda, and then we start working ourselves back up? You know, like we're getting pretty close to that. We're not even close, but we gotta just get it over with. I feel like maybe the market's waiting for CPI, and it's doing a slow grind down. That way, by the time we get to CPI, if it's a little over expectations, it's already priced it in. It's already priced it in. If it's great, market has to price out a cut, you know, or not a cut, but like no more rate hikes from the Fed, then it's already done that too because it's up X amount so much this year, right? So worst case is if you get like a bad number it wasn't expecting, like where it's really, really bad, or something really, really good, which I doubt we get, you know, which would be a surprise that the market technically hasn't priced in. I think it's pretty much priced in the upside. Honestly, I think the upside's priced in. Now I would start worrying about the Fed doing too much is what I would be worried about. Right? Something coming in, you get a hot number 1 month, 2 month, whatever, and the Fed's just for some reason concentrated on it because they have formulas and stuff. They're smart. They're great at what they do. The little bit of things that I've seen, like some of the stuff that they use to like go about what it is that they do, it's actually pretty cool. Like the different stuff that they have. But my point is like, I don't know. I forgot. I had somewhere I was going, but I'm a little groggy and I just feel like there's more downside to come. That's all. I feel like the advantage would be to the downside, not the upside. What are your guys' thoughts? What do you guys think the SPY does? Or like, what do you think like with CPI and all that stuff? Like, come on, let's break back up out of there. Let's do it. So this would start the we'll start to come up. Let's see if we test VWAP again, and that'll put in a lower like a lower high on the RSI and the MACD. Okay, yeah. I want to buy VD. I want to buy a Huracan, whether it's SVJ or what. I don't know what. I just got back into them, and I'm like, man, I want to buy one. You know, I want a McLaren, but I'm like, man, I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if we start to really see the downside now, because remember what I said, guys? Now this would be your higher low or lower high for the like RSI and MACD. If it's going to bring itself back down and put in the longer term lower high or higher low. See, it's confusing saying all that stuff. This is what I would look for like the MACD. If we start to get a pullback, see if it just pulls back to there, and then we get another bounce up, right? But the stock does break, right? It does break. Maybe it bounces, and then it breaks, you know? So that's what I would watch for. Same with the RSI. I want to see if the RSI is now going to turn itself around and pretty much put in like a lower high, like a higher low, longer term. Okay? Right? That's what I'm thinking. So if you start thinking about these things and putting in the short term and then also seeing the longer term part, you're not going to know these things unless you watch it and somebody tells you. Like, look at it. Look how it's starting to tilt down, right? Longer term trend, it should put into longer term trend a higher low. And the stock, let's see if it puts in a lower low. Let's see. Let's see if this happens. It's just, it helps, guys. It helps give you guys like or at least it helps me to think about those things and take into account like exactly what is going on. Where are the moving averages moving to? Yes, they are behind. They are a delayed indicator. It's a lagging indicator, as people as one would call it. Man, I gotta kill it. I gotta fucking kill it. Okay, let's do it, Spy. Let's go. Um,
15 grand a whack or something like that is what the seats are. But that's not, if I have takeoff seats, that's not what they. There would be a discounted rate, but it would be correct. 10 grand for a pair minimum. Depending on the seat, it might not be that bad. Do you have seats from a Buick Regal could throw in here for Damon? David, what do you drive? What do you drive, David? Chevy Silverado? Oh, NVDA and video. You call me as like next to go get it. I walked in and told me I was blacklisted. From every brand, including Saturn. You go. So we solved what we thought was a big problem, but now we have a much bigger problem. Maybe it's a racing.
nah, my mic's not off. Or it was, but I wasn't talking. 20% 448 call. Nice, bro. Get it, bro. I was just watching a video here. I was kind of just letting the Spy do what it wanted to do for a second. I was just watching a video. Did I just see some news on... Yeah, November Victor Delta Alpha NVIDIA. What just happened, guys? There's news on NVIDIA. And look, guys. Look at NVIDIA. Bang! Look at that. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, sheet. Oh, sheet, man. What happened, man? I was just here a couple minutes ago and everything was fine. I come back and there's cops and it's just everything blew up. What's going on, man? That's crazy. So something just happened that it came across the wire. I didn't get it. I wasn't paying attention to it. I heard NVDA. Also haven't heard him, they haven't been saying anything really. It hasn't been too much to talk about. What just happened? 11:31. 11:31. Next round, GA's 200 Grasshopper Superchip perform air accelerating computer. Is there Rackspace to collaborate with Dell and NVIDIA to launch offering? If you guys see anything with NVIDIA, let me pull up StockTwits or something. Joe Terranova, StockTwits. Joe Terranova's ETF, Joe T. It's equally weighted. It's a nice safety net. Hey, hope you greedy pigs lose it all today, truly. Ted, go beep yourself. Come on, Ted. What a fucking goofball. What a goofball. Any news here? Well, yeah, of course there's got to be some type of news. Yeah, we know. We know NVIDIA's going green, people. Hey, $1.3 trillion company has new products. That's amazing, but it up. Butt it up, okay? Oh, shot. New chip. It reveals... Okay, so is there like is NVIDIA having like...
Actually, on that BioLace, the Army soliciting for bids for the BioLace Borderlace Express endodontic laser. That's BI. Oscar Lima.
What? Yo, that's tight. That's tight. I like that. Gracias, pal. So I wonder if they are having some type of like an investor day or something. Didn't say he was expanding NVIDIA's supercomputer ecosystem. Damn. Let's see if we can find it, guys. Let's see what we got here. Let's go to the tube. Let's go to the tube. NVIDIA Live. NVIDIA Live. I knew it. SIGGRAPH 2023, gang. I knew it. I had a feeling. So this is a news catalyst, right? I don't want to get in trouble with this, but I don't know if I'm not allowed to like play it. But I'm not getting paid, so I should be okay. I should be able to play this for you guys. So this is what's going on. There's no comments. There's 8,000 people and no comments. Really? Hello? Oh, they're... Only viewers selected by the channel owner can send... Okay, that's why. But there's like literally nobody... Okay. Alright, so you have that going on. It's a... Do you guys want to watch it? Or do you want me to put it on so we can hear it and see what's going on? See if there's any type of news and you know, as far as playing NVIDIA. Alright, bet. Let's run it. I'm not getting paid, so I don't have to worry about copywriting and being able to play that type of stuff. Let me put in my headphones, cause oh no, okay, yes, I do have them. I do have them. Ah.
And I normalized the performance into 1x.
Let me know if you need to turn it up or down.
Budget with accelerated computing Grace Hopper, it would consume only 3 megawatts.
Is that good? Does that sound good?
Throughput
Or too low? Higher?
by an order of magnitude. Basically, the energy efficiency, the cost efficiency.
NVIDIA
of
could help it.
accelerated
NVIDIA is a
computing
big
for
weighting
generative
to
AI
the SPY.
applications is about 20x. 20x in more
Little low?
just
All
the
right,
current way of scaling CPUs. That would be a very, very long time. And so this is a
I appreciate you, bro.
step
Appreciate it,
up
man.
in efficiency and throughput. So this is ISO.
I'll
budget.
bring it up.
Let's take a look at this now again.
Rivian,
And
Celsius.
let's go through ISO workload. Suppose your intention was to provide a service, and that service has so many number of users, and so your workload is fairly well understood, plus or minus. And so with ISO workload, this 1x, $100 million using general purpose computing and using accelerated computing, Grace Hopper, it would only cost $8 million. $8 million and only 260, not megawatts, yeah, 0.26, 260 kilowatts.
Sorry,
So
I'll bring it right back up.
20 times less power and 12
Nice.
times less
Yeah, I know,
cost.
right? I know.
This is the reason
That-
why accelerated
I know.
computing is going to be
I feel the
path
same with it.
forward. And this is the reason why the world's
It
data
wants to
centers
play
are
around a little
very
bit today.
quickly transitioning
But that
to
would be a
accelerated
nice.
computing. And some people say, and you guys might have heard,
That
I
would
don't
be
know
a
who
nice
said it,
bounce.
but the more you buy,
Let me see here.
the more you save. And that's wisdom. If I could just ask you to remember one thing from my talk today, that would really be it. That the future is accelerated computing, and the more you buy, the more you save. Well, today I want to talk about something really, really important. And so the backdrop, accelerated computing, the backdrop, generative AI, the backdrop, the things that, real-time ray tracing, the future of computer graphics unified with AI. Let's talk about a couple of new things. And so today I want to talk about Omniverse and generative AI and how they come together. The first thing that we already established is that graphics and artificial intelligence are inseparable. That graphics needs AI and AI needs graphics.
What I want to do real quick,
Graphics
I
needs
want to
AI,
make sure
and
that
AI
this
needs
is
graphics.
live and like, because
And
you
so
know
the
how
first thing that-
YouTube is, they'll
that
have
you could
random stuff just
imagine
playing.
doing,
But I assume it is
for the
because of the way
future of
NVIDIA
artificial
moved with this
intelligence is
news
to
and
teach it
stuff.
common sense.
So let me just
All of
make
us
sure that this is
understand
what
the
it is.
consequences of the physical
So we're not getting
actions
played
we
here.
take. All of us
I
understand
just
that
don't want to get played.
gravity has effect. and all of us understand.
Just like I don't want you
that
guys getting
even
played
though
talking
you
about,
don't see
yeah,
something,
you don't want to buy puts
that
up there.
object might
You want to
still be
buy
there,
them down at the
probably is still
lows.
there. Phys- object
You want to
presence.
buy calls at
And
the
so that-
high, not
that
at the lows.
Common sense
Sorry.
is known
This is
to
funny.
humans ever since you're babies.
Video
And yet, for most
live.
artificial intelligence agents that learn on large language models, it's unlikely it has that common sense. That object permanence, the effects of gravity, the consequence of your actions. You have to learn it in a physically
What would
grounded
it be like?
way.
It would
And so
be
the thing
like,
that we could do is we could create a virtual world that is physically simulated, physics simulated, that allows an artificial intelligence to learn how to perceive the environment, using a vision transformer maybe, and to use reinforcement learning to understand the impacts, the consequences of its physical actions, and learn how to
I don't know
animate
what
and
to
learn how to
put.
articulate to achieve a particular goal.
August 6th through the 10th.
And so
Okay.
one mission of a connected artificial intelligence system and a virtual world system that we call Omniverse is so that the future of AI could be physically grounded. The number of applications is really quite exciting because, as we know, the largest industries in the world
Today's
are
the
heavy
8th.
industry, and those heavy industries are physics-based, physically based. And so, first application is so that AI can learn in a virtual world. The second application, the second reason why AI and
another
computer
rejection.
graphics are inseparable is that AI will help
No.
also to every single application. However, the future user interface of almost every application is a large language model. And so it's sensible to imagine that this large language model could also be a query front end to a
don't know where
3D
to put it.
database. And so here, I find a Denza
Look at this.
N7 SUV. Now, once you find this SUV, you might ask an AI agent to help you to turn this car.
All right. Look at
to invent
NVIDIA.
this car, to
Look
integrate
at
this
this.
car
If you get
into
if you
virtual
get a hold
environment,
here,
and instead of designing that virtual
watch
environment,
out,
you
Jack.
ask the AI to help you.
Look at that.
Give me a road
I
in
gave you the road right there, bud.
the desert at sunset. Now,
You
inside
can get a really nice
Omniverse,
bounce on that.
we can then unify, aggregate, composite this information together, and now the car is integrated, rendered into, positioned into a virtual world.
And it
And so
broke.
here's an AI that helps you
And it broke.
maybe create and find some manage your data assets. You also have an AI that helps you generate a virtual world around it. And Omniverse allows you to integrate all this information. Well, let's take a look at what WPP,
Wow,
the
it's
world's
breaking with
largest
a
ad
vengeance,
agency,
guys.
and BYD,
What's going
the
on with
world's largest
NVIDIA?
electric vehicle maker, how they're using Omniverse and
Wow.
generative AI in their
Look
work.
at NVIDIA
Play it,
go,
please.
guys. NVIDIA's getting crushed.
WPP is building the next generation of car configurators for automotive giant BYD.
NVIDIA's getting
Denza
crushed.
luxury brand, powered by Omniverse Cloud and generative AI. OpenUSD and Omniverse Cloud allows Denza to connect high-fidelity data from industry-leading CAD tools to create a physically accurate, real-time digital twin of its N7. WPP artists can work seamlessly on this model in the same Omniverse Cloud environment with their preferred tools from Autodesk, Adobe, and SideFX to deliver the next era of automotive
That's it.
digitalization
I
and
wanted this
immersive
444
experiences.
75 level
Today's
to get short.
configurators require hundreds of thousands of images to be pre-rendered to represent all possible options and variants. OpenUSD makes it possible for WPP to create a super digital twin of the car that includes all possible variants
is
in one single asset.
The lottery is
deployed as a
publicly
fully
traded.
interactive
That's the
3D
side of the bed I
configurator
want to be
on
on.
Omniverse Cloud GDN, a network
That's the
that
side
can
of the
stream
bed I'd
high
like to be
fidelity,
on.
real-time 3D experiences
own
to
the
devices
lottery.
in over 100 regions.
Let me have a
or
ticket
used
that
to generate
provides me
thousands of individual
ownership of
pieces
the
of
lottery.
content that
Look at
comprise a
NVIDIA
global
just
marketing
cracking,
campaign.
guys.
The USD model is placed in a 3D
It's not even coming
environment
across
that
the
can
thing
either be
yet.
scanned from the real world using LiDAR and virtual production, or created in seconds with generative AI tools from organizations such as Adobe and Shutterstock. This innovative WPP solution for BYD brings generative AI and cloud-rendered real-time 3D together for the first time, powering the next generation of e-commerce.
God, I love that.
So 3D powers e-commerce. That's all I heard.
Everything was rendered in real time. Nothing was pre-rendered. Every single scene that you saw was rendered in real time. Every car, all of the beautiful integration with the background, all the rendering, everything is 100% real time. The car is the original CAD data set of BYD. Nothing was changed.
Okay.
You literally take the CAD, drag it into Omniverse, you tell an AI, synthesize and generate an environment, and all of a sudden the car appears
Wow.
wherever you like it to be. So this is one example of how generative AI and human designs come together to create these incredible these incredible applications. And so how do we do this? Applications, generative AI models are making tremendous breakthroughs. And what you want to do, we all want to do this. There are millions of developers and artists and designers around the world, and companies, every single company would like to take advantage of, and certainly everybody at NVIDIA working hard to utilize large language models and generative AI in our work. In fact, the Hopper GPU is impossible to design by humans. We needed AIs and generative models to help us find the way to design this thing in such a high performance way. And so it augments our design engineers. It makes it possible for us to create some of these amazing things at all. And of course, the productivity of the teams go up tremendously. Well, we would like to do this in just about every single industry. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to go find a model that works for us so that we can fine tune it. You can't just use the model as is. You want to fine tune it for your curated data. The second thing you want to do is to augment your engineers, your artists, your designers, your developers with the capability of these generative models. So augmenting it, composing the information together. In this particular case, I'm using media and entertainment or virtual world as an example, and this is the reason why Omniverse is central to that. We want to be able to run this in the cloud, of course, and we'll continue to run this in the cloud, but as you know, computing is done literally everywhere. AI is not some widget that has a particular capability. AI is the way software is going to be done in the future. AI is the way computing will be done in the future. It will be literally in every application. It will be run in every single data center. It will run in every single computer at the edge in the cloud. And so we want to have the ability to not just do AI, generative AI in the cloud, but to be able to do it literally everywhere. In the cloud, in data center workstations, your PCs. And we want to do this by making it possible for these really complicated stacks to run. There's a reason why the world's AI is done largely in the cloud today. We partner very closely with the CSPs. The amount of acceleration libraries and all the runtimes and from data processing to training to inference to deployment, the software stack is really complicated.
Mike's not on, but
The
I
libraries, the
don't know
runtimes,
why
just getting it
NVIDIA
to run on a
got
particular
hammered
device
like
and
this.
system is
I
incredibly
mean, the
hard.
setup kind of told us
the
that's a
reason why
failed
it's
breakout,
stood
but
up as they
I
managed
didn't
the
see
service
like
that
some
everybody
crazy
could use.
type of news
Well,
that
we believe
like, look,
that in
it's
order
still
for us to
going.
democratize this capability, we have to make it run literally everywhere. And so we have to have these unified optimized
There it
stacks
goes.
be able to run on almost any device and make it possible for you to engage AI. Well, the first question is, where are the world's models? Well, the world's models are largely on Hugging Face today. It is the largest community of AI, the largest AI community in the world. Lots and lots of people use it. 50,000 companies,
Let's
2
see
million,
here.
2 million users, I think. 50,000 companies engage Hugging Face. There's some 275,000 models, 50,000 data sets. Just about everybody who creates an AI model and wants to share with the community puts it up in Hugging Face. So today we're announcing that Hugging Face is going to build a new service to enable their community to train directly on NVIDIA DGX Cloud. NVIDIA DGX Cloud is the best way to train models. And its footprint is being set up, our DGX Cloud footprints are being set up in Azure, OCI, Oracle Cloud, and GCP. So the footprint is going to be largely everywhere. And you'll be able to find from the Hugging Face portal, choose your model that you would like to train, or you'd like to train a brand new model, and connect yourself to DGX Cloud for training. So this is going to be a brand new service to connect the world's largest AI community with the world's best AI training infrastructure. So that's number one. Where do you find the models? But you want to do this in the cloud, but you might also want to do this everywhere else. And how do you build?
Yeah, for sure, it is.
yourself?
It is.
The second
NVIDIA's
thing
top
I
dog.
is the
He ain't even
NVIDIA
got to
AI
say that. We know. NVIDIA is
This
top
workbench is a
dog.
collection of tools
Top
that make it
dog.
possible for you to
No one comes
assemble,
close.
to
No one comes
automatically
close.
assemble the dependent runtimes of
Yet,
libraries.
at least.
The
Yet.
libraries to help you fine tune and guard
I'm waiting to see what's going to happen if we get a bounce back to take it
optimize
short again.
your
I got it. I've got
as well
NVIDIA on
as
watch.
assembling all of the acceleration libraries, which are so complicated, so that you could run it very easily on your target device. You could target a PC, you could target a workstation, you could target your own data center, or with one click, you can migrate the entire project into any one of these different areas. Let's take a look at NVIDIA AI Workbench in action.
Generative AI is incredibly powerful, but getting accurate results customized with your secured, proprietary data is challenging. NVIDIA AI Workbench streamlines selecting foundation
Yeah, they
models,
did, didn't they?
building
They
a
really
project
did.
environment,
That's why
and
it's,
fine-tuning
sometimes
these
you got to be
models with
patient.
domain-specific data.
Because there's still this range here on
Here,
NVIDIA, on
AI
the daily
Workbench
chart.
is installed on a GeForce
Look, you
RTX
came up, you
4090
smacked the
laptop,
20
where
day.
we've
Let's
been
see if we can get this thing
experimenting
to the
with an
50-day
SDXL
moving
project.
average down here.
As our project gets more complex, we need much more memory and compute
That's
power.
late.
So we use
That
AI
Workbench
Workbench
stuff
to easily
is
scale to a
late.
workstation powered by 4 NVIDIA RTX 6000
So you have a gap
Beta
here
generation
that was
GPUs.
already filled, but there's a
AI
base
Workbench
right there. I'm
automatically
gonna make
creates
this
your project's environment, building
2,
your container with all dependencies, including
because that's
Jupyter.
gonna be my base that I know
Now,
that
in
is
the Jupyter Notebook,
for the most
we
part.
prompt our model to generate a picture
The bottom
of Toy
end of the
Jensen in
range.
space.
We'll make it
But
green.
because our model has never seen Toy Jensen, it creates an irrelevant result. To fix this, we fine-tune the model with 8 images of Toy Jensen,
Come
then
on.
prompt again. The result is much more accurate. Then, with AI Workbench, we deploy the new model in our enterprise application. This same simple process can be applied when customizing LLMs such as Llama 2 70B. To accommodate this much larger model, we use AI Workbench
Llama's,
to scale to the data
Google's
center, accessing
AI.
a server with 8 NVIDIA L40S GPUs. We tune with 10,000
think.
USD
I'm
code
pretty sure
snippets
it's
and nearly
Google's.
30,000 USD functions built by NVIDIA, which teaches the model to understand 3D USD-based scenes. We call our new model ChatUSD. ChatUSD is a USD developer's co-pilot, helping answer questions and generate USD Python code. With NVIDIA AI
I wanna
Workbench,
learn
you can
Python.
easily scale your generative AI projects from laptop to workstation to data
I
center
have-
or cloud with a
I
few
haven't
clicks.
started because you can use it with trading and stuff like that. It's more like statistic. It's for like statistical
Everybody can do this.
things.
Just have to come to our website, download NVIDIA AI Workbench. Anybody could do this. Now, it turned out my parents
All right,
gave
bet,
me a
bet,
Swedish name.
bet. See if I'll
No,
come.
It's Jensen. And
See if
I'm
I'll
pretty sure that
show
when
up
they looked up Toy
and make a
Jensen,
meme
that's why it
or make
turned out
a
that
new
way.
thumbnail.
And it took a few more examples to turn them into Toy Jensen. Okay, so everybody can do this. Come to the website, early access, download AI Workbench. For the creator of the project, it helps you set up the libraries and the runtimes that you need. You can fine-tune the model. If you want to migrate this project so that all of your colleagues could use it and fine-tune other models, you could just tell it where you want to migrate it to, and one click, it'll migrate the entire dependency of the project, all the runtimes, all the libraries, all the complexities, and it runs on workstations, it runs in the data center, it runs in the cloud. One single body of code, one single project allows you to run literally everywhere. And so everybody can be a generative AI practitioner. Well, what makes it possible to do all this is this other piece of code called NVIDIA AI Enterprise. This is essentially the operating system of modern data science and modern AI. It starts with data processing, data curation, And just, data processing
Snowflake,
represents some 40, 50, 60%
ServiceNow,
of the amount of computation
right?
that's really done
AWS,
before
Google,
you do the
Dell.
training of the model. So data processing, then training, then inference and deployment, all of those libraries, there are 4,500 different packages that are inside the
I
NVIDIA
mean,
AI Enterprise with 10,000
I
dependencies.
honestly don't
This
even know if it's
represents
new.
Literally
I gotta
the
be honest
NVIDIA
with you.
30-year body of work.
Sure, they've had it for a
Starting
while.
CUDA, all the CUDA acceleration libraries,
And if you
and everything
kind of
else
like
is
are into that
accelerated
stuff
for
and kind of
GPUs
read
that
it,
are
like I'm sure
a
that
couple of 100 million
they've
GPUs
just been
that are all
showing what it can do.
CUDA
Like
compatible,
it's
make
maybe,
it-
yeah.
make
There's
all
just
of them run.
probably
It has the ability to support
showing you what it can do.
multi-GPU in a multi-node environment, and every single version of our GPU, 100% compatible with everything. And this operating system of AI, if you will,
They said,
has
"Yo,
been
talk to stock
integrated
up. You gotta really
into
talk to
the
stock
cloud,
up."
integrated with leading operating systems.
I'm
like
just
Linux
kidding.
and
Nvidia
Windows,
doesn't have to do that.
WSL2,
Nvidia is a beast.
Windows subsystem for Linux. The second version, WSL2, has been optimized for CUDA, and supports VMware. The body of work that we've done with VMware is incredible. This took several years.
I might have
do,
to go
couple,
for a
2.5
walk here in a
years,
minute.
for us to make VMware be CUDA compatible,
go,
CUDA aware,
Right over to the
multi-GPU
store. I
aware,
mean,
and still have all the benefits of an enterprise, one pane of glass, resilient, virtualized data center. And so this entire stack of NVIDIA AI Enterprise, this is really the giant body of work that makes all of this possible. As a result, literally everything that you would like to run will be supported by the ecosystem we're talking about here. It's also integrated above the stack into MLOps applications to help you with the management and the coordination of doing data processing, data-driven software in your company, as well as will be integrated into AI models that will be provided by ServiceNow and Snowflake. Okay, so NVIDIA AI Enterprise is what makes NVIDIA AI
to be in
Workbench
production, I
possible
got you.
in the first place.
Yeah, well, I
we have
figured that this has already been.
These
I think they were
incredible
probably
models that are
just showing you it,
that are
but I'm
pre-trained
sure a
and
lot of
open
these
source. We
a
can
lot of
now
these people
train
probably
them
already
and
knew that it
fine-tune them
was
on AI
coming out.
Workbench.
That's all.
You could
That's really
run
all
it
I meant.
anywhere because of
Like-
AI Enterprise. Now we just need some powerful machines. We have powerful machines in the cloud, of course. DGX Cloud has many footprints around the world. But wouldn't it be great if you had a powerful machine under your desk? And so today
Yeah.
we're announcing our latest generation Ada GPU, Ada Lovelace GPU, the most powerful GPU we've ever put in
Look
the
how
workstation.
big that thing is, man. Holy shoot.
Oh gosh, darn it! I just put my fingerprints on there. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can actually.
That's not me. Could you?
How much you guys
Hey,
think
can I
that
have
is?
this cleaned in the future?
How much do you think that is?
My bad. Yuck. Let me show. That's the worst product launch ever, you guys. The CEO pulls it out and goes, "Yuck." This is the data center version of Ada Lovelace. Sorry, everybody. My bad. They worked so hard. It was perfect. It's like beautifully lacquered. I'm sad. I'm super sad. Okay. Anyways. Thank you. And that's why you should rehearse. All right, it goes into these amazing workstations, and these amazing workstations packs up to 4 of these GPUs.
Oh,
It
4 of
packs
them.
up to 4
Oh,
NVIDIA RTX
Jesus
6000s,
Christ.
the most
Look at
powerful
that. 1, 2,
GPUs
3.
ever created.
They only have
and
3
it
stacked.
run real-time ray tracing for Omniverse, as well as
Dude.
train, fine-tune, and inference large language models for generative AI. And it's available from Box and Dell and HPI and Lambda and Lenovo, and it's available now. Okay, so we're in production with these workstations.
How much
and
is it?
With, as I mentioned, Hugging Face to AI Workbench, NVIDIA AI Enterprise, running on Windows 11 with WSL2, you have an amazing AI machine. You could fine-tune GPT-3, 40 billion parameter GPT-3 in about 15 hours. on nearly 1 billion tokens. And so you
Oh,
can
wow.
take your proprietary data, your curated data, you could maybe,
GPT-3
bring,
40B.
all of your PDFs, and you could fine-tune this model before you ask it, prompt it and ask it questions.
RTX workstations.
SDXL could be trained, and after it could be fine-tuned, as I mentioned, we showed you an example of us fine-tuning it with Toy Jensen. You can now generate 40 images
What do you guys think they
per
are?
minute.
Oh,
If you're
okay.
only
It's
looking
not too
per
bad.
minute,
Well,
you're gonna
well,
s-
this is probably
this
showing you the
workstation will
12,000
will
one.
pay for
I
itself.
guarantee you that
You know,
that's a
who
ThinkStation,
knows?
but I want the
Depending on
workstation.
how much you use generative AI
Um,
these days, it could pay for itself in months. Like I said, the more you buy, the more you
RTX.
save.
So it's a
Okay.
GPT-3.
Incredibly fast, incredibly
GPT-340.
powerful, and it's all yours.
GPT-340.
It produces answers in seconds,
GPT-3.
not minutes. For some of the services that are out there. Okay, and so another
40
incredible machine are the
B.
servers, and these servers, as you know, getting GPUs in the cloud these days is no easy feat. And
What?
now you can buy it.
So I'm not.
Okay, you could have your company buy it for you and put it in the data center.
Okay,
And
there
there's
we
a whole
go.
bunch of these servers, a whole bunch of different
Hold
configurations.
on.
I don't know if you guys could see this. This is a server that has up to 8.
Jesus.
Of,
Look at that, 8.
L40S.
Now, this is like
8 of
20,
Lovelace
30
GPUs.
grand.
And of course, these are not going to be used for frontier models. These are not designed to train large frontier models like GPT-4 or GPT-5. These are really used for mainstream models today that you can download from Hugging Face, or NVIDIA could work with your company to create based on our language model called NeMo. We could create models that are mainstream today that you could
1,
use in just
2,
about all
3,
kinds of
4,
applications
5, 6,
around
7,
your
8.
company. And
8
you
of
can
them
fine-tune
things
it with
stacked in
these
there. Could you imagine?
The fine-tuning
You
of
couldn't
a
you couldn't do any
GPT-3
you couldn't put a
model.
hurting on
Okay,
that
so
thing.
this is GPT-3 40 billion parameters. Takes about 7 hours for about 1 billion tokens. And so 15 hours in a workstation with 4 GPUs, of course, takes less with 8 GPUs. And just this fine-tuning, this is 1.5 times faster than our last generation A100. And so L40S is a really terrific GPU for enterprise scale fine-tuning of
It's
mainstream.
like, look at
large
the little
language
gold
models.
bars they
You can
put
also
in
use
it.
it for, of course, synthesizing and generating images. Okay, so generative AI for everyone. Everybody could do it now. Hugging Face, NVIDIA AI Workbench, NVIDIA AI Enterprise, these amazing new enterprise systems that are in production today. All right, let's change gears and talk about what's going on at SIGGRAPH this year. I'm pretty sure all of you have already heard about OpenUSD. OpenUSD is a very big deal. SIGGRAPH 2023 is all about OpenUSD. OpenUSD is visionary and is going to be a game changer. OpenUSD
Yeah.
is
It's
a
putting
framework
in a reverse head and
universal
shoulders
interchange
actually. That's a really nice
for
head and shoulders.
creating 3D
It's
worlds,
putting in.
for
To be
describing,
honest with you.
for compositing.
That is a nice
for
head and
simulating,
shoulders.
for
There's your left
collaborating
shoulder,
on
head,
3D projects.
right shoulder, guys. That is nice. You want to see volume.
OpenUSD
These are
is
the
going
patterns
to
I
bring
like.
together
Where you have a
data
neckline. Look at that
onto
neckline.
one standard 3D interchange, and has the opportunity to do.
I mean,
for
I
the
just
world
don't like this,
computing
but
what
NVIDIA
HTML
will be
did
announcing new,
for the 2D web.
announcing NVIDIA OBX
let me
servers,
look at the
Finally,
5
an
minute.
industry standard,
GPU.
powerful and extensible 3D interchange
That's the
that brings the whole
Delta Alpha.
world
It's on the
together.
5 minute.
A
Looks
really
decent on the
big deal.
5 minute
Now
too.
let's take a look at why it is such a
I
visionary
would
thing that
think
Pixar
you
did.
start
It
getting
was
some
invented,
volume.
uh,
And look,
well,
you see what I mean?
exactly when they
Like
invented it, but they open sourced it in 2015.
on the
And,
right
they've
hand
been,
side,
of
if it's a
course,
bullish
using this
pattern, on the
framework
uptrends is where you want to
for
see
over a
the
decade, building amazing
is where
3D
you want to
content.
see the
Well, the 3D pipeline is incredibly
uptrend.
complicated. The 3D
Or
workflow
is where you wanna-
specialized and complicated.
the
You got
the up
designers
part
and
of the
artists and
patterns is where you
engineers.
want to see the
They all
volume. Yeah, look at
specialize
that,
in
guys.
some part of the
Look
3D
at that.
workflow.
Boom,
It
boom,
could be
boom.
modeling and texturing.
So I'm
materials,
with you, bro. I'm with you.
physics
I really
simulation,
am.
animation,
Maybe
set
we get a
design,
failed breakout,
scene
but
composition.
you know that's why they play the game.
There are so many parts and so many different tools. And because the tools are created by different companies and largely incompatible. Import and exporting
Hi,
data
babies.
conversion is just
Here she
part of the-
comes, a little
part of the
turkey
workflow.
butt.
And because they're
You
incompatible,
okay?
because there's all this import and exporting,
Okay.
fundamentally, the workflow
Alright,
has
guys,
to be
let's do
serialized.
this.
It's impossible to parallelize that.
Did you
And
wake up from
converting,
your
of course,
nap?
all of this data is cumbersome and is error prone. And so this workflow is fundamentally complex. You could argue that was just designed to be complex. And this is one of the reasons why creating these incredible 3D animation movies are so expensive.
Oh,
the
baby. I get it. Hold
visions-
on.
The first
Look,
vision, of course,
look at this, guys. I'll get you
Open
something to
USD
eat.
is
I'm
to put the
coming.
data
Hold
at the
on.
center. Could you imagine
Okay.
if every
Hi.
single tool
Hello.
was natively compatible with USD, and as a result,
She's
data
really
gravitates
loud.
to the
See
center,
what I mean, guys?
everybody was working
Okay,
parallel,
okay. Come
the
on, we need
interchange
volume
and
there,
conversion goes
guys.
away.
Yes.
and instead of a
Look
serialized
at the
model,
pattern. That's a
paralyzed
beautiful inverse head and shoulder. So if you ever ask yourself
this
or
way
say, "Hey, I think I see a hidden,
of course, is
I think I see a head and
appealing,
shoulders,
and it's one of the
inverse
reasons
head
why
and
the
shoulders,"
vision of
there you
OpenUSD
go. If it don't look like
get
this or come close to
well,
it,
there's some 50
and it doesn't
tools
have a
available.
neckline or
The
anything,
industry loves the vision.
you probably don't
OpenUSD
see it.
already has a
We
rich
need that
ecosystem.
increase in
Some
volume.
50 tools are now compatible with OpenUSD.
Oh,
natively.
yeah, you
170
talking.
contributors in the USD forum from
I
about
know you're
100
hungry.
companies.
Just hold
So
on.
you got a lot of people
Don't
really
jump down.
interested in this, and the
Hi,
momentum
sweet pea.
is growing.
Hi,
It's being
sweet
adopted
baby
in
girl. Yep,
architecture,
that's a nice
engineering,
pattern
and
there, guys.
construction,
Look for the
manufacturing,
break and
so many
retest. Let's
different
see if we break
fusion
VWAP.
robotics.
You gotta break
We're engaged
VWAP.
with
We gotta
companies
break
in so many
VWAP.
different parts of the industry, all excited about
Gotta
USD
break
because
VWAP.
everybody's workflow, like creating movies, is
It's only
complicated.
$1
This is no
wide
different
though.
than a company who's in manufacturing, a company who's trying to build a new building. So many different specialists, so many different contractors, so many different parties coming together to build something complex. For the very first time, we have a interchange, a standard interchange that can bring everybody together. So super, super exciting. Well, 5 years ago, we started working with Pixar, and we adopted USD as the foundation of Omniverse. Our vision was to create these virtual worlds that make it possible for us to bring world design into the applications that I mentioned. Industrial digitalization at the core of many things that we want to do, not just for, of course,
Let me
creating
go
amazing
feed her real quick. Here
movies,
we go. Let's go
broadcast,
break it. We need
video
that
games,
volume.
but also to
We
take
need the
3D
volume.
worlds, physically based, real time, into the
Hold
world's
on.
industries. We felt
Hold
that
on.
we could make
Okay,
a
go
real
ahead.
impact. And so
Go ahead.
we selected USD. It was a brilliant move. The team made just a visionary move to partner with Pixar to select USD as the foundation of Omniverse. This is probably the world's first major platform, incredible database and engine system that was built completely from the ground up for USD. Every single line of code was designed with USD in mind. The platform for USD for describing, simulating, all the things that we just mentioned. And so Omniverse was designed to connect. It's not a tool in itself, it's a connector of tools. It's not intended to be a final production tool. It's intended to be a connector that make it possible for everybody to collaborate, interchange, share, live work. Okay, so Omniverse is a connector. Well, let's take a look at how the vision of OpenUSD came together. And this is just a fantastic illustration. Starting from the left here, I think this is Adobe Stager, Houdini. This is a modeling system, Maya, or animation system, modeling system. This is Omniverse, Blender, RenderMan, Pixar's RenderMan, and Unreal Engine from Epic, a game engine. Literally all OpenUSD. One data set ingested into everybody's tools, and it looks basically
I'm gonna
the
go
same.
feed her, guys. Just keep
Everybody's rendering
watch.
system is a little different.
That
So
volume's
quality
coming
rendering
in.
is
It's 12
a little
o'clock.
different from tool to tool, but
That's
one data set available
I haven't seen a
and
bullish
usable
pattern in a
right
while,
there.
and I see one
This
on
is
the
the
lows.
vision of
I gotta
OpenUSD.
try, but that volume
So
just,
incredibly powerful.
you know,
Well, we've
That's
been
not-
investing in USD now.
that's a
for
sign that
5 years.
that bullish trend's
This
not gonna
graph
hold.
is the 5
But we'll
year
see
round.
what
We've
happens.
been working on USD now for about 5 years, the SIGGRAPH. And we've been working on extending USD to real-time and physics-based systems for industrial applications. We brought RTX to it. We extended
DIA,
USD.
I'm telling you guys, it's so
with a
important.
schema for physics,
So
real-time physics
on
and
patterns,
we
whether
added,
they're bullish or
CAD to
bearish, look
USD,
at the
CAD to
volume.
USD
You
to
got, I'm telling you, it'll
automotive
save you
industry.
guys the
We
headache.
made it possible to understand geospatial data, to recognize and understand, comprehend, consider the.
You want
current
my
shape of
opinion? As much
Um,
as good as this
we
looks,
integrated it with
I
an
need
AI runtime.
I
as
need
well as
buy
a
side
framework
volume
to
to
build
be
generative
greater than
AI.
this cell.
For example, the deep
I
search
need
that we
it.
showed you,
Or I don't think that
ChatGPT
VWAP's
or
going to break.
ChatUSD that I'll
Even
show you
if
in
this
just a
thing
second.
comes up, I think you'll
We
get a failed
created-
breakout and it'll
we
just
extended
continue lower.
USD for assets that are physics accurate,
There's-
physics aware.
Oh
So we
man,
call it
there's
sim
news
ready. It's
also.
particularly interesting, particularly
There's also
important for
some
robotics
news.
applications, so that the joints
Shit.
move
Let
accordingly.
me go
and
feed
such.
her real quick and I'll be right back.
And we took USD and made it hyperscale so that we can expand it and grow it, make it support data sets of enormous scale, and put it in the cloud, connected it with OpenXR and RealityKit so that we can stream from the cloud to spatial computing devices. Well, for the last 5 years, we've been working on, Omniverse has been building and working, collaborating with the industry on USD. Let's take a look at this. Everything you're about to see is a simulation. Everything is real time. And so take a look at this. This is the latest of Omniverse.
That is badass looking. Look at the volume. Just be careful, please. I beg you. I beg of you. Please be careful. Look how low that volume is on the breakout. That's not what we want. Watch for the back test right there. Bang. See if you bring buyers in. You gotta have volume on this breakout. I've got it, baby. Hold on. Or you're gonna have a failed breakout. Come on, you need that volume. There's time in sales speeding up. It's pretty green. It's pretty green. Time in sales. Pretty damn red now, huh? I'm just gonna say I think that's a failed breakout. I really am. It looks beautiful. It's a perfect pattern right there. But I don't have the volume. Unless this bar right now, this bar or the next bar, gets higher than this selling, I can't trust it. I feel like it's a trap. I'm coming, Turkey. I'm coming. Just let me see this.
Doesn't that just make you happy? No art, all physics. Physics make you happy, doesn't it? Physics makes you happy. Okay, well, we wanted to put Omniverse everywhere. You could download Omniverse from our website and run it on your PC.
I
your
felt that
workstation.
sell side
For
come through
enthusiasts
there.
and designers,
I
that's
felt
that's
it.
perfect. You could also
Just get
license
like a lot of
Omniverse for
selling right
enterprise.
there.
And for enterprises that are using it across
Feels
many different
like-
organizations, we even set up a managed service for you inside your company. we're putting Omniverse now in the cloud so that we
See?
can host and serve up APIs
Look at that.
can be connected to developers and applications
Look
and
at it.
services so that
That's
you
a
can
nice-
have the
that's a
benefit
nice
of some of these
green.
amazing capabilities.
That's such a
So
nice
we're
pattern,
setting up
man. That's a
Omniverse in the
shame
cloud.
if
Now,
that doesn't
Omniverse,
hold.
as I mentioned before, is not a tool. It's a platform for tools. It's not a tool. It's a platform for tools. And we created a whole bunch of interesting tools to help you get started. There are reference applications, and many of them are open sourced. One application, for example, that I really love is Isaac Sim. It's a gym for teaching robots, for robots to learn how to be a robot. And because it's so physically accurate, the sim to real gap is reduced. And so theoretically, you should be able to learn as a robot how to be a robot inside Omniverse. And that neural network, that software, could then be put into a local embedded device like a Jetson or one of NVIDIA's Jetson computers, robotic computers, and the robot can perform its task. Okay, and so we would like to put Omniverse in as many places as possible. There's a whole bunch of different applications. And this SIGGRAPH, we're announcing a few new APIs, really cool APIs. Now, we demonstrated a really cool API just recently. It's called ACE, Avatar Cloud Engine. And so it understands speech, so you could do speech with it. It talks, it recognizes your voice, speaks to you based on what it's saying, based on the sound that it's making. It animates the face accordingly, audio to face. And so we call that the ACE engine in the cloud. We're going to show you a couple of new APIs. And this one API, this is the RunUSD API. Of course, this should be the first API. What do you guys think? Pretty cute, huh? And so you send to the cloud USD. And what comes out of the cloud, what streams from the cloud onto your device in OpenXR or RealityKit to your spatial computing device will be this incredibly beautifully rendered and, very importantly, interactive USD. So let's take a look at it. So for USD programmers,
nice
USD
job, bro, but-
developers, you will have hours of joy, just hours and hours of joy. And you can just create your USD content, USD asset, load it up on NVIDIA's Omniverse cloud, and enjoy the device, enjoy the asset on your device.
That's what's up,
Now,
bro.
this
Good
allows
job.
you,
There we
of
go.
course,
This is what we
to
need.
test the
We need the
compatibility.
volume. There we go. Look how green the time and
Now
sales
have
is
a
now.
universal
Okay,
compatibility
let's
test
go.
mode.
Now I can start
So whenever
thinking
you
about
have
being
USD
long.
content, big or small, you
But
can load it up on
I still
Omniverse-
need this
Omniverse
volume
cloud,
to get
and
up.
Independent of what
I
which
need
version of
volume.
USD that you're using, we'll test it for compatibility. Okay, and so this is going to be free for developers. There's another API that we're creating, and we showed you earlier how we used AI Workbench to
They
train,
might not, though. I'm going to be
this
honest,
model
bro.
to fine-tune
I don't
the
think
model.
it's going to
We
hold up.
started with,
This is
Llama
not
2,
going to
and
hold
we
if we
taught
don't
it,
get the volume we
taught it,
need.
fine-tuned it, for USD.
I mean, at least
So
that's how
let's
I've been
take a look at the
taught.
video.
Maybe, it's not
For
always
USD
correct, but
developers, building, profiling,
seen it
and
myself,
optimizing large 3D
this is
scenes
a
can be
beautiful
very
pattern.
complex
Everyone
process.
sees it.
ChatUSD
Beautiful
is an
neckline,
LLM
a
that's
break.
fine-tuned
Let's
with
look for the
USD
retest.
functions and Python
Where's
USD code
VWAP? You
snippets
also have
using
VWAP
NVIDIA
there.
AI Workbench and
So
the NeMo
if we
framework.
pull back,
This
I
generative
will be a
AI
buyer,
copilot is
and I'll
easily
give it a little bit of
accessed as an
room.
Omniverse Cloud API, simplifying your USD development tasks directly in Omniverse. Use ChatUSD for general knowledge, like to understand the geometry properties of your USD schema, or complete previously tedious, repetitive tasks, like generating code to find and replace materials on specific objects, or to instantly expose all variants of a USD print. ChatUSD can also help you build complex scenes, such as scaling a scene and organizing it in a certain way in your USD stage. Build bigger, more complex virtual worlds faster than ever with ChatUSD generative AI for USD workflows.
ChatUSD. ChatUSD. Now everybody can speak USD. And ChatUSD could be a USD teacher, it could be a USD co-pilot, and help you create your virtual world. Okay? Enhance your productivity incredibly. And this is going to be also available on the Omniverse Cloud. Well, I showed you some examples. Probably the largest opportunity for the world of IT, for software, and for artificial intelligence is to help revolutionize the world's heavy industries. There's just enormous amounts of waste, as we all know. $50 trillion worth of industry. Over the next several years before the end of the decade, there will be trillions of dollars of new EV factories, battery factories, and new chip fabs that are going to be built all over the world. Not to mention the enormous number of factories that are already in operation. Some 10 million factories are in operations today. This industry would love to be digital. They would love the benefits of all of our industries. But unfortunately, their industry has to be physically coherent. It's physically based. They build things, they build and operate physical things. But they would love to do it digitally, just like us. And so how can we help them do that? Well, this is where Omniverse and artificial and generative AI comes together for us to be able to help the heavy industries of the world digitalize their workflow. Just as modeling and texturing and lighting and animation and set design and so on and so forth are all done by different groups in a very complicated pipeline, this is very much the case of the world's heavy industries. Every one of their organizations, from design to styling to engineering and simulation and testing to factory building and design, factory planning to build the products, and even operating these software-defined robotics-assisted products in the future, all of this is done completely mechanically today. That entire flow could be digitalized, and it could be integrated for the very first time using OpenUSD. This is the incredible vision of OpenUSD.
This is what we want to
so
see.
excited about it. If we could only augment it with real-time capability,
We want to
and
see
simulation capability, and make it so that every single tool
if this
is
pullback
connected to Omniverse,
stays
we can
low like
visualize
this. You
the
don't want a
world's
big increase in
industries.
volume.
Well, their excitement
You don't want a big
is
increase.
enormous.
I promise
They all
you.
would love to have the productivity,
If you get this volume bar
would love
up
to
here
reduce the energy consumed, would love
and it
to
starts
reduce the
coming
waste,
up,
would love
that's
to
a
reduce the
that's
mistakes
that's
in
going
digital
to be a
long
failed
before
break
they
of the
have to build
neckline.
anything
I
physical.
promise you.
And so this is Mercedes. They're
So
using
far,
Omniverse to digitalize their manufacturing
it's not
lines.
bad. It's still very low.
This is Mercedes using
Low volume
Omniverse to
pullback.
simulate autonomous vehicles. This is BMW using Omniverse to digitalize their global network of factories, some 30 factories.
It's coming
They're now
up.
building it in Omniverse without breaking ground and doing the entire integration a year before the factory is actually even built.
Give me another pullback.
Using Omniverse to simulate new electric vehicle production lines.
Come on, give me the
Remember
pullback.
the placement of the factory, the planning of the factory.
God damn it! I
programming of
should
all
have
these
taken my
robotic
entry there,
systems
but
are just incredibly complicated. In the future, entire factories will be software defined. The factory will be robotic,
I took
orchestrating
nope,
a whole
not
bunch
in
of
yet.
robots
Not in yet.
that are building cars
Not
that
in.
themselves are robotic. So robots building orchestrating robots building robots. So that's the future, and everything is all software driven. Everything is all AI enabled. This is BMW using AI to drive their operations. This is Wistron using Omniverse to digitalize their production line to build this machine. As I mentioned, 35,000 parts, incredibly complicated. One of the most expensive, one of the most valuable
So far, that's
instruments that's made
at least-
anywhere. And so having that line be completely robotic and automated is really important. This is Pegatron using Omniverse to digitalize PCB manufacturing. Again, this is the PCB of this incredibly complicated PCB motherboard. This is the most complex motherboard the world's ever made.
yeah.
TechMan is using Omniverse to
believe
test
it.
and simulate cobots. It's not surprising to you, but most cobots, most robots today are not very autonomous, not very AI driven. Programming the robots usually cost way more than the robots themselves. I heard a statistic that the robot for a manufacturing arm for the automotive industry is something along the lines of $25,000. Not very much, but programming it could cost $250,000, which is very sensible. We would like to have AI.
You should be able to get back in, man.
Programming these autonomous.
Buy more.
Autonomous limbs. So Techman is using Omniverse to test and simulate cobots.
Or if you're using
They're also
Margin,
using
have like 2
Omniverse
different
to build
brokerages set up.
applications to automate optical inspection. Of course, for PCB lines, the cameras can be stationary. The product, the manufacturing device system is just rolling by you. But for many things like cars and other very complicated systems,
Look at your
the
RSI.
optical inspection has to follow the curvature and, of course, the various contours and shapes of the product.
I'm just looking at it.
Hexagon is using Omniverse to connect
From both
just
sides
as
of
we
the aisle.
connect the tools all over the world. Hexagon
I
is
got ya.
using Omniverse to connect their own tools. This is one of the most powerful things that they observed in Omniverse. Whereas they had different
All right, let's
groups,
find
different
out what it
teams were in
is.
silos, and because they're incompatible
I'd be
tools,
willing
getting them to connect together was
to just
hard.
about take the
And so
short.
this was a company organization and a company management
I'm leaning
challenge.
short.
So very first time using
I really am.
Omniverse, they broke down the silos, they connected all the different
I
teams.
at least want to
and they
get back
became
down
one
here. I
unified
want something
company
to
for the
change.
very first time. Really, really cool.
I need this
This
trade.
is Ready
I
Robotics
need it to
using Omniverse
change.
to build applications
If it's
to
going to be
simplify
bullish, it needs to
the
start showing me that it's going to be
robot
bullish.
programming process. In the future,
Look at this.
robot programming is probably going to be about explaining in prompts what you would like the robot to do, showing it a few examples, and just as we taught our language model, our generative model Toy Jensen, just as we taught the generative
Okay.
model USD, we're going to
Turkey,
teach
come
a
here.
generative model of the future.
Come here.
Robotic generative model.
Come say
a few
hi.
examples, and it will
Come
be able
say hi to
generalize
all
and
the
do that
people.
task.
I don't know if you
Amazon
guys
is
can
using
hear.
Omniverse to digitalize their warehouse.
Come say
The
hi to all the
warehouse is
people.
robotic. Giant
Come here.
system.
You saying hi to all the
Help,
people?
help their workers inside not have to work us. Walk
She
us
heard
far.
me on the other screen. She's
Amazon
looked
is
up.
using
Like,
Omniverse to simulate their fleet
say
of
hi to the
AMRs.
people?
These are autonomous
You say
moving
hi?
robots.
you say hi.
And using Omniverse to generate
Say
synthetic
hi.
data.
You gonna say
train
hi?
The perception models, the computer vision models of
Huh?
these robots. You can also use Omniverse to create
gonna
a
say hi?
digital twin. NVIDIA is creating a digital twin of the Earth, the climate
Sorry,
system of
guys.
the Earth.
I didn't know I had the mic
Deutsche
on.
Bahn is using Omniverse to create a digital twin.
down.
of
Nobody
their
see your butt.
entire railway
Nobody can see your
network,
butt.
so they could operate it completely
How
in
bad,
digital.
please?
Now, in order for that to happen, Omniverse has to be real time. Well, let me show you one more example. And this
Are you
one
hungry?
example,
Where you gonna jump down?
is about
Where you going?
human
What are you
human
doing?
designers, architects
Where you
working
going?
side by side with generative AI models from different applications and different companies. And together, they will automate and try to and
All right,
help do
watch out. She starts to hold here.
a lot more rapidly. Okay, roll it.
I turn it off and he says
Planning
roll it.
industrial spaces.
Look at the low
like
volume. That's a
factories or
really low
warehouses,
volume
is a long,
pullback.
complex process.
We could get a nice low
Let's
volume
see how you
pullback.
can use
Bang, let's
NVIDIA
bring in some
Omniverse
buyers.
and generative AI to connect your
That's all I'm looking
OpenUSD
for.
to fast-track planning
I want
concepts,
confirmation
like a storage extension to
that
an
this is
existing
going
factory.
to hold up. If
Use
I
SyncTwin's Omniverse
dig,
extension to
dig
quickly
my feet
convert a
into
2D
this
CAD floor
position,
plan into a 3D
dig my toes into
OpenUSD
this
model,
position, I want to know that
and populate
probabilities
it
are
with
great.
SimReady OpenUSD assets using Omniverse's AI-enabled deep search.
yeah, man, I'll
Then
see you
use
on the live,
prompts to
buddy. Thanks
generate physically
thanks
accurate
for,
lighting
stopping
options
by,
with
man.
Blender GPT. Realistic floor materials with Adobe Firefly,
I'm still waiting for this pattern to.
and an HDRI
Play
SkyDome
itself
with
out.
Blockade Labs.
It's having trouble up here. I know why, because it doesn't have any volume.
To see the new space in context, compose it on a CZM geospatial plane next to your existing factory digital twin. Then, to share with stakeholders, use one click to publish the proposal to Omniverse Cloud GDN, which serves a fully interactive review experience to any device.
Fast track your factory planning process with NVIDIA Omniverse and generative AI.
How incredible is that? Remember, it started with a 2D PowerPoint slide, and it ended with a virtual factory in spatial computing. That is incredible. PowerPoint to a virtual factory. 2D to spatial 3D. So this is the future. This is the future, and this is how everything comes together. USD, of course, is foundational in that journey, and Omniverse foundational in that journey, and generative AI. Well, this is what Omniverse is. We're super excited about the work that we're doing here. We're so happy that we chose OpenUSD as the foundation of Omniverse, and all of the work that we've done to extend it into real time, into physics-based applications. The number of partners that we have is just growing incredibly, and it covers so many different industries, as I mentioned, from manufacturing to robotics and others. And we hope, and this is the beginning of a journey, that we will finally be able to digitalize, to bring software-driven, artificial intelligence-powered workflows into the world's heavy industries, the $50 trillion worth of industries that are wasting enormous amounts of energy and money and time all the time, because it was simply built on technology that wasn't available. And so
Sorry guys, I didn't mean to cough in there. I'm going to
digitalization.
start.
Well, all of this momentum that we've already seen with OpenUSD is about to get
I'm going to start
turbocharged.
going over these charts.
Alliance
Man,
for
if this thing
OpenUSD
holds,
was announced with
that's going to be
Pixar,
surprising. I would be
Apple,
very
Adobe,
surprised.
Autodesk, NVIDIA as the founding members. The
I would
Alliance's
be very
mission
surprised
is to
if the
foster
SPY holds,
development
guys.
and standardization of OpenUSD. And
Nothing is
accelerate
100%,
so
but the
whatever momentum we've already
probability
enjoyed, the vision that
that
we've
this
already
at least
enjoyed, is about to get kicked into
comes back in the
turbocharge.
test.
Well, I want to
I
thank
mean,
all of
unless
you
you get
for
a
coming
big
today.
volume break
we
higher.
talked about SIGGRAPH 2023 for us is four things. It's about
I
the
just can't
transition
trust it.
of a new computing model. The very first time in decades that the computing architecture is going to be fundamentally redesigned, from the processor to the data center to the middleware, the AI algorithms, and the applications that it enables. The processor we created for this era of accelerated computing and generative AI is Grace Hopper, and we call it GH200. We have NVIDIA AI Workbench to make it possible for all of you to be able to engage generative AI. NVIDIA Omniverse now has a major release with generative AI, and of course, release and support for OpenUSD. And then finally, whether you want to compute in the cloud or do AI in your company underneath your desk or in your data center, we now have incredibly powerful systems to help you all do that. I want to thank all of you for coming, but before you go, I have a treat for you. This is an anniversary, I understand, of computer graphics. SIGGRAPH has been a really special event and a very special place, and computer graphics, as you know, is the driving force of our company and very dear to us. We have dedicated probably more time, more engineering, more R&D, quarter of a century, over a quarter century, well, 30 years, dedicated to advancing computer graphics. I don't
Research
know any
and development.
company who has
For anyone that
invested
doesn't know
so
what
much.
R&D is.
This industry is dear to us.
Research
the work that
and
you do is dear to
development.
us. And if not for the work that you do, all of you who come to SIGGRAPH each year, how is it possible that AI would have achieved what it is today? How would it be possible that Omniverse would be possible or OpenUSD would be possible? So we made something special for you. Please enjoy.
It all started over 50 years ago with a simple question. What if a computer could make pictures? How could we use them? And what would they look like generations from now?
Hello, folks. I'm Mr. Computer Image.
It's so sick.
Welcome in. I hope you're hungry.
Look how real that is. Wow. JPEG or PNG. That's crazy. DaVinci. I'm actually working on DaVinci. It's funny. I'm working on that right now. It's what I'm doing the videos with.
Thank you all for coming. Have a great SIGGRAPH 2023.
I keep thinking he says cigarette.
And remember, accelerated computing and generative AI. The more you buy, the more you save.
100. Oh, they won't let me be hood and put 100. 100. Hooray. Cigarette 2023. Sorry, I know it's probably just making fun stuff. Cigargraph. Oh, is that the rejection? How unfortunate. Oh, the lost souls. Does that say Tesla on it? It does say Tesla. Nah. Nah. This what I'm looking at is I'm looking at. I was trying to look at Nvidia's. I wanted to see how much they wanted to charge. I wanted to see how much they wanted for one of those. Let's see here. Come on.
Teamsters calling on the Congress and the White House to pass and enact new legislation that prioritizes workers throughout corporate bankruptcy process.
It's probably not going to give us Intel Xeon.
Yellow corporations filed for Chapter 11.
Class. Come on, I want it. I want it. I just want to see how much it is. Z8 Fury. I'll just look that up because I'm not sitting here running through this. Z8 Fury. Yeah, I don't really need a new computer because 19's. I just gotta make sure my little girl's okay. Because I haven't even used up nearly anything on this computer. I haven't used up anything at all. Like, I don't even think my hard drive has even 1%, 2%. It doesn't even have 2% usage right yet. And I have a little bit of stuff on here. We can actually find out. Shit, how do I get there? Let's see. Let's see here. No, this is not what I want to see. Commercialization, accounts, time language. This is not what I wanted to see. I forget how I got there. Dang it. No, this isn't it either. Okay, baby, hold on. I don't know. I have to go look through it and see. I was actually just checking these out, though. That's all. I wanted to see what these Z8 Fury desktop. Okay, baby, I'll get you something to eat. I'll get it. Come here. No. Okay. Alright, fuck it. I'm not worried about it. I'll look it up later on. I just wanted to see what they were wanting for it. Alright, so guys, let's see what happens here with the SPY. That we're starting to get a decrease in sell volume. Where'd you go? Come here. So let's see if we can turn this into support. Because now we're starting to get a low volume pullback on the SPY. Let's see if we can turn this into a bullish setup. I want to see. Come on, I'll get you something to eat. I know you're hungry. Okay, cool. Yeah, because like I said yesterday, like Bitcoin was at that area where it had to hold. Bitcoin had to hold because it was going to dump if it didn't. Baby, I'm coming. Hold on. She's just hungry. She's impatient. She's going to start running around because she's mad and doesn't think that I know. See, you see that? Like if I pull this up, you guys can see how it's like, let me restart it. You can see how it's like, if you do not hold this, where are you going to go? You're going to dump. It's going to come back down here. If it did not hold that. Because it's previous support or resistance. Alright? You broke out through it. You broke through it. You pull it back. Bang. So that's what I want to see. We also have a range that I'm looking at for Bitcoin. So I was actually looking at them names myself. Alright? If I do say so myself. Alright? See what we do at the top of the range. We're putting in a range there. That's what I got. That's what I got. So Bitcoin is on the watch. I forgot to bring it up last night. There was a couple things I wanted to bring up last night and I never did. But I'll have it all good and I'll have everything ready tonight on the live. Like I'm not going to just say everything twice and this and that. So should be a lot better from here on out. But good luck with that trade, man. Good luck with it. Alright, let's see what's about to happen here in the markets. There's been some crazy traffic out front of my house all day today. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. So, what did I say, gang? It's a matter of time. You gotta get volume that's heavier than this cell volume for this to hold. Right? If it does hold, then maybe we do start to get that. Okay, so if you want to front run the move, that's up to you. But look at this. The buyers aren't buying today. I don't know why. Look at that. You should get even on this candle, you should be getting a nice amount of buying to hop in there. Nvidia's rejecting. I mean, you do have this banking stuff. I said from the jump, this is a beautiful pattern, right? For the most part, it had it's got a little chipped shoulder. Sometimes things happen, and you kind of get cut along the way, or you come out just deformed or something. But there you go. You want to see a change. Looks like it's trying to put in a change in momentum and shift things. There you go. That's what you want to see. You want that time in sales to just light up the board. But you really want to see when this comes up, that volume comes up, it moves up with it. So the volume's still shit. It's still bad. It probably breaks this level off of this 9 EMA. Right? I would expect a breakdown. I expect it to just do this. Play around. And we break. And we break. And we're coming down here to 445.90. So I did not miss anything for just yet. Things can change. Right? The trade can change. That's why it's important, if you're not even in a trade, to think about that. And even if you are in a trade, it's even more important to say, hey, has anything about the trade changed? So far, no. All the volume is to the sell side, at least on the 3-minute. You got to look at the 15-minute. That's another one. What's the Qs doing? What are the Qs and IWM and Dow doing? Because in relation to them and where they're headed, who is the leader, who is the laggard, and what's the direction? The leader should show us the direction, right? We should know the direction because we could use that as arbitrage. A lot of people don't know that. I do it all the time. You find the NASDAQ, you find the Dow being the leader and the NASDAQ's the loser. Well, you could play the SPY long with the Dow and possibly the NASDAQ short, on pullbacks. I don't know why this is so loud like it is. So I apologize if you're hearing me twice. We need So yeah, that's not, see, that's a lower, that doesn't look as good as what happened on the SPY. So there we go. At least my analysis was correct. I figured we would not hold that level. It doesn't mean that's not a double bottom on the Qs and that something can't change right now, because something could change. News could come through. You could just have anything happen. But again, there was just something about that pattern that I was like, the volume isn't there where it needs to be. It's a really nice setup. And a lot of people are going to take this setup long. Whoa, no, I want 5. They're going to take this setup long saying, I see a reverse head and shoulders. And you're right, you do. You do have a reverse head and shoulders. But you got to watch the volume. You have to. Gotta watch the volume. She's still holding. If it doesn't break, maybe we get that volume. It's lunchtime. There you go. You see how it bounced and then the volume went up? I feel like the Qs are going to try and hold this level. I feel like the Qs are making it support. Alright, so there's a 5-minute break below the 90 MA. See if it turns it into resistance. And gets sold off.
LLY, Lilly Wells Fargo raising its price target to $615.
$615 for a stock that's... I like Eli Lilly, don't get me wrong, but it's so capital intensive and I don't know. That's funny. See what I mean? Man, that's such a beautiful pattern. What do you guys think? That's such a beautiful pattern, isn't it? Most expensive stock you've bought or option contract? I think they're all about the same. I mean, the only expensive stock really that there is Berkshire. That's what, 400,000 a share? I think that's about it. I mean, I've bought in Google, I've bought Amazon, I've bought Chipotle. They were in the 1200s. Like, even as like a position size, like, you know, my position size usually stays the same. It's just like, let's say if I'm playing options, like if I play options and the SPY, they're 50 cents and I'm buying 50 contracts at $5,000, well, I can go to Tesla, and then if they're $3 a contract, then I will do the math. You know, I'm still spending the same amount of money for each play because, again, my stop loss according to the chart, really. So I don't really change it up. I don't really do more. What I will do is do less. You know, like yesterday, buying puts at the end of the day, buying a few contracts at the end of the day. You know, so usually it doesn't change. This week I bought 10 contracts on Tesla yesterday. Really nice day. You know, could I have bought more? Sure, I could have. But I wanted to start the week off on the right foot and kind of get back in the saddle and start. There you go. Look at that. What do we got? What did we just have? Look. That is a sign that we might be able to get higher. The RSI is a bit high. You have a MACD crossover, right? That's not good signs. This is saying, hey, shorter term, like towards the end of the day, this might be the new high for the MACD and RSI. And you might start seeing some lower price action. But watch that. Sorry, I want to see what we do here. That was a sign right there, guys, that we could hold this level. This is what I was waiting for. Something like this. Some buying that came in like that. I took some. I'm in calls. Had that order just sitting there waiting. We'll see what happens. I'm going to need more volume. I'm going to need this thing to really show me it wants to do it. So we'll see what happens with this. But the biggest, I don't really have the most, like, you know, it's always usually been around the same. I haven't really focused on like how much I'm putting out because I try to like not overdo myself and just worried about how much did I lose. You know, I'm worried about how much am I going to lose if I'm wrong. I have done some stupid stuff. Yes. I have bought, you know, 50 contracts and I wasn't ready for it. There was too much. There was just too much. There was too many. You know, there was too big of numbers that were just going back and forth that I couldn't handle at one. It was years ago. When I say years ago, I don't mean like, oh, it was way back in my day. It was like 3 years ago. It was like 2.5, 3 years ago. It's like 2019. You know, when I really started getting some stuff under my belt, trying to move up and, you know, and just, you know, losing $2,000 in a matter of less than 30 seconds. And, you know, that sick feeling, right? Been there, done that. Not once, not twice.
Final trades on CNBC.
About 3 times.
CB Chubb, MS Morgan Stanley, CBS.
And only for it to come back in the area, you know. So I just, that's not really. So there we go. These are green now. We're up 5%. I'm gonna hold them for a little bit, but that volume, I might take it. We need volume. These are going to go red if you don't take profit. Look, if you don't get any more type of volume coming out of this thing, I'm telling you right now. Let me look real quick. Let me look on the SPY to see what we can do. There we go. Okay, there we go. So there's our 10%. There's our 12%, 15%. Oh my gosh, 20%. Let's take some off. I'm taking some off right there, guys. It should pull back. It should get a pullback there. Yes, sell it into strength. Strength. On the strength. It's a nice little 20% gain. Nice little $200. It was probably a little over $200, but it's around $200. 20%. 20% on $1,000. $200, right? If my math is correct. Let's see here. Let's go do this. I'm still not throwing out the idea that we could get a reversal, but that is a nice hold of VWAP. We held VWAP. Now the next step is to break this level and pull back and make it support. This turquoise line is Friday's close. Friday's close is this turquoise line. What you want to do is look for the break. The volume's coming in now. 94. I don't know, honestly. I really don't know. There's so many, you know, quarterbacks that have let, probably Alabama. I mean, I don't know who's going to compete. Who else is going to compete with Bryce, whatever his name is. I forget his name. I know his name. I just can't think of it right now. So there's another increase in volume. So I made some money there, right? Made 20%. So what would I do? I would take just a portion of those winnings and I'm going to throw some longs on to hold it to the end of the day, because what do we have now? I told you. Has the trade changed? Yes, it has. We have bullish volume telling us upside. Let's go. It's still not enough, as it's still not the same amount as the selling. Or like it still has not overpowered the selling, because you're just getting a few pops in volume there, but it still is not like, look at this volume bar, right? This volume bar is at 500,000 shares, right? 4.89 million. So, or 480,000, right? So we need at least 500,000 shares traded to the buy side, not 300,000, not 400,000. We need over 500,000 shares being traded in a 3-minute candle. Okay, we need it. Now, I guess you could count it, having it for an extended period of time, just green for consecutive candles. But you just want, you want to shake these shorts out. Okay, you really want to. I want to get more, but I still feel like we might be able to pull back to here. I still think we got to pull back. I think we get one and we need one. How about you? Who do you have winning the college championship? Or who's like your runner-up? I want to watch Illinois. I want to watch Illinois and see if they are as good as they were last year. Because I'm telling you right now, man, if they can redo anything that they did last year, they should beat Michigan for sure. Because they could have beat them last year. If that call didn't go their way, they very well would have won that game. 2, I think, it's going to be Alabama and Michigan runner-ups. And then I think on the back burners sitting there is Illinois. And nobody's really talking about them. The thing is when you have a season like that, let's see if you can run it back and repeat it. If all the same players are there. I got to do my work. I got to do my research on it. But are the players still there? Are they going to be able to perform at that level? They have the coach. I'm telling you guys, Illinois was nothing to play with last year. I think, I don't remember where this coach came from. He might even have coached for Wisconsin or something. I'm not sure. He was wearing one of my favorite watches, too. I remember watching the game when they came off the bus. I think it was a chocolate date. Heavy hitter. Those are what you call a heavy hitter. For the most part. So what do we got here? What do we got? What did we say? We could pull back into here. What happens? So now are we starting to get low volume sell side prints? Is this thing going to break out and extend all the way to new highs to this afternoon? Let's find out. I assure you, you break and close above this 447, you're going to have people running and gunning to the buy side. Look at it already doing it. Already doing it. Already buying. Look at that. Just keep buying. It's a book. It's a book. Not that it means anything, but it's a book. Look at that. Bang. Look at it. They're trying to get in front of the move to send it higher. They're trying to break it. Trying to break that wall up there. Because they know if they do, their buyers are in control. And that is the ultimate game. Who is in control? And can you place yourself on the same side of who's in control and withstand it emotionally? Which you shouldn't be emotional in the first place, but just in case you are. Oh, that's poopy. That's poopy. Come on, you're going to need to do better than that. This is a pivotal point because you got the bounce off of VWAP, bounce off of the neckline. You got the pullback off to the resistance, but you're finding support at the 90 MA to break up above it. You got to bring some volume in there to break up above it if you want to be long. You know, you need it. You got to bang, 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 bang. Shooting through my monitor, right? That's what we want right there. That's the price action we want. No pullbacks, parabolic moves. We want a parabolic move to 480. 480 end of day. That's what we want. That 90 MA just hooked. It just turned itself upright. It just swung itself up because it was flat. I just saw it swing itself up. I'm pretty sure. You bossed it. You bossed it. So I wonder if there's an accident or something going on, like right around where I'm at, because there's just a crazy amount of traffic that's been sitting outside all day. They might be paving or something too, but it just feels like there's no cars coming on the one side of the road. I'm getting tired from watching these screens and these numbers. So this is another low volume pullback. So to anyone, let's see. I think that's it. I think you got to think about being long now and anticipate the buy side volume, because they've either sold way too much, like they've sold their amount of shares, or they're just going to step aside and try and get in at, try and sell it at a better price. I just want to thank you guys for the likes. Okay, it's greatly appreciated. If you could, and you're just joining us, we're trying to get to 100 subscribers. We're gonna make we do a live stream. We trade here Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4. And I'm also trying to I'm wanting to reach out to a couple people to see if I can bring them on and have somewhat of an interview. And that's it's more than just an interview, but you know, kind of bringing out that like stuff that can help traders become better traders, you know. So like and just going over like information that you may not know, like how some of this world works, how do the markets precede some of the stuff that happens in the world. I mean, things like water, like what happens if something happens with water? You guys understand, like the amount of stuff that's needed, like if you've ever really thought about it, you know, for our food, for our food, you know, so there was a good topic on that on something I watched this weekend. I don't know. I actually was wanting to look to see, like if we start getting members, like, or getting people and members that are from like, you know, different areas. I don't know. I was kind of wanting to look around for. I was wanting to look at different homes and stuff. I was wanting to do a little bit of that, but I'm just a little groggy. I'm a little tired. Again, I was up late last night, you know, partying, drinking, hookers, cocaine, all that good stuff. You know, you only live once, so I'm a little tired. So there you go. That sell side volume is selling off a little bit. It's a good sign. That's a good sign if you're bullish. I just don't want you guys to get caught. I want you guys to recognize when it's a good time to possibly just, even if you just put on a starter position, let's say if you buy like 3, 4, 5, 10 contracts, 20 contracts, buy a couple, buy like 4, buy 2 or 3. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm saying these are things you can do to just help you and your risk out by putting a piece on. That way you're in the trade if it starts to go right. If you start to see volume come up, you're already in the trade. It's not about making money. That first tiering in, like putting a position on to just be in the trade in case it does what, it could possibly do. It's not about making money. You just want to be able to have that edge of, how do I say this? You just want to be able to put the position on and, already be on the trade and not necessarily front running it, because that's what you're avoiding is front running. You're not just going to throw all your eggs in one basket, but you're just going to put on a starter piece and say, hey, if things start to change, I'm already going to have a piece, and then you can add to it, right? You really start to see things happen, add to it, like right now, right? Yes, I already took profit. That's fine. I mean, I would hope you guys would too, because you're going to have big moves in both directions. The volume is still so low. I don't want you guys to fall for it. Not that it can't go up, because it's obviously going up, but what's the Q's doing? And if you guys have any type of questions or anything, if you haven't already, if you could give us a like, subscribe. If there's anything you guys want to go over, any trading lessons, anything at all, just holla at your boy. Look at that candle. Bang, bang. Nice little cup and handle. Boop. Man, that volume is so weak. It's so weak. There it is. You finally got the volume bigger than that sell side volume, guys. We finally got it. We finally got it. Finally got it there. Yes. Now it's safe to say that we're gonna get us a little bit of a rally here. Chances are the probabilities of us getting a nice little rally up here to 449, 448 is pretty high. There was a level I was looking for. If we did do this today, I was already thinking, I was thinking long and short minded coming into the day today, but I was also looking at it like let me show you. Let me see here. So where would I think a higher low would be put in? Things like that. Wow, look at this. You know what, guys? Look at this pattern here. No, come on. Oh, come on. 15-minute. Let's go to the gaff fill, baby. Let's go 449. That's what we want. I want 449. I want it, and it's my money, and I want it now. Right? No? Okay. Gotcha. Got it. I'll remember that. I remember that. Sorry guys, I'm getting tired. Man. There we go. How many people are going to buy the pullback, do you think? You think people just start coming in and hammering this pullback and they get long? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. My, whatchamacallit? I haven't, Probably sounds like he's taking a day off. We have tomorrow, or today's Tuesday, right? Tomorrow's Wednesday. We have Roblox in the morning. I'm so fucking tired, man. Thank you guys so much for liking the stream, subscribing. I'm trying to get to 100 subscribers. If you could take the time, subscribe. I'm going to try and give you guys a really good live stream tonight. Like a deep dive on, some of my thoughts. Tesla's trying to... It feels like Tesla's doing the opposite of the SPY now. Like, now Tesla feels weak as the SPY feels strong. Sense that? Do you guys sense that at all? And I feel like I sense that, like, Microsoft was way too weak. Like, it was over... Microsoft was just overly emotional to the downside. Like, it just said, I'm done. Apple gets all the credit. I'm done. I'm out of here. See you later. And it said bye. Even though Apple's been tanking. You know? I don't know. It's just me. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. And I'm just tired. And I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, shit. Alright guys, so let's see. So now it's changed up a little bit. We're coming into 130, getting a low volume pullback here on the SPY. Okay. Getting a low volume pullback. Let's look at AMD. What did we trade this morning? Like, this is how beat I am. I know we were looking at banks. This is an important retest right here. Man, he should have just went hard right there. He should have... Like if this was a rapper right here, it pulls back and he's like, yo, he needs to come up on the stage and just get it, you know? Get the crowd involved. Like that's his shot. And it just didn't show up, I guess. Look at the time in sales. Look how fast it's going. Right? So speed of the tape is something else you guys want to watch for. If you guys already know this, I am sorry for repeating it. I know there's probably some people that come on and have no idea about stuff like that. They don't even realize to watch the speed of the tape. Like look at it. It was just ripping. Because that's like this is the battle. Are we going to hold it for the long or are they going to sell it off? I still feel like they're going to buy it. Look, the volume is still staying lower. I think the trade has changed. It's to the long side. Unless I get a decent volume break to the downside, I still got to lean on the short because it's starting to shift. It's starting to change. There goes that sell side volume starting to increase. A lot of it was to the buy side though. That's why it's important to watch. I'm going to do some push-ups real quick. And then I will be... So maybe prior resistance coming, or prior support, trying to make it prior support into resistance now. You got to make that stuff support, that resistance. Didn't do it. Didn't do it. Why, guys? Look at the volume. We've said this from the jump. This is a really nice pattern, but if you don't get this side of the pattern, this side, this side, greater than that sell side volume. You had a little small chance there, but the selling is just beating you up. You know, it's just as good as it looks. It can only look so good, you know. Just because it looks good on the outside doesn't mean it's, you know, good on the inside. So we'll see. It might put it in a bounce here. If it does, again, I just keep seeing the damn whatchamacallit. This volume just like the sell side volume looks like it wants to pull back, and then like right there, right? So if I'm showing that to you guys, so like you see how it like disappears and you think you have a chance there, and then you don't, because it, you know, it just doesn't, right? It just doesn't. It does. The sell volume just does not stay down and get smaller, and those sellers are not turning into buyers, or the sellers are not moving away and trying to sell it at a higher price. Now maybe it's me, maybe I'm wrong. Small double bottom there, you're breaking back up, there's the momentum. Come on, you stupid fuck. I'm still leery, guys, because a 1 minute chart's going to show you the buyers and sellers for sure. It'll give you a sneak peek on like what's going on with the candles. What are your guys' thoughts? Do you guys think we go higher? You think we hold here and go higher? 448, 449 area, possibly 450? Or do you think this is about it? That's a beautiful pattern. We broke out. You held the neckline. Now it doesn't know what it's done. You held the neckline and now you're putting in a double top right above it. Why would you put in a double or a double bottom? Why would you put in a double bottom when you could just stick it and just have a, you know, relative strength consistently, you know, consistent to the upside? We don't have that. We shouldn't be back here putting in double bottoms and repeating the steps of going up. Like you go up and then you pull it back. You go up, you pull it back. A bullish pattern like that, it's bang, breaks out, it pulls back, hits the neckline, gone. And you're chasing it higher. And it's just closing higher, 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 higher. That's bullish momentum. We have selling. You have bank down, you have whatever the reason is, profit taking, everything's up so much. You know, that's why we don't really have the bullish. It's not time for these patterns yet. I have not seen, the last time I seen this was probably 2022. I can't remember if it was in the winter time or it was like can't remember when it was. I mean, I remember when it was. It was, I think, like 2022, end of 2021. But we had a really nice head and shoulder, a reverse head and shoulders on the daily. If anybody trades and has been trading for a few years, you probably remember that day that the SPY put in that beautiful inverse head and shoulders intraday, and it was just it was a clear long, just like this. But you had volume. You had volume on the buy side, and it really like gave you the follow through. There was no playing around. See how we just had a period right here of a consolidation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. See what happens. See if the tape starts building up and then we start making an actual move here.
23%, Michael Golf Alpha Michael.
Nice job, bro. Mars up 30%. Yeah, I wasn't sure what crypto was going to do. I haven't looked at it yet. I mean, we pulled it up and looked at it to see that it was up. %'s a nice trade, man. That's awesome. I gotta make some coffee real quick. Get you some. Get you some Red Bull, guys. Be like me. Right? Be like me. No life, a broken relationship because they work too much. You know, be like me. No, I'm just kidding. But Red Bull, where are you guys at? I mean, we could just say, I don't know. Red Bull, I don't think Celsius has anything on Red Bull. Or if Celsius does, if Celsius has anything on Red Bull, I'd like to see it. I need to buy some because I haven't tried it, but the 8 ounces are that jam. Alright, let's go. Let's see what we're doing here. May not be a momentum type of day. We got a little bit of momentum this morning and gotta watch. It's easy to just, lose money trading commissions, paying commissions and especially if you're market ordering if you over trade. I'm going to pull up a scanner and I'm going to start seeing if we have any small caps that could go or give us opportunity. I wonder whatever happened with drugs. it broke down. I had a feeling after that John Wick, it was like, what is John Wick? Because I seen that online. What is John Wick? I'm going to do it like a white person would. What is a John Wick? It was so funny. My buddy said back in the day when his mom said, he said, "Oh, this guy, huh? John Wick." Oh, a hitman.
Marijuana moment. Reporting New York judge holds marijuana business
Oh.
license approvals following military veteran-led lawsuit.
Hold on. There was news about weed as soon as I was getting ready to talk about weed and white people. Or like just the way, like I was just going to talk about white people. Right? So I grew up in the Dave Chappelle era. We all getting it. And we all have respect for each other, but we all getting it. We can laugh and joke. At least I can. But some of this shit white people do. I almost said it on Twitter, and I'm like, I just opened this account. Let me not get kicked off, because they might read me the wrong way. They might not know that I'm not like a... You know, they might start trying to tie something to me that I'm not. But she came in saying, my friend's mom was like, "I heard you were smoking the pots." Like, not to me, but to him. He was telling me the story. He was like, "Mom, pots? What?" With an S. I'm like, what? I don't know. It was just funny. Maybe I should bring him here to explain it, because it'd be a lot funnier. The way he explained it. And it's funny. And again, this was years ago. So there was news about there's news about a lawsuit or taking back licenses because of veterans or something in the service, and I knew that this problem was going to arise. Look at MSOS. Didn't they tell you guys to buy this with both hands? Just buy the dip, you what? Yo, and they called you a what? And he called you a what? And he told you to buy that? Oh my God. And now. And now that same person is probably like, "Oh, I told everybody to not buy it. I told everybody to sell." Mother flipper, no you didn't. You were telling every single person right in here, buy MSOS, buy weed, buy this company, buy that. Bro, I'm talking $55 to $15. You sat there for a year and a half telling people to buy the dip, and then now it's like, "Oh, I told them to sell it." No, you did. You told people to buy it, so you and your little friends could get out of your positions, right? So there was a person, so that there was a bid, because without them, there is no bid. Instead of saying the fundamentals, you know so much, so you come online, right? You know what's funny? This is probably why they don't show their face on YouTube anymore. I've noticed that. They haven't showed their face on YouTube because they came on, told you how good it was, the opportunity that is to be had with marijuana, right? And then they disappear. Well, if you know so much about fundamentals and this, that, the third, where was the education and the know that this thing was way oversold or way overbought? This thing was just in areas where you should be taking profit, not buying again. Not buying the dip. Obviously, it's a $5 stock. Right? From $50. People are down 98% of their money. And I would say, you know what? It looks like you're putting in a base here. I feel like it could go lower, but you know, that's just me personally. I feel like it could go lower, but if it does, I think you could get the dip. So why weren't you smart enough to tell them that, hey, even if you don't have to be early on this. It's just so fucked up. It's just so fucked up, some of the shit that goes on. It's so fucked. Buy the dip. Oh, I'm just accumulating positions for longer term, blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker, if you know damn well the earnings, this valuation does not make sense. You know damn well it doesn't. Especially in a high interest rate environment. When that type of sector is really going to get hurt from that, they really depend on cash and lending. How many people, I'm sorry to say this, guys. I'm sorry to talk about this. I do apologize, but do you know how many people literally listened to one person and a few people and they bought the dip on this from up here, and then they're like, wait. I don't think this is the best idea. And then they start, like, now they're down 100%. Because what happens is you get somebody that comes on YouTube, right? And they come on claiming that they can help you. They have the education that they would like to give to you for a price, okay? And then during that time that they are trying to sell you on this idea that they know everything, they say, yeah, you know, you got to worry about trucking going state to state. So the companies have to own they have to get the buildings in the state, grow it in the state. You can't move it across state lines. Okay, everybody knows that. It doesn't take a fucking rocket science to know that type of shit. Coming on spieling about how this is the greatest opportunity. Where is the opportunity when this thing is so far, like, just out of its realm on multiples? What's the multiples? Again, you need, in order to consider something, to be able to buy something and sell it at a premium. So, like, when you go buy, like, NVIDIA, any company, any decent company, you're going to pay a premium on it because you have financial, like, you have the institutions, you have financial industries in it. Okay? They're not allowed to buy these yet. They're not listed on the major exchanges. So, with that being said, they're not even allowed to buy it. So you're talking about a sector that's illiquid, a sector that's just a free-for-all right now. It's not even legal federally. There's just so much shit with this thing right now. There is no way in hell I could come on for 1.5 to 2 years and tell people to buy dip, you pussy. Buy the dip, you pussy. That's what was said. That's what was said. He literally told him all the day. And then now it's like, oh, I told him all to sell it. Why did you tell him to buy it in the first place? I think we all know the answer to that. I'm just saying. The real, like, what really is going on really, like, kind of, like, pokes its head out. You know? Even if you read filings about these people, what's funny is, even the same people that did this, I'm not even going to do that. That is, you know, that could be also considered defamation, but that's okay. I don't care. You're damn right I'm gonna defamate your ass. You told people to buy a sector that has no institution, has no liquidity, has no reason to be bought yet. There has not been a fundamental change in this sector's story, right? Not only am I going to tell you to buy the dip, but I'm going to call you a pussy in the meantime, because I think that's going to help you buy it. Like, wait, what? Look at Cureleaf, man. Like, look at Cureleaf. This is insane. Why does my charts keep doing this, by the way? So, that's just every time I look at this sector, and I could pull them up on Twitter and stuff, but I'm not going to do that. I think we all know who it is. I think we all know who I'm talking about. When that time does come, though, guys, you don't have to be the first to the party. And I always say that. You don't have to be the first to the party. You really don't. Let me see this Fib fan, if we can actually get something going here. What do you guys think about this sector? Just wondering. I know the SPY is still going. It's just the volume just hasn't changed at all. Probably just a creep higher. It's another little breakout in volume there. Trying to on that candle. I wasn't watching it, so I don't know if that tail, that pullback is really the volume that came in. I'm not sure. Isn't that funny? What if it's 2025 when it happens? When it gets federally legal? I think there's a sign there, guys. I think that's a sign. Look at that. Look at that Fibonacci fan. It lines up way too perfect with it. Alright. Mm-hmm. That way too sexy came in my head. I don't know why. Look at that. It's way too sexy. It's pretty crazy, right? You start to see it trail in up here, right? And start making new highs. You might have something here. Maybe that's a sign of the next president to come. Maybe. Tinfoil. I got my tinfoil hat on if you guys want to hit the like button if you already haven't, but I'm pretty sure you have, so thank you. What if they already know who's going to be the president? I'm telling you guys, what if everything is already pre-planned in the future? Because I swear to you, how in the hell does like a lot of this stuff happen in the markets where the chart is your leading indicator for a future news event of sorts? Like there's some serious smart people out there that know something or whatever. I can't explain it. I really can't. You will see it if you're new or if you're a veteran. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The market will set itself up and it will just it knows. It knows. It knows. Why is it giving me this social sentiment? How do I take it off? Watch the spy. Spy might start breaking out.
TYL, Tyler Technologies acquires computing system innovations. That's Tango Yankee Lima. TYL.
Alright, what are we going to do? Don't want to overtrade. I don't want to trade because I'm bored. What's something we could do? Alright, it's 2 o'clock. Look at Nvidia. It's so weak, guys. Or Microsoft. Microsoft is so weak right now. It can't do anything. So if the SPY let's pull up an hourly chart. I think we're just poking our head into resistance, guys, if you ask me. Right? I think this level right here. It's coming into resistance, but it could also break it. Look, and it's probably going to bring it down now. But the stochastics on that, is pretty low. Right? It's pretty low. I could see a pop on this, guys. I could see this thing holding. And let's see if we go for a gap fill. I'm doing it. I'm buying calls for tomorrow right now. I'm going to go buy some calls for tomorrow. Calls for tomorrow. Calls for tomorrow. Right now. Calls for tomorrow. Calls for tomorrow. Right now. Alright, let's do it. I wonder if I could... So, there's somebody that's on CNBC that I'd like to reach out to see if I could bring her on. And, you know, I'll get into that later. But I would really like to interview her and stuff like that. Calls for tomorrow. What do you guys like? What let's see. Forfeit. Calls for tomorrow. Tomorrow. I am in. Calls for tomorrow. Calls for tomorrow. Alright, let's do it. Alright, where's the chat? Where's the chat? Chat. Calls for tomorrow. Alright. Yeah. So alright. Man, that is a low volume bounce. Right? So let's do it here. I did buy the 450. Calls for tomorrow. Yeah. Yep. So this is what I was talking about. We could probably see a pullback. Everybody probably just got shooken in these things. Look at your RSI. Look at your MACD. Okay, look how they are pretty high. Maybe the RSI can start coming back around. Right? Maybe it can start coming back around. You guys got to foresee these things like I did not. Okay, I did not. There is some low volume. You know, does it start to try and curl back up? You know? It's like, this is why you got to dot your I's and cross your T's when you do this type of stuff. You're not, you know, you're getting an uptrend, but this could be a bear flag breakdown. That's one thing it could be. We do have this here. That was really this break, right? That's really what grabbed me a hold of these. Okay. So yeah. There we go. Start working back up to here. Right here. I want to see this RSI at least get back up here to 64 maybe. There we go. Pump it up. Let's go. Got to take some profits on that. Nope. Come on. You bossed it. Right. Hey. There we go. We got a nice little extension there. VKTX. I took some profits, as I always do. Profits off on that extension. Profits. Thou shalt take profits. Thou, if that's how you spell it. Thou. I listen, forgive me if I don't know how to spell it. Thou shalt take profits. Thou shalt take profitos. On that extension, I took, okay? Extension, I took some. Yes, I got it. You got to protect yourself. Protect your neck. All right, out here in the streets, you come with respect, and you protect your neck. Because if you don't, you might end up like your little hard-ass friend, or your little hard-headed friend, who gets left in a ditch somewhere. All right? So come correct. And protect your neck. I feel like if we can get some volume here, guys, it may just get a push into the close. I would love to see that. I would love to see a push in the close. I know it's been so quiet, like with news and stuff, that is there anything anyone's watching? Is there any small caps like rearing their selves up to go? And just so like tonight, I'm gonna start going over charts this afternoon. I may hang it up. So I want to see the Qs get back up to like 372 at least. I want to see if they can get back up there. If they cannot, then we obviously look for the rejection prior to 372, like 371.90, 95-ish. The SPY, somewhat the same game plan. So let's see if we get a pullback on the SPY. You see how the RSI is coming in? You have a double top right here, a previous high on it. Let's see if it goes up just maybe a little bit more. And we get this thing to like 65, like I said. Right? I want to teach you guys how to do this. You guys can know really how to do this. So you can get another move up here to like 66. You still got a little bit of room. See it extending? Extendo clip. Right? And then you got to reload eventually. But you can see how it's rolling over. Right? You're in the rolling over stage. So you want to look for, after this lower high, you want to look for that pullback. Right? And you want to bring this thing down and be able to bring it up. Bring it down, then bring it up. The ebbs and flows of the market. Okay? That's all. You know, I really, because if you guys start seeing it and painting the picture, it really helps. I don't know what the hell I have going on SPY here. Oh, I do now. That could be a target. You know what I mean? You see what we're doing? High to low, low to high, high to low, and low to high. Is that what we're doing here? Quite possibly. It could be. Could be exactly what we're doing. But we're coming into the opening price. Look at that extension, like I said, right? Like I said, what did I say? 66, 65? Where's she at? Where's she at, huh? And if anyone here has any questions, thank you guys so much for liking. Thank you. Seriously. I'm going to say it one more time. If you could, like, share, and subscribe. We do this for free 99. You know, I'd like to bring some people on here. I'd like to bring some people on to interview them and stuff like that. And we're trying to get to 100 subscribers. So that was a nice move there, guys. That's it. Hopefully it gives it to me. I'm going to leave 2 of these contracts. Look at that breakthrough. Gotta take some off there. There's another piece there, guys. I'm going to leave the last contracts on. Depending on how, you know, how we get to wherever it is we're going. You know, my thoughts are you're probably going to start getting your pullback. Do not wait for me to put this stuff in chat either. You want to sell into strength and buy into weakness. And also you want to sense what exactly is going on. You know, with all your tools, with your MACD, your RSI, your levels, all that fun stuff. Like, look at Microsoft. Do you guys see how weak Microsoft is? It's not even anywhere near its opening price. So that's a stock you might want to look to consider, you know, still taking it to the downside until it changes what what it's going to do with itself. It's already broke the 100-day, I figure. Why does this sentiment stuff keep coming up today? That's so weird. Wow, watch this level hold. If this level starts holding and you climb higher, get ready for the pump. That's some nice volume that you finally got there, guys, on that extension.
Blocks. The second half of 24, we really think the way the labor deal weights, the curve of the cost inflation really moderates in the second half of 24. And that's why, last thing I'll say is that's why earnings expectations are coming down 10% this year for this company, and the stock is basically flat. And I think the market is telling you that this company is primed for a lot of upside once that curve on that inflation moderates.
All right, Amit, thank you very much. We appreciate your time today. Amit Mehrotra.
And our final name in the earnings rundown is AMC. Those shares are down despite a second quarter EPS and revenue beat. It was the strongest second quarter in 4 years, and this is the entertainment name we should emphasize, helped by a jump in attendance. 66 million moviegoers, highest quarterly attendance since the end of 2019. But my next guest still foresees trouble ahead for the theater chain and has an underperform on the stock. Alicia Reese covers media and entertainment at Wedbush. Alicia, it's great to have you. Not much of a share reaction today either. What do you make of that?
I don't want this social sentiment shit on this on my daily. How do I take it off?
Hold on to market share gains that they had gained during the pandemic, even growing year over year on that, and that's despite like a little screen decline, and they're just closing underperforming screens as those contracts come up for renegotiation, and improving their operating metrics as they go along. Their concessions profitability was greater than in line with pre-pandemic averages, and that's on 30% less attendance on those against those years. And so as that attendance starts improving on a higher volume of films, we'd expect AMC to continue printing really nice numbers. The overhang, however, is related to the pending court case that still does not have a resolution, and also the Hollywood labor strikes. If they continue for much longer, this could create quite a hole in the release slate next year. And if there's a perfect storm, there's still no resolution, or AMC is not able to fold its APE shares back into AMC, and they'll have some bit of cash issues next year if there is that release slate hole.
How do you take apart those APE shares and the regular common and the controversy around them? What's the resolution here? What's the effect on the company now and potentially?
Sure. So at the moment, they have plenty of APE shares that they can issue. It's just it's trading at a significant discount to AMC shares. So if they have to rely on APE shares to raise cash, which they will need to do, especially if there are release late holds next year, that'll cause significant dilution of the stock. If they're able to convert the APEs, the legal case falls in their favor. They're able to convert those APEs to AMC shares. They'll sell those for, they'll get more cash for less dilution. So that benefits them. If that happens and they must raise cash to deal with the release late holes, that doesn't really improve their position materially.
Who thinks we break? Who thinks this level breaks on volume? Or if we get a reversal back down to 447?
We might have some near-term disruption, but maybe not much in the way of 2024. And then AMC, with all of that, falling through favorably for them, they could be pretty well positioned.
If the company chairman, Adam Aron, were to sit down and write a note to Barbie, what would it say?
Thank you very much. We really appreciate all the marketing efforts around that film.
All right, and he'll be wearing pink for the rest of the summer. Alicia,
Sure.
Thank you very much. Alicia Reese. And coming up, Vivid Seats lower by nearly 8%. The company reporting results as well as a key acquisition. We will discuss that, as well as ticket prices, consumers, and Taylor Swift. As we head to break, check out shares of international flavors and fragrances having its worst day on record, down 18% after cutting full-year guidance because of weakening customer demand. Power Lunch will be right back.
Wow, guys, look at that. It took back everything from yesterday. So that's why the S&Ps, oh my goodness. This is why I wanted to see if that was a shakeout in CVX yesterday. What's it doing today? Probably not much. Is that the target that we had that we would say we would get out of this thing? If it got lower, it looks like it's turning pretty, for the most part, turning this area into resistance now. Look at that. That's resistance now. Now my circles are not going to be right there. I kind of just throw them to show you guys the areas. But that's not good. That's not a good chart. That is a good chart of US oil though. I want to know what kind of news came out for that to happen. Or is this a double bottom on the pennant? It's hard to say what it is because that's a big gap down. It's a big gap down. I was wondering why the S&Ps weren't doing so bad, and then it's energy. So here's the pullback I was telling you guys about, right? You start getting your MACD, your RSI up there. You know, if you learn how to run these markets with a sense of direction for the moving averages and your indicators, and yes, they're lagging, but you can still, just because they're lagging, that doesn't mean you have to lag. You can foresee what it is that they're going to do.
CNBC app. All right, welcome back, everybody. Yields showing some volatility along with stocks today. So let's get to Rick Santelli, who is tracking the action. The 10-year, a little bit above 4%, Rick.
Yes, hovering right around 4%. The low yield today was around 398. That happened a bit earlier. But the big news continues to be that short maturities, well, you can't keep them in stock. It's like sweets. Investors can't get enough of them. Case in point, today's $42 billion 3-year note auction. Boy, it was an aggressive auction. I gave it an A+. Look at a short intro of 3-year notes, and at 1 Eastern, you can see the drop. Now, if you look at a 3-year since Friday's jobs report, you can clearly see it keeps moving lower. As a matter of fact, whether it's the 2-year or 3-year, all short maturities are in their happy place with respect to investors. And if you put a March 1st chart up, you can see whether it's a 2-year or 3-year, they failed to get a new high yield close in early July, especially when the 2-year in particular was above 5%. That changed everything. Then, well, let's look at the spreads to give us the next clue. If you look at 2s, 10s, on the same chart as 3s, 30s, once again, they've de-inverted rather dramatically, and that shows you the appetite for short maturities is hotter than long maturities, but it shows you something else. You see on that chart where it really started to de-invert? The 25th and 26th of July, 2-day Fed meeting. Kelly, back to you.
Rick, thank you very much. That A plus certainly got a lot of attention. What about oil? Still higher today and up more than 10% in a month. While consumers might focus on prices at the pump, higher energy costs also filter through a lot of parts of the economy. Pippa Stevens.
So starting here with today's price action. So oil turned around about at 12/1 p.m. today after the short-term energy outlook from the EIA said that they see upward price pressure until the end of the year. But overnight, it actually fell significantly after that data from China missed expectations on both the imports and the exports front. For oil specifically, imports were down 18.8% between June and July. However, over the last year, they were up 17% compared to July.
Yo, look how close we are to our target. Look how close we are. Look at that. You know, look at that. We are so close to the target.
That, of course, does create a headache for
I mean, you're
the
$2 away.
As you mentioned,
$2 away.
Prices at the pump, but in reality, energy filters through to basically every area of the economy. So John Kilduff over at Again Capital said that he thinks $90 WTI is when the soft landing could be in jeopardy. So we're not there quite yet, but we are inching closer to that. And one other area to watch is heating oil futures. That is a proxy for diesel. That's at the highest since February. And so that starts to create a headache for things like truckers and freight and anything that's transported. It has higher diesel costs.
So this all obviously it all filters through, as you make the key point here. It filters through, and it's going to affect the consumer price index, the CPI. I mean, you can, whether you look at the headline number, the core number is going to be different, obviously, because it takes out energy. But you can take out energy prices, but those energy prices do filter in through other products that aren't taken out of the core.
Exactly. I mean, you can't. Energy is the economy. And so while the Federal Reserve and, central banks look at that core number that strips out energy and food costs, which are typically more volatile, energy underlines everything. Even just in terms of production, plastics comes from oil. And so all of these things,
Containers,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And there's like a freight tax for everything that's transported when you get those higher prices. And so even when you take out and just focus on core, energy is everywhere.
All right, Pippa, nice to be with you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's get to Seema Modi for CNBC's news update. Seema.
Tyler, good afternoon. The FAA is referring nearly 24 cases involving unruly passengers to the FBI. The allegations against some of these passengers include making terror threats, attacking flight attendants, and trying to break into the cockpit. The FAA can levy fines up to $37,000, but cannot file criminal charges. That's why these cases are going to the FBI. A member of the so-called Tennessee Three just launched an exploratory committee to run against GOP Senator Marsha Blackburn in 2024. Gloria Johnson, the only one of the three Democrats who avoided expulsion from the Tennessee House, filed the paperwork late last week. Johnson and her colleagues garnered national attention when the Republican-controlled House started expulsion proceedings following their gun violence protests. And get this, police in Charlotte, North Carolina are telling people to be on the lookout for a 900-pound
Let's go, bull rally. Let's go.
While his owner tried to move into a safer space during the severe weather last night. Anyone who sees a rogue bull is advised to keep safe distance before calling the police. And as someone told me recently, never turn your back on a bull. They can still attack.
That's right. That story is not a lot of bull, right? Yeah, there you
Wild.
go. Wah, ha, ha. All right, Seema, thanks. Appreciate it. Be on the lookout for bulls. Ahead on Power Lunch, Boeing deliveries. They fell in July, struggling to keep up with its key competitor Airbus. Details when Power Lunch concerns. Continue.
Joe Biden is such a fucking joke. He just, for example, about another lie. He just got called out in lies again. I know, this is so imagine. Bro, this is not a speech. Like, look, the other dude's making fun of him, too. This is not a speech. Come on, bro. This is not a speech.
Welcome back. Boeing deliveries fell in July as the aircraft maker struggles to keep up with customers clamoring for new jets. Phil LeBeau has more details for us. Hi, Phil.
Hey, Kelly. Yes, the numbers were down in July, but you can't really go month to month with Boeing. You have to look at the progress over the course of the year, and they're going to be passing the total for orders sometime this fall relative to where they were last year. For July, they logged orders of 50
He just said, he almost started saying he's going to sign a Declaration of Independence.
Stands at just under 5,000
Oh
planes.
my God, that's
the
so funny.
deliveries are really what Wall Street is more focused on. The deliveries in July, 43 planes, most of those being 737 MAXs. Remember, they're in the process of increasing 737 MAX production. Year to date, 309 planes have been delivered. They will probably pass last year's delivery total sometime in the next couple of months. As you take a look at shares of Boeing, keep in mind that they are increasing not just 737 MAX production, but also 787 production. So their delivery numbers will be greater in the second half of this year. And as you look at Boeing and Airbus, also keep in mind that these guys both expect several large orders to be placed in the second half of this year. So the momentum we saw in the first half and at the end of last year in terms of new orders, very large orders, that is expected to continue in the second half of this year.
Where will those large orders come from?
A lot of the leasing companies. We've already heard from a number of the airlines, and we'll hear from some airlines, but we will hear from a number of the leasing companies. They are the ones who still need to place the large orders so they can get a slot in line.
Very interesting. So even bigger than the orders from Chinese Airlines or Emirates or Dubai or whatever would be these leasing companies that then do what?
Please, don't make yourselves look stupid by shaking his hand recording that fucking goofball. Please. He does not respect you. He doesn't care about your freedoms. He takes advantage of them. And even her goofy ass. Well, it's okay. I don't mind if the government just listens to my phone calls or does my pictures or go through it. That's okay. In the name of terrorism. Let's just use the word and use the idea, terrorism, to get in other people's businesses. Not here, my friend. Not doesn't know where he's at. They all see him and they want to shake his hand and do this so they know who he is so they can get somewhere in life, but he ain't going to do nothing for them. He's just going to say, "You little peasant, I give you your little bread. Here's your little crumbs. I give you your little crumbs." Oh my God. Why don't we hire why don't we put somebody who is a real leader in office? Why don't we do that instead of picking a side, blue or red? Why don't we put like a real leader in office? Someone who knows what exactly it is that they're doing. Somebody that's got some brains. Oh, Lordy, what is this world coming to? I have no idea. But it's a shame. I don't know. I feel bad. I feel bad. Especially for those people that come into the seats that say, "What are you gonna do about the guns? What are you gonna do about the guns?" Motherfucker, what are you gonna do about the guns? Alright, it's not the government's job to handle every little single problem. Alright? Between me and you. What is this? And look, little Gary Gensler. Little Gary Gensler. Little Gary Gensler. That's hilarious. Little Gary Gensler. That's so funny. Little Gary Gensler, who's been losing in court. He says Bitcoin and Ethereum and cryptocurrency is not a security, it's not a commodity, but then files for security laws. But it's not a security, so how? Wait, what? He's so goofy. Just look at him. Just look at Gary. Like, this is who Biden put in office, right? Let's get somebody who's actually going to put a real team together here. Okay, a real team here. Instead of people like little Gary, who's just twisting his words and losing court cases. Which is good, but it's a waste of taxpayer money, guys.
Limits.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Shares of ticket exchange and resale company Vivid Seats lower today despite reporting beats on both the top and bottom lines and hiking full-year guidance yesterday. Vivid announced it's going to acquire WaveDash.
I think I need to just type that stuff out instead of writing it, but it's whatever. Keeps me young. Keeps me young by writing it in my hands.
The CEO of
right?
Vivid Seats. I asked one of our prior guests regarding AMC, the theater chain, if he were she
That was the
CEO,
dumbest
what would you
song
write to Barbie? What would you write to Taylor
for
Swift?
a president you could possibly ever
Hey,
have
Tyler, thanks for having
in
me.
my book.
I would say, Taylor Swift, you are an amazing artist and performer. Thank you for putting on an amazing 3-hour show for all of your fans. We're all very appreciative. And I count myself a fan too.
Her show in LA looked absolutely remarkable at SoFi Stadium. It was really something. So let's talk about this acquisition of the ticket company in Japan. It seems to be weighing on the stock a little bit today.
Yeah, look, I'm excited about all the things we announced today. You know, I think as you look at all of our strengths here, as we've built a profitable, scaled, and growing company that continues to beat expectations, right? As you said, we beat 20% on the top, 27% on the bottom today. I think we're excited to take those talents and look at what we can find internationally.
It's going to take those talents to South
we
Beach.
were able to find a company that is scaled, is the secondary market leader, and profitable. And so we look to be excited about what we can continue to do with what we have here, as we look to expand and learn more on the international landscape.
So, Stan, let me ask you a sensitive question that is driven in part by personal experience. I'm a customer, and I love what you do, and I have used your product very successfully.
If we aren't able to hold this,
buy
let me
and
take
sell
some of them
tickets.
off.
Where
I'm going to
I
take the
have
last few
issue
pieces
is
off.
in the fees that are charged. What is the average fee on a ticket for, let's say, a high ticket concert like a Springsteen or something? What do you charge, and what does the consumer get for that fee, which to me seems high?
Yeah, for us, I think when you look at it, we're a pretty stable company in terms of our take rate, which is really our fee. When you think about our marketplace, again, being a company that connects buyers and sellers, the pricing really isn't set by us on the ticket. And where we've always looked to innovate and invest on is to make sure
Not
for
on the
that
ticket
fee,
stand, but on the fee. I get that the seller is setting the price on the ticket, basically. In other words, if I'm willing to sell my seat for $375, the next person in the next row back may be willing to sell it for $325. But I'm asking about the fees specifically.
Absolutely. Yeah, for our fee, I think we continue to invest in elements that we believe are largely valuable to users. We're the only ones out there with a loyalty program, and our loyalty program has economic components. Buy 10, get one free. So if you think about that, that's almost half of your fee off as you accumulate rewards and earn them. We also have surprise and delight programs. So as you buy and you get rewarded, we'll upgrade your seat. So you'll get a better seat than what you bought with us. And we also invest in our customer service. We've been recognized now by Newsweek as, best customer service and ticketing for multiple years. So I think we continue to take that fee and try to reinvest that into areas that are valuable to consumers.
So what happens if it goes away? The Biden administration is trying to crack down on these fees, aren't they?
Look, I think, we're looking at making sure that for what we as a company charge to our users, that they continue to find value in a platform where they can discover events, they can earn loyalty, and certainly what is out there in terms of transparency, we're big supporters of. I think consumers should know exactly what they're buying.
Could you do something where you become an industry leader by going to a fee-free, price?
So if you
now
guys are
and-
just
and
joining
try to
us,
kind of
this
set the
here
tone knowing
is
the regulation's coming
the
anyway?
SEC filing
Yeah, I think
all these
how we think about things
stuff
is we
because
look to make sure
they
that,
tried to go to the courts with Bitcoin and steal
principally,
their money.
we are
They weren't
doing
able
things
to
on
just
behalf of
go in
consumers,
there
protecting
and
their
steal
rights,
their
and
money,
then we're also
so they had to
protecting
go into the
competition.
banks
So,
to go pay
I think
back
we've always
the
been
failures
leaders in
of
driving a
before.
loyalty program and driving,
So this is the SEC in a
best
nutshell.
customer
It's
service as
used.
well,
It
and
was
certainly on the
made
fee front,
to
as you look
protect
at
like
the
you
regulators
guys
becoming
and
very
the
supportive
unknown,
of all
like
the
the person
efforts
who's
in that area.
not
Are the
aware
fees
to be able
that
to
you
give them a
do
place to go
charge,
see
are
where
they
companies do
based
this
as
and
a
that. But
percentage
look
of
what
the
it's
ticket
turned
price
into.
of the sale
Now
price?
it's just
And if
going
so,
out
what
and
is the
targeting and
percentage?
citing
What does it
all these
vary?
people just for money. The SEC is not what the
Yeah, our
SEC
fees
was
are
made
charged
to
as a
do.
percentage, and they
Can we
vary,
please make a change?
based
Please,
on
I
the
beg
event
you.
type.
This
And
is
you can imagine, I
ridiculous.
think there's just,
The-
certain
You
things
don't
that we
hear
have costs
anything
that
about
we need
the
to cover
SEC
based on
other
the
than every
price that
single
will cause
week
that variance. But if you
coming
look,
in
perhaps
and
the indicator
filing
for us, we've
charges
always been
against
fairly stable on our
this
take rate
person
as
or
a
this
company.
company,
And if anything,
this
when you see some of
Bitcoin
it coming
company,
down
this
because of
crypto
loyalty,
company, this
I think you
bank.
can see again our
The
investment
SEC
giving
was
back to the
made so that
consumer
people could
in terms
go
of what
and
they're
get
paying,
information about
against.
whatever they're
What is the
investing
take
in
rate? I don't hear
or
that term
know
a
that
lot.
where their money
What
is at
does
is
it mean,
safe.
and then what is it?
U.S. regulators Tuesday announced $549 million in penalties against Wall Street firms, which is like, which the biggest one was Wells Fargo,
Yeah, look,
that
when we
failed to
talk about,
maintain
I think our
electronic
earnings,
records of
on
employee
the, for
communications.
example,
What?
This quarter, we announced we did
What?
$954 million in gross
Come
orders
on
volume.
now,
On that, we
please,
delivered
guys.
$165
What a
million in
waste of.
revenue.
So we just
That
got it
really
like
is our
that.
take rate. And so
We
you
just
can
got
think
it
about
like
that
that,
in
right?
the area of, I think, call it, as we disclosed, 15.5-ish
Please, guys,
percent,
stop
right?
listening
And
to.
I think that's
Stop
almost
watching
where you
fucking
step down
TV.
against
Start
that.
getting the
We
right
have
people in
costs,
there.
to bear to power the
Like,
service,
bring the
power
SEC back
loyalty,
to what
power
the
the
SEC
tech.
was meant to do.
That's how
This
I
is
think
not
about
what
that.
the
And we've
SEC
been
was
pretty
made up to
stable,
do.
with that in terms
It
of,
wasn't.
our entire history.
This is not
Dan,
what
thank
it
you
was
for your
intended to be
candor today. We
used
appreciate
for.
it.
Of course, thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Oh, Vivid Seats. All right, the $53 billion CHIPS Act signed into law a year ago tomorrow aimed to jumpstart the production of leading-edge semiconductor manufacturing in America. But today, manufacturers are still waiting on much of the funding. Christina Partsinevelos now with a progress report. Christina.
Oh, we're celebrating almost 1 year, and construction sites like this one have popped up across the United States. But like you mentioned, there has been no government aid dispersed just yet. Wolfspeed, which is a silicon carbide producer, has created this facility here in North Carolina, even though they
Feels
have
like
not
she's in a
received
construction
any federal
zone and should
dollars.
probably
I spoke
have
to CEO
somewhat of
Craig
a hard
Lowe,
hat.
and he told me they're spending as much on all of this as they get in revenues on an annual basis. Listen in.
Our CapEx as a percent of revenue is about 100%. And so obviously getting government support to build this technology is going to be really important.
Other companies, though, are not in the same position. They've had to put their plans on hold because they haven't received government aid. Listen in.
There is no commercially viable way to do this project without support, which is why the CHIPS Act was passed in the first place.
This CHIPS
Nope, another failure. Let's talk about the last guy, but let's not talk about our own mistakes.
That companies will see money is at the end of this year. Listen in.
You know, I'm pushing the team to go fast, but even more important to get it right.
She don't even need to be where she's at. I'm gonna tell you that right now. She ain't in there to do a job. She's definitely political, and her mom even said so. Her mom told her not to get into that type of business and not to do it, but that's her as a person, you know. So
why the holdup? Why is it taking so long from the standpoint of the companies?
I think this is me editorializing. I think they maybe underestimated how many companies would actually come forward, not just domestic, but international firms like TSMC, Samsung. So you have all of these applications. They have to follow the stipulations, provide childcare, hire a certain number of workers, no buybacks, engage in some type of profit sharing at a certain threshold. So because of all of that, it's just created a lot more work, hence why they've had to hire over 100 new staff members.
I was going to joke that the government doesn't even spend the money at this point because they've already, but I mean, they do. I mean, at some point they're going to need to see it come through. But it reminds me like when the Fed announced its like corporate bond facility. I don't think they ever had to buy a bond. Just their backstop was enough to, stabilize the market.
Well, that's the argument a lot of these companies will make too. Well, they'll say, hey, look at the economy that's being built around this. This is a massive, massive facility. There's going to be restaurants that are eventually going to open up in the near region, and it's going to help the local economies. But there does need to be some type of kickstart for some of these smaller firms like Integra, like Skywater, that can't afford
is it even that big?
Because this ain't cheap. This is what, 9 football fields? 9 football fields.
It's massive. It is fun to go see it and just get a sense of the size and scale of these projects.
Christina, do that kickstart move again, will you?
I don't know why I did that again. Awkward kickstart.
I loved it.
have no idea why I do
Come
something.
on. Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. I'm sorry,
All right.
guys.
Giving it a kickstart.
Let's kickstart to the commercial.
All right. Christina Partsinevelos, thanks very much. Be safe down there.
yeah, it's pretty big, but
Still to come, other big
how are you
stories
supposed to
we're
have? I
watching.
don't know.
Closing time is next.
I'm just looking at the building, and it's like there's so many poles and everything in there. How is there going to be like a manufacturing of like things to be able to move in and around? You know what I mean? So do you know what I'm saying? When you have all those poles and everything in the way, how are you supposed to have a flow of manufacturing to go through there? I don't know. They got it all figured out, not me. I know how to read a chart. There you go. Right there, the new highs. Again, so if you looked at the hourly chart, you looked at the 15-minute chart, half-hour chart, if you looked at the RSI, I still think we start to come down. And what time is it? Are we getting ready to come into 3 o'clock? I feel like it's about time we turn this bad boy around, guys. I think we turn this market around. I do. All right, I think we turn it around. Look at your MACD. Look at the slow in. All right, so I'm gonna grab puts. I'm gonna take the rest of these calls. The rest of those calls, I'm outie 5,000, guys. I am out. Yes, I just wanted to make sure that I got that fill. That was a nice trade, guys. That was a nice trade. Really nice trade. We've been just hitting it today. We've just been hitting it. It's okay. Let it go higher. This was the target. Right? 449 we said, right? Look at your MACD. It actually flipped the MACD because it was down. This was down here, and it completely flipped it. Isn't that funny how as soon as we rip, I take the profits? So I left a little bit on the table, but it's whatever. You literally just went like 50-cent jump there.
Welcome back. Only 3 minutes left in the show. Quite a comeback for the market, by the way. Dow's down less than 200 right now. And a bunch of other headlines to get to, so let's rip through it. It's been rumored for weeks, but now it's official that July was the hottest month on record. Scientists from Europe's Copernicus Climate Change Service announcing July's global average temperature hit 62.51 degrees Fahrenheit, eclipsing the prior record of 61.93 set back in July of 2019.
And it's not just in the northern hemisphere, it's in the southern hemisphere as well. I was speaking to a person who just came back from southern Africa, where it's winter, and she said it was a heat wave. It was
same in Brazil, I think, that it was like 100 degrees during their winter.
Really, really, really hot. All right, we touched on this earlier in the program. Novo Nordisk says its obesity drug Wegovy can also cut the risk of heart attack or stroke by 20% compared with a placebo. That is according to findings from a 5-year trial study. Analysts say it could go a long way toward increasing accessibility to the drug for patients, since it would mean that it has a medical use rather than merely a cosmetic use. It's not just an obesity drug. It also, as we spoke earlier this hour, has sort of knock-on effects for other drugs in this class like Mounjaro of Eli Lilly, which is trading at an all-time high.
Once you can quantify the savings potentially from less cardiovascular problems, you're going to get more employers and more insurance plans able to cover it. And that's probably the key development here, is instead of people were starting to pull back because it was too expensive, now they'll probably be able to justify a very big deal for market access. Who doesn't love a sequel? Amazon says last month was its biggest Prime Day ever, and so now it's going to host a second one in October. Have they done this before? No word on exact dates yet, but they say the sales will be offered in 19 countries around the world. Analysts are expecting a downbeat holiday shopping season amid some economic uncertainty and inflation.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, a second way to just get more sales in, and I think they need that, actually.
But then I think they did this, but then they also have the actual Black Friday coming up. So at what point does it cannibalize? Maybe they're just willing to push it to the point at which it does.
All right, if you enjoy the taste of champagne, folks, enjoy it while you can, because, yes, climate change could change it forever. A new report from S&P Global. What do they know about champagne taste for S&P Global? They probably understand stocks beautifully, but they're warning that the risk of droughts in the Champagne region of France, which is the only place that you can really get champagne, could triple by the 2050s thanks to soaring temperatures and extreme weather events. That means that champagne production could have to change locations and, in turn, could change the taste of bubbly as we know it. I forget how they describe the different tastes.
I just was reading up on this. They said it's sweeter and almost a little bit richer. And so they said they no longer have to add sugar. I know, I'm thinking, well, more palatable for some of us. Yeah.
All right. Thank you all. Go have a glass of champagne wherever you are. Right now, I urge you to do that. Thanks for watching Power Lunch.
Tell us how it tastes. Closing bell starts right now.
All right, let's go, guys. Power hour, 3 o'clock. Let's see if we can turn this ship around. Get some movement to the downside.
I'm Mike Santoli in for Scott Wapner here at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with another mild disturbance blowing through the markets, with a reminder of regional bank challenges and a growth scare out of China overnight wobbling the tape. Yet a strong Treasury debt auction, tame bond yields, a bounce attempt in Apple shares have all got the indexes well off their lows as we head into the close, which brings us to our talk of the tape. Is this still just a routine midsummer pullback to help digest huge first-half gains, or the start of a more serious setback? Here to discuss all that is Lauren Goodwin, New York Life Investment Management Senior Director of Multi-Asset Portfolio Strategy. Lauren, good to see you.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me, Mike.
Sure thing. I like to dial back to just about a month ago, right before the previous CPI report, right? This is July 12th. Yeah, the S&P 500 within 1% of where it is right now. The 10-year Treasury yield's 4%. That's where it is right now. When we got that tame inflation number, it was a bit of a kickstart for that late July rally. We added a few percent. Now we've given it back.
Think you're going to get support there on NVIDIA? Again, hourly chart on the SPY. I'm looking to see if we get that gap fill to 450. Okay, that's my upside target. Let's go see if we turn that 450 into resistance. All right, 450 resistance. I want to do that. But that does not mean that I'm blind to the fact that we could get a pullback, maybe get another pullback into here, and actually turn that into support, and then climb higher. Maybe we get a gap up tomorrow. Okay. What's up, Chris? I actually made a lot of trades today. I made a lot of trades today. We just took this long here. We just had a nice long there. I took the last of it out there on that extension. What else did we trade this morning? What did we trade this morning? So we were looking at banks with stuff that's going on. What did we look? What did we trade this morning? Let me see here. Let me go through. There was something that I'm trying. I took a lot. I was short. I was long. I finally put on the long up here again on the hold. We talked about this beautiful inverse head and shoulders here, but we were worried about the volume. See how the sell volume was still a little too heavy for our liking. But you know, here it just, once it got up, things started to change. The sell volume came back down. Once you claim this level, we said look at the volume on here, how it started to bring the buying in. Right, buying that right there was your tell, because you broke that nice little cup and handle, bang, broke that level, stuck it. And then we obviously said, has the trade changed? Yes, it has. Volume is finding its way in here. Targets 150, hourly chart, RSI, all that fun stuff. But I think we could get a pullback, unless this is going to be like the first high. Just feels like we could be a bit overextended on this 3 minute. So it looks like we get up here and maybe pull it back, which would be able to help us go higher. Because if this pulls back and the stock doesn't really fall, then you know you can climb higher. So let me see what we did trade today. What did we trade? I can't remember. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't trade that much. I did trade the SPY. I traded the SPY 3 times. I know that. We looked at drug.
As it stands now, probably not yet. Market seems comfortable with that. Is that something that can?
How about yourself, Chris? Did you trade? Were you able to? What did you trade today? If you traded anything?
In their range, and therefore, you know, the stock market could benefit. That auction, I think, it was 3-year note auction today. Very well received. That might be an indication that supply can be absorbed.
Yeah, look, I think it's really interesting that we've benefited in the markets from several quarters now of essentially a pivot rally. The idea that even if the Fed might have a hike or even 2 left in its arsenal, that we're close to the end of the rate hiking cycle. We're close to the terminal rate. And that pivot rally, it has historically, and certainly in this case, been an opportunity for investors to add value. Again, it's only when the pivot starts to turn into, oh no, we might be entering a recession, that the equity markets react to recession in real time. And so the fact that investors are not so worried about the Fed funds rate and its trajectory at this point has been very constructive for equity markets.
Yeah, and it is a fair point that the market doesn't always, you know, see the tougher times coming from a long distance away. So we have to keep that in mind as we deal with the leads and lags of this cycle. Let's bring in Greg Branch of Veritas Financial Group.
I forgot too that I didn't tell you guys. I was in the 450s for tomorrow. All right. I traded the SPY today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 times. I traded the SPY 4 times. I don't think. Can't remember. I can't remember if I traded anything this morning or not. Missed a nice short in the morning on SPY Qs. Yeah. So just stop myself from making any trades. No, there you go. That's smart, man. That's smart. I mean, a lot of people won't do that, you know. At least let the market do its thing and like figure itself out. So what I like to do, like, you know, I try to explain, like, even just looking at the RSI like intraday and realizing that it was the whole time. This is why I didn't trade anything, because if we look in the morning, this is why it was hard to take a short, right? I'm going to show you, because like look at your MACD and then look at the RSI, like the relative strength, right? You're making new lows. That's your initial morning low, and then you make a new low. But look, they're both rising. That's bullish divergence. And then it just took time for the pattern to get put in. And again, look, there's the final low of the day at 453. Boom. I did grab puts yesterday and to close. I grabbed both puts and calls because I seen we were holding that level and we were just getting an extension, and that wasn't really to make any money. It was just a, you know, whatever those calls were to give me, I'd lock it in and it would pay, you know, for whatever was down on the put side. But the puts didn't even come down as the stock went up. And that was also another clarification that, like, hey, the stock's going up and these puts aren't going down. I feel really good about these. You know, the live stream tonight, I don't know if you watched the live stream last night, I said we need to put our foot in the ground down here to, you know, because having a gap up and a go is going to allow for a decent pullback. You'll usually always get those, you know, because you're up X amount and then you get a gap down with a down day, you know, it can really give you some decent downside. But it was, you know, you got that bank news with Moody's and stuff like that. So tonight's live stream is going to be different than last night. Last night I had a storm and I rambled on and this and that. So it's already in my daily profit target. And there you go. If it's in your profit target, then it is what it is. You take it. It's a green trade, you know. So that's cool. That's what's up, man. You had a safe day at least, you know. It's not like some miserable, man, I really effed up. You know, those are the worst. Those are the worst. I came into this week with that type of attitude, like, I just want to start off strong because the market was shifting. We started getting some volatility last week with that downgrade, and I knew it. And I'm like, I sat down Friday after the close on Friday and said, that's what it is. There's volatility, so I'm like, the market is making a shift, right? And it did. We started rolling over, but the volatility, the size of the candles were getting bigger. So my decision making, like, not my decision making, but like my sense of the markets, like, I can't explain it. Like, I was a little off because the market was changing, right? And I was smart enough to realize that, and I came in today and I'm like, I've got it down. You know, the volatility's picking back up. You know, with this downgrade, we're going to get big up move, down moves, up moves and down moves. And I came into the week, started off with Tesla yesterday, man. That really was a big home run for me. You know, just to get back in the seat and just get things going. And not that I had a big loss or had any losses or anything. I just wanted to just start the week off right, because I still feel like we're going to have more volatility. I still feel with CPI and some of these earnings, you know, so tomorrow's I'm gonna want to see what Roblox does and play some of these earnings that came out, that are coming out, I should say. You have Disney, Roblox. I'm going to be up early tomorrow morning. Last night I was up late working on a video and working on DaVinci. I'm working on the editing software for DaVinci, so I was kind of learning that. So I was up late and stuff. Yeah, I feel you, dude. Same here. Same here. And that's good. That's good. That's good. And that's how it is. You just let the market find its footing, or, you know, at least let yourself get to the market, like where you're reading things right, you know. You know, and just and doing what you're doing and taking noticing of that, you know, it's pretty important. It really is. Because like there's been some swing trades, like trades that I've wanted to hold throughout the day that I haven't been able to because of the market environment. And it's hard to like explain that to people. Like, you know, when I get these type of moves, like if I get like this just momentum flow, like $2-3, let's say in Tesla, right? And the average ATR is about $6 on like a volatile day. Well, not like a high volatile day, but like, you know, on one of those days where it's going to move, you're going to get like $5 to $7 out of it from high to low at least. And if I'm getting $3-4 and I've covered the majority of that ATR, you know, and I've gotten it in like in 3 3-minute candles, right? And I've just got that momentum. I'm pretty sure that I've still like taken the most out of those options too. I don't have to hold it, wait for a bounce back, and then it just creeps lower throughout the day, and then just sitting through that. You know, I'm fighting time. You know, I want that momentum and whatnot. We're going to get the trades when they come on, that where you have a big up day and it just trends all day to the upside, or it trends all day to the downside. I am looking at gold. If you guys don't know, gold I feel like is starting to break down off of that level, or GLD I should say. Alright, it broke down. To me, it finally did it. Right, there was your bounce back today. So I think this pattern might be about done. So we could see another gap down tomorrow. I gotta watch the dollar. I think oil, or at least CVX, is kind of doing it. You know, I was giving this thing room up around here. Let me see here. Let me pull it up actually, because this is a really nice pattern too. Look at this bullish pattern that could be had. Maybe it's not over, but this is it. This is the most I would give it, and I'm not going to let it come down here and say, all right, I'm going to give it to here. Like, no, it's got to put in. If it starts messing with this head and shoulder to where the shoulders are coming past the head, then it's not the pattern. See it, left shoulder. Oh, come on. Left shoulder, head, and then you're starting to form that right shoulder. Come on. Right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and that's a perfect neckline up there. Looks like it might not happen. It looks like it just turned this 179 into rejection. So, unfortunately, you know, maybe it's to the downside. It's all good because you got a gap down here. From this pivot low, there is a gap down here. I don't know if anybody knows this or not, but there is a nice trade to the downside to be had too, right here. That whole area. It's honestly really from here to there is where that gap is. I mean, to an extent, right? You could say it's this whole thing, but you don't have no buyers here, that's for sure. So this thing would come down, this thing could come all the way back down here to 173. You know, especially if we have a couple months, August, September, some down days, down months. We'll see. Something I'm watching. I'm not like a metals guy, but I played this thing nice and early. I was in GLD in like December, end of November into December. Couldn't have got that entry any more right than I did. You know, and I did have help with that one. If I need to, like I say, I like to have that. Lately I've been doing a couple different things, but definitely the SPY. The SPY. I know the SPY hands down the most, right? If I need to make some money. But two, what I was doing that I was trying to show members is like it wasn't just like one thing. Like like we were starting to put in ranges like USO, right? Or even GLD even, right? GLD. Let me put up like a 2-hour chart because my screen's small. So like GLD, it had you had these patterns that were being put in, right? Back here. It was back here, right? There's the range. 180, you buy the long. 184, 180, 184, 182, 180, 183, 182, whatever you want to call it. It's 183. And it goes even further because, again, 180, you know, I just knew it was support. And now it doesn't seem as though it's support anymore. So that's changed. That one, USO, there were a couple ranges that were awesome. USO 60 to 65. Those were like ones that I could put a trailed stop on. Look at that range. Look how long it went. That was 2.5 months. Right? 59, 60 bucks. And I said it in chat. I told it to members. 60 bucks. Be a buyer. 65. 60, 65, 60, 65, 60, 65. You can be long and short. TLT also did it, right? TLT also did it. 100 to 103. And then it was like 108 or like 104, 105 to 108. Yeah, 104 to 108. 104, 109 there. But this was, I was playing that range. See how long that range is? Just support and resistance. Right there. I was saying it to members in chat. 100 bucks to 103. 100 bucks, 103. And then it just did that. Pivot. It just went out. Got another chance here to 103. So I will play the SPY, but I will look for some things that I can like go to that I can see some ranges in. Where like oil, hey, 60 bucks. I know if I'm a buyer, I don't have to worry about like giving this thing $2, $3, $4, $5 or finding out if it breaks 60 bucks and then in the manner that it does, I cut it, you know, and those will be just like, you know, little trades that I can put on that I don't even have to look at. I can set a trailed stop, set a stop loss, and just kind of just go about my day. But the SPY, if there's nothing going on, I can just pick the SPY off left and right. Like I can really dissect that thing down. Just spend a lot of time with it, you know, even on the 1 minute. You know, I can just scalp it. I can, you know, play it to the long side like we did. I played it 3 times today. I washed those contracts out, boy. We all did. I think a couple other members got onto it. But really, I'd have to say the SPY. You know, if I don't have a range, you know, that I can go to, that I can say, hey, I'm a buyer here and a seller there, the SPY. You know, the S&Ps, it's liquid. I know it. You know, that would be probably my go-to. But I can pretty much trade everything. You know, can trade Tesla. Alibaba is actually another stock that's pretty good to me. Alibaba, AMD, but really the SPY. You know, it could be doing anything. It could be at any level. It could be in any environment. And the SPY would be my go-to trade because, again, it puts in levels and it's so easy to read once you like have traded it for a while. You know, I can just throw up targets and let it hit. Like right now, end goal is 450 on this thing if we get it. I still think we could see how it's pulling back. It's consolidating and the RSI is pulling back. That's going to allow it to rip higher to get to that 450 level, and then we figure out what it is we're going to do. I still think we're going to reject it. If we look on that hourly chart, the hourly chart shows a stochastics that was pretty low. Like that stochastics is just coming up, and you have resistance there. You have some minor resistance here at like it's like 449, 448 would be like resistance, but I'm really looking for that 450, 451 level, because that's your gap fill. That's also going to be prior support that you're going to turn into resistance coming into Wednesday. That level on the hourly chart is 450. Come on. I think it's 450, 60-ish. It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 449.
Welcome back to Closing Bell Financials. One of the worst.
Yeah, 450, 449.92. I mean,
Moody's cut the credit rating for a number of regionals.
450.08. All right, 450.08 to 490.
Scott Seifers of Piper Sandler.
It's good to diggers that play every day. Yeah, pretty much the SPY.
How are you thinking
Pretty
about
much the SPY,
not
man.
just the downgrades, but in general?
But what I will do is I'll go in and I will
Refocusing of attention on
make sure that I've got some news or something. Like I was looking at banks this morning.
and where those stand right now.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Here
so,
it goes.
you know,
It's got another
work in
dollar to
progress.
go.
We come off of what was actually a slightly better than expected second quarter. Now there are certainly a lot of pressures.
I wonder, guys,
I think what
if this
happened
thing is going to
in the
try
early
and work.
season is that
It's got
investors
such low
breathed a
volume.
little
It's
bit of
not going to be able to
sigh
do
of
that
relief
with
their
that
worst
low
fears
volume.
from earlier this spring did not come to pass. You know, deposit flows have clearly stabilized, and that's great.
Yeah, that 450 area is key. That's your base. That's your final resistance. If we get there today,
That's sort of caused some of this
I'd have to
enthusiasm
look at the
wane
put
and
side again.
downgrades we got
I really
today from
would.
the ratings agencies. That's weighed on sentiment as well. And I think what a lot of investors are doing is saying, look, we've gained about 20%.
Let me see.
albeit
So
off
if you
very
see, I
depressed
can't. I
levels,
don't know how to
over
have
the
it
course
on
of the
here,
past month.
but
Maybe we take a deep breath and sort of recollect our thoughts, because the fact of the matter is that we do still
Like,
have a long road ahead of us, whether it's with funding costs that'll pressure net interest income, new capital rules that will pressure profitability, the eventuality of a credit cycle, et cetera. So there's still a lot to worry about.
Yeah, and what do you do, I guess, in terms of sifting among the banks in that type of environment where it does seem as if, we have all of these,
no.
funding
I'm trying to
issues
show you
and
guys what
margin
I'm
squeezes
seeing.
on the way,
Oh,
presumably
this
to
this
economic
this stuff is
downturn
so
at some
messy.
point
I
that
do
always,
apologize.
tends to
I gotta clean
pinch
these
the
charts
banks
up
as well.
again. I get going with the
So we're trying to
SPY,
stick
and
with
I can
quality to
just
the extent that we can. You know,
I
in
can
the largest
just
cap
make a
space, JP Morgan
just
remains
fill
our
a damn
favorite
chart out
large
with
bank.
every
You know,
single
to us,
level.
it's just in rarefied
So I'm
air.
looking at this
Its
right here,
ability to
guys.
generate
This
superior returns
449.
despite this uncertain
It's
environment.
really like
Some
450,
of the most punishing regulatory requirements
449.90
already in the industry. So
area.
that's just an
So that
excellent
looks
company, and
different than what I
we think
have
it'll
here.
continue to be so. If you get into the
Because
larger
there's
regionals,
support.
we like US Bancorp. We think that's a kind of unique opportunity
It shows. So for me, it shows
capital concern
this
issues.
red day coming
So
down.
they have had a little bit of ground
It
to make up,
shows.
but I think they've done a really nice job
Hold
of
on.
laying out for
It shows
investors a
one
roadmap
red
of how
can,
they'll
one
advance their
long
capital
red
levels over
candle,
time. And
not
the fact of the
two.
matter is that they generate capital internally at a more robust clip than virtually anyone else in the industry.
That's
we
so
think what you're
weird.
getting is excellent
So like this hourly chart,
historically discounted
and I'm
valuation.
on a
And even
30
little
minute.
smaller,
That's
we like
why.
Fifth
I
Third a
was
lot.
like, what the
Federal
heck?
Reserve, conservative expectations, good rate positioning, strong capital. So really good company at an attractive valuation.
And in terms of the impact, if there is going to be one, of the credit downgrades, it occurs to me not,
Trying to
unlike
show you
the
guys what I'm
downgrade
looking
of the, U.S. Treasury debt, which is not really going to impact borrowing cost in a direct way. Some of these banks obviously have to fund themselves in the capital markets. Have we seen anything?
Something's going on outside. You guys hear all that?
Pay higher spreads on their own debt as they raise money. I know deposit funding costs are going up as well. I'm just wondering if there's any real feed through to dollars and cents for the banks.
All right, I think it's right there is
presumably
what I
there will be.
have
When
here.
I think of ratings agency downgrades like we're seeing
All
here
right,
today, I
so
think of it
what
in
I'm
two
seeing
ways. One is the qualitative impact,
is
weighs on sentiment.
like
We're
look
seeing
how
that
low
in
the
some
RSI
today,
is, right? Look at the MACD. Look how low it is.
however, 'cause these
We'll
banks
get
do
them to
have
curl up. You're going to want to get a
and what'll
pullback
be
or a
interesting over the next
consolidation
few years is
sideways,
presumably a lot of these
like it's
regionals
doing
will be
right
subject
now.
to something called TLAC. It's total loss
But
absorbing
450,
capital, one of
like
these
it's
myriad acronyms that we're going to have
it's
in the
like
regulatory infrastructure, and they're going to be
this
there'll
level
be a lot of supply
right
of long-term debt from the regional
here.
banks. So presumably,
See, it looks different on my phone. It looks so different because I got a bounce here,
negative here over the course of the next few years,
and it's
we're
like
already seeing it not in
the candles are really small, and then
with
okay, so right
deposit costs, which are
there, and then the long tail, and this tail for me is green.
it's already impacting
That tail is
things in various
green
ways
for
and will
me.
continue
That's
to
so
do going
weird.
forward.
Yeah.
And the 50-day, yeah, the 50-day is coming up like that.
Keeping us up to date.
Thank you very much.
All right.
That's all though, guys. I can see it clear as day at 450. It just looks like, you know, right there. That there's a long tail there. That it just looks like we would come back up and test this right there. That's where I'm looking. Now that there is like 490s. It's actually above 450. There's like a longer tail there, and then the square. So I don't know what's going on with Thinkorswim, but look at this volume. This is what I want you guys to look at. That volume. Look at that volume. The sellers are there. So we start getting up here. You guys can expect these guys to possibly come back, and if they don't, that means they might not have many more shares to sell. So that might be a good thing. And tonight I'm going to have the outline in front of me of tonight's live stream, because I'm going to go over some of this news, some of this banking stuff, what we got to watch out for. TLT, look at this move in TLT. I don't want to miss it, especially if it gets back up to the hundreds. $3 in TLT, depending on your entry. I mean, you collect $3 on TLT. It'll, again, depending on your entry and volatility. You know, if this thing's whipping around, you know, you don't want to pay too much. But I think there was our chance to get some TLT calls to try and get this thing back to 100 by next week. I am wondering where I'm actually going to put it over here. I'm going to put it over there. Look, it got stuck. It got stuck again. Oh, can I fix it? No. No, I don't want to do that. No, no, no. Oh, that's why it gets stuck. I see now. I see now. I see now. Oh my gosh. She's still climbing. That's crazy. She's still climbing.
Now. The $53 billion CHIPS Act was signed 1 year ago with the hope of jumpstarting the production of semiconductors in America, but manufacturers are still waiting on that funding. Christina Partsinevelos is here with more. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Mike. Well, companies like silicon carbide producer Wolfspeed, where I'm at right now in North Carolina, have opted to start construction even though they haven't received any federal aid. However, other chip companies have had to put their plans on hold until they get some of that CHIPS Act funding. Listen in.
We've been building coalitions with the construction industry so that once funding does start flowing, we can begin.
Shutter, there's news on Shutter.
As quickly as possible.
Well, it's not as quickly as many of these companies would hope, because the Commerce Department has to sift through over 400 statements of interest from companies domestically and internationally seeking funding. They're so overwhelmed that they had to hire 140 staff members to sift through all those applications and help disperse the $53 billion over the next 5 years. And companies won't see any of that funding until the earliest, the end of this year. And then they can start continuously hiring that talent and hope that these factories don't sit empty. Mike?
I was going to say, Christina, presumably it's not keeping things from getting started, this lack of government funding. But how far can things progress? Will these companies just remain kind of taking those risks?
Early market on close is 1 million to the buy side, guys.
It's actually really, you see a discrepancy between companies that can afford to start construction, like the Intels, like TSMC, like Wolfspeed, versus the other companies that have made promises, some of the smaller firms, but have said that they've had to put their plans on hold, like Integra. We spoke to the CEO of Integra Technologies, like just a few other firms too. So it's not everyone. There's really a divide between both right now. And the next step, though, this is just the beginning. Then they have to retrofit all of these factories. Let's see if any of that gets delayed because of the lack of funding.
And best case scenario, what are we talking about in terms of when you might actually
This is crazy.
see production out of the new facilities?
Oh, well, fabs usually take anywhere between 3 and 4 years.
That's a good question, man. Man, maybe like to do it how I do it now. I don't know, man, because like I can throw targets up probably at least 2 years. Probably at least like two years, maybe even close to 3. To be able to do it in a sense that, you know, I can, you know, in any type of market, I can, like, I still think we get here. This would be my target. Especially if you bounce back right now, that might put in a lower RSI. Now your MACD is starting to come over. Look at the volume, which is going to confirm that, right? That volume starting to poke its head up. That tells me that if we get that bounce back, it's going to put the RSI back up here. And you're going to get like these small up moves, right? Now watch, like see if this is a small up move. You have your 9 EMA there, right? But the RSI will go really high. So it's just staying high. And then it's like, it's just going to draw it down. I want to see if we get back down here. I really do. I do. I want to see it right here. I want to see if we can test this level. This seems more like a reasonable area. Oh, there's only 30 minutes left. Yeah, I'm going to say worst case we close at 447.69. I think we close it right here. All right, we're going to just do a test. I think we close it right here today. I think that's where we close it. Where you guys think we close at? What's a random number? I'm actually gonna, like I say, I'm not trying to be perfect with this, but you know, we'll put it right there. That's where I think we're gonna close, right around here. We'll see what happens. Oh, that's 1 billion on the buy side, he said, not 1 million. 1 billion. Okay. That's different. Now that's different. Crazy. Look at that. Look at the Vold ratio. It's damn near that 2 number. And we've been up all day. Where's our advanced decline? It's also was way down. It did come up. Which that makes a little bit more sense there. That right there is pretty. That's divergence if I've ever seen. So this is your, like, so for the Vold, this is volume. Like volume, declining volume versus volume that's inclining. which is like, I don't know, like volume that's up versus volume that's down, right? Is it weighted to the upside? Is it weighted to the downside? Is the, let's see here. Here's our tick. Come on.
Athletics.com.
Disney reportedly forming a new task force to study the application of artificial intelligence across the company amid the ongoing Hollywood writers and actors strikes. The news coming a day before Disney is set to report third-quarter earnings. Joining me now to discuss is New York Times columnist and CNBC contributor Jim Stewart. Jim, always good to have you join. Look, I suppose every big company probably has a task force to figure out if AI can help them in some way or another. With Disney, though, it does seem to fit with a picture of a company that's, looking for efficiencies any way they can find it to try to restore the economics of all these business models that are challenged. It's, content creation, movies, and linear TV. What's your take?
Like I say, I'll try and point out some stuff that I'm seeing for the SPY to kind of help to see, like to kind of voice out what it is that I'm seeing, and then maybe it kind of resonates and you kind of see like, oh, okay, I get it, I see what he's saying. Like I start to see the same thing now too. Now a lot of times not a lot of times, but there's going to be times when I'm wrong, but it's all good. We're not here to be perfect, we're here to manage risk, because that's the thing with the market. We can control that wrong decision. We can control those. We can't control the right ones. We can make those mistakes, and we can make those mistakes small. So I'm really gonna look and do my work after the close today to go over, like I said, I was thinking like, your Dow names to be long, and then that banking news came out that might change things a little bit, but Boeing's going to finish green on the day. It's been a little ripper.
That's got to come from you.
Right, especially at a time when, in theory, the kind of cookie-cutter formulaic, film release
of course, yellow
slates
is.
are one of the things that's wrong with the franchises that used to be so profitable. For Disney, I mean, just big picture for the company, though, they're in a fix, as other media companies are, where the areas that are growing fast, like streaming, are not profitable. They're basically burning up capital. The places that have cash flow still, like cable TV, are shrinking pretty fast.
Microsoft was so weak today. Microsoft was really weak today. I was actually surprised. We've been trying to keep it on watch for the past couple days, and it finally did it when we weren't looking. That's usually how it happens. All right, we were fortunate to catch Tesla yesterday on that news.
Pivotal sea
Boom.
change, certainly for Disney, for the entertainment sector generally, but maybe Disney more than anyone. I mean, the stock is now near its 52-week low.
Oh shoot, guys.
So grim for the earnings that
so
the only real
there's
surprise would be maybe better than expected.
Sounds like there's bidders for yellow that
certainly the decline of linear broadcast.
Oh, Charlie Gasper, is that Charlie?
This is a serious issue, especially for Disney.
Search Charlie Gasparino.
I mean, I think it came as a shock to a lot of people when Iger went on, this very network and said, I'm putting everything up for sale. This isn't core anymore
right here
to Disney, and that came to a shock.
Charlie Gasparino.
The company and outside the company. But I think people were looking like, what are the trends that led him
people with direct knowledge? Yellow Truck's liquidation of assets say significant bidders have emerged, and sales are likely to easily surpass the 1.4 billion in secured debt, meaning stockholders will get a payday if there isn't the emergence of significant unsecured.
Right. Although I guess the question is,
Scoop 2 creditors. Bidders lined up those assets because company bankruptcy and after will be free of Teamster memberships. Yell also likely to seek damages for Teamsters representing its enterprise value of 1.5. As part of this lawsuit, more 345
Look,
But I
circumstances
still
have changed.
think
The industry's in a tougher spot. He's back there to make some of the harder decisions that simply need to be
that
made by somebody.
Well, yeah, some of this you can't blame on Iger. I mean,
oh my
he left
gosh,
the company
looks
with
like something I would
really
make.
glowing reputation. He came back to a very changed
Oh
industry.
my god, that's so
and
funny.
Nobody's going to be popular who has to make
This
large
guy from
across the
Citadel.
company
Him,
cuts. I mean, he
what's
had to do
what's it in
cuts,
this
he had to
guy?
lay people off. So there's right
He might
there
not
a
be from
formula for
Citadel, but
unpopularity, but I think everyone would agree.
okay,
he's not
so
just doing this recklessly.
that just came out for
This has
Yellow.
to be done. That's number one. Number two,
That might be a
though,
play in the
he
after
has
hours.
inflamed the
There we go. Here's our lower RSI, possibly.
comments like the riders being
It's trying
unrealistic.
to
I think,
shift.
you want to be
I don't mean to shift my shift my thought process, but
super careful about any kind of
you know, I still think
remarks about the motives or the intent or the value.
I think she might have a date with that 449.90 to 450
going forward.
10 level.
The way he announced,
Yep,
or
there
I
she
guess you could
goes.
call it an announcement that he's
There she
rethinking the whole
goes.
structure of the company.
She's not gonna put in a. She's not gonna
Inside and out, and I think it's caused morale
put in
problems
support at this
inside.
area.
Whoa, you know, people were waking up saying, "Wait a
I was
minute,
looking
what
for
am I
it to
not
put in
hearing these things
support
before?"
roughly right here
And
around
then, you know, his
the open,
partners out there,
but
they don't
all
own
good.
these things by themselves, who had no heads
You
up,
never
no
know.
plans
They
for
might
growth.
sell the thing off. It's hard to say. You got a billion to the buy side. You know what that means. They're going to be selling this thing off.
There have definitely been some missteps, I think, that have aggravated a very difficult situation.
Anybody who caught that trade earlier today, when we were long, you know, you got
Wall Street's willing to embrace when they report earnings.
you got it right now. You got a $3 move.
Good to talk to you.
It's not too bad.
Stuart. Last chance to weigh in on our question of the day. We asked, is it time to position your portfolio more defensively? Head to @CNBC Closing Bell on X, formerly known as Twitter. We'll bring you the results after this break.
Well, like I say, real quick, thank you guys so much for joining us today. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. If you guys have, yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll have a live stream tonight where I have some trade ideas. If you want to join us tonight, that's up to you. I'll be on around 8 o'clock or so. You know, maybe something if you want to. Maybe I'll have some insights into some trade ideas for tomorrow that we can look at that I'll have ready. Because we have earnings, you have Roblox, Disney, a bunch of other ones. I'll have those levels set and ready. We'll go over them. If this, then that. We have CPI. All right, we have CPI coming up tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it's on Wednesday. So tonight's live stream is going to also be, you know, I'm going to just cut through it. I'm not going to consistently repeat myself. I'm not going to make it drawn out, and I'm just going to get it out. You know, I gotta work on that. There was some banking news. Not only did you have, you know, I'm going to cover the banking news, not just real quick. So yeah, thank you guys so much. If you haven't already, hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. Trying to get to 100 subscribers. Too. I have some financial traders and investors that I'm actually want to reach out to see if I can bring them on. I'm going to see if I can bring them on and kind of talk the talk. Between trading, sentiment, outlook, all that fun stuff, maybe ideas. You know, what could some people be doing that don't know, like if people don't know about collar trades, like things like that. Different ways to be able to hedge, you know, long EEM, maybe short duration, different types of things that would make sense to do. You know, that may not make sense, but it also might make sense. So anyway, thank you guys. If you could, if you haven't, like, subscribe. It is greatly appreciated, guys. We did great today. I didn't know what to expect today. I traded the SPY about 4 different times. I think 2 of them were flat, but this last one paid for all of it. Oh, that was my main trade. I'm sorry. If you watched the live stream last night, I bought puts yesterday at the close. So when I came in the day today, I was already in puts on that gap down. And we kind of waited for this follow through. We'll go over all that on the live stream. So thank you guys so much. We'll throw CNBC up. We'll let it play for earnings if you're at work. This news came out about Yellow. It just came out. So shareholders may get paid. And that is this over here on the right-hand side of the screen. So see what happens with that. This might do something after hours. I'm not sure though. So if you're not familiar with these type of, if you're not familiar with small caps, just, play it small. Set a stop loss, a physical stop loss. You just about broke that level for the shorts to come in and bust this thing down. You could see this thing curl itself back up around possibly, because now it may not have to go through bankruptcy. Right? This thing might, you might get a bunch of buyers that want to come in and get paid. Won't the mama feeding her birds. So thank you guys again so much. A couple more minutes till the close. I hope you guys had a great day. If you did not have a great day, if you are struggling, okay, if you need help in anything, no matter what it is, please reach out. If you have a question, even if it's just a question, throw it in the chat. Join us on the live stream if you want. Throw it in the chat, because if you have a question, I can assure you someone else has the same question, and you'll probably be helping out a lot of people who just, may be too shy or whatever to ask it, but you'll be helping out more than just yourself. And if you are struggling, you guys need any type of help, I'm not a licensed financial advisor or anything, but we can go back together and look statistically at where are your strong points, where are your weak points, why are you doing things, do you have a checklist of things that you need to have, do you have the checklist to say this, to take the trade, where are you going to get out, where are you taking profits, why are you even getting in, okay, things like that. So thank you guys again. Message me if you have to, put in a comment, whatever it is. You guys have a great night. We'll be on I will start the live stream around 8 o'clock Eastern time. All right, I'll start it around 8:15. I'll set the timer after this market closes. We'll see you guys there. Thank you guys so much for liking, subscribing, and if you're new, you know what to do. I did want to say too, I don't have any positions on that. This long that we got into that back here at 2 o'clock, that's gone. I've taken profits on this extension here, and this extension I'm sorry, right here. It was this extension. I said I'm good. I came in today good. I don't want to get caught over trading, get a reversal, because we're starting to get a little overextended just on the intraday. Let me see where the 5 minute is. It may not be too bad on the 5 minute. No, it is bad on the 5 minute actually. Look at that range we're putting in, guys. That pennant there. You probably wouldn't have seen it if we had pre-market on and stuff, but that's a nice little range there, right? Matches our thesis. I'm not going to go try and get cute and get puts. I got puts yesterday because, like I said on the stream, if you're on the stream last night, we never really retested this during the 9:30 to 4 o'clock hours of the market. And I felt like if we were really going to go to the upside and make, get up and actually get above this previous pivot high, we needed buyers down here. We needed to bring some buyers in down here. Well, we did just that. Look at the pattern that was put in today. And it took a little while for people to, kind of turn completely bullish because you could tell that like they were still hesitating on the buying because of how like the sell pressure was a little too much. We all saw this. Everyone saw this. And I said in chat that until the trade changes, I'm not getting long. And what is the change? The change would have been volume, because you still had such low buying right? At least the selling was outdoing the buying. The selling was outdoing. Look at these sell candles. This is a 5-minute chart, but look at these sell candles, right? You really didn't get it until you broke that level. So you broke out and retested, right? And I couldn't do it. Like, look at this selling. You know, this is when it started to change on the pullback. It was getting a little lower, and we noticed that. Right? So we talked this whole trade out. We talked the whole trade out. You know, it looked different, honestly, in real, like, as we were trading it in real time, because I could have swore we had so many more sell candles than we did buy candles to the sell side. At least it seemed like, yeah, like, look at all of this, and then this, that. It's hard to say, I guess, you know. Like, you would get two, it would come up, you know, it's so.
So I think there's a lot to unpack.
I don't know.
Here. In August
Had a great day. We still took the long. That didn't mean that we just totally missed the long. No, we took it because we noticed the change right here. That was the change. Volume was coming down, increasing volume on the way up. Bada bing, bada boom. Tried to poke its head in here, but we weren't skirt. We weren't skirt. Great job today, guys. Tomorrow, be ready. We have some nice earnings from like Roblox, Disney, some stocks that are liquid that I think we're gonna get some players. Right, we're gonna get some real players to hop in. I'm gonna cover. I'll have. We're gonna go over some charts on the live tonight. Some charts, as in stock charts, and then I want to show you guys a few charts that have more to do with like sentiment and things of that nature. So, thank you guys so much for joining us. If you have not already, hit that like, subscribe. We're trying to get to 100 subscribers, and we are trying to get to that level where we can come through and get some people to come on here, right? Get some people in the finance world to come on here, go over trades, go over different types of strategies, sentiment, all that good, fun stuff. Greatly appreciate it, guys. I hope you guys had a great day. I do not mean to keep repeating myself, but if you are struggling, please reach out. All right, we'll be live later on. Comment and chat. We'll take it from there. You know, we'll take it from there. If you got a private message, we got to work one-on-one. Whatever we got to do. I want to help get you guys to where you want to be, so you guys can get where you want to be in life. Even just having extra money to go on a vacation, having extra money to having a good day in the markets, and saying, you know what, the people behind me, I got that bill, I got that milk, I got those eggs, I got that bread. Put it on my tab. We had a great day today, right? One of those. There's nothing better than having that type of nothing better than a feeling like that, where you had a really good day and you've really, like, you know, you've hit it home and you're able to do things like that, right? It's not about Lambos, it's not about this, that, the other. That stuff is fine, that stuff is good, but at the end of the day, it's those type of things that, you know, really, and the hunger to get better, the hunger to be a better trader, you know, and to sit here and throw targets up to see if it hits it. Let's see, guys. We still might be on our way to 447.75-ish. We'll see. I doubt it. I still think 450. Again, my call on those calls was 450. 449.90, 450. All right, guys. We will see you in a couple hours. I'm going to have that stream posted. I'm going to do it a bit earlier, about 8 o'clock, 7:45. But once it's posted, you'll see the time, because I need to wake up earlier. I need to not stay awake until 1:30. Try to get up at 5:30 in the morning and falling asleep at 2, because as the week goes on, it gets harder for me to wake up. You know, just trying to run on 4 hours of sleep a night, and literally at my desk, just, you know, I have a video that I'm still working on that I'm wanting to get out for you guys, so you guys can have something to go back to for different, you know, different market types, and just getting a full understanding of how all these moving averages are working, how all these indicators are working, and how that's going to tell you, you know, when the stock consolidates and then it drops, right? And it hasn't dropped down. you know, it's telling you the strength that's there. So if you're able to, like I was explaining it earlier, you know, we can start to see the rolling over. But you don't want to step, the trend is your friend. Don't step in the way, right? Don't get cute. Trend is your friend. Thank you guys so much. We will see you guys in just a few hours. I'm going to post that live stream. Thank you guys. If you haven't done so already, like, share, and subscribe. I'm sorry for repeating myself. Let's tune in to CNBC. Enough of me.
They're still expected to post a loss, roughly speaking, of about $1.5 billion. We're going to get the numbers here within the next half hour. We'll see what they say, not only about the second quarter, but more importantly, Mike, what they say about Q3 and the rest of this year, especially when it comes to production.
Sure. Now, you mentioned the nice run that the shares have had this year, certainly also compared to Lucid and Fisker, the other pure EV makers that you mentioned. Is what does we attribute that to? Is it the category they're in? They're further along in delivering on their volume promises, or what?
Couple of things. One, they've got scale that the other two don't have at this point. And two, they haven't disappointed over the last couple of quarters. With Fisker, they brought down their production guidance. We know the story with Lucid. We've covered that extensively over the last 6 months. The last 7-8 months for Rivian have generally been a case of meeting expectations and doing what they said they would do. And that has people saying, okay, we think they're getting some traction here.
Yeah. All right, Phil, we'll talk to you once those numbers are out there.
That's because they're overcharging for a cheaper product like Tesla. They're not targeting, like I said yesterday, the difference between Lucid and all these stuff and all these companies is the fact that they're targeting that upper range, that upper echelon of buyers, that domestic, you know, someone who has $80,000 to $120,000, if not more, to spend on a beautiful luxury vehicle. Those vehicles are so beautiful. There's actually some craftsmanship behind those vehicles that we haven't had since, you know, when you look at a car from the 50s and the 60s, right? That Lucid car is beautiful. It is well done. It is well done. And I don't think it gets enough credit. It's just they are going to struggle in this type of environment when you might be coming into a recession and money and tightening has its effects. So Lucid could struggle, you know, unfortunately.
Where we are going to start to see some rotation, and I would prefer to be ahead of that rotation.
You mentioned if you happen to own tech plus cash this year, you're in.
So Rivian, Twilio, Upstart, Marathon, Celsius. I'm gonna.
I mean, it's hard. You can give up 5% in income on the short duration side, or will I pick up a company like Honeywell that has paid its dividend religiously for 30 years, but I'm talking about a 2% dividend. It's a diversified business unit, and I don't know if you've come across this, but they're in the quantum computing space. And if they really do something with it, that's very interesting. Also, APD, looking at liquid natural gas and the race to consumption globally, not just here. And then also, I think the conversations around hydrogen and many alternative forms of energy are all very interesting, and those names have not performed the way the S&P broadly has year to date.
So older companies trying to play new longer-term themes seems like.
Ooh, that was loud. Sorry, guys. Thank you guys so much. If you haven't done so already, like, share, subscribe. Thank you guys so much. You're done 448 to 1 for 500%. I told you, bro. That's okay. It's all good, man. You didn't know that, though, because what happened if news came out? This is what I tried to say a while back. Psychology of looking at things. What if we had news? Like, I can come up with this. I can come up with all these things. But we got long, right? I'm not sure if you left, but this is why even waiting, or you were in the entries. If you were, then let them expire worthless. You know. Let them expire worthless, or, you know, you got profit, but I don't know if you were here, buddy. I said, look at the change. Like, this is when you broke above here, the neckline, not the neckline's down here, but once you broke that new high with an extension of volume, look what changed. It was still light. Yes, it was. But look, bang. It started, you know. So, you know, it's tough. Unless you're patient enough to say, let me see something change. I needed volume. I needed that volume, and once I got the volume, I got in. I'll have to give you the time that I entered on those. I'm almost positive it was this pullback right here that I entered, and then I took profits right there on that extension. That was the last of it. But it's all good, man. I mean, you just, you know, yes, exactly. You know, unless you can just sit through it and not be emotional, or like, not that you're emotional, but it's like, you know, unless you can hold on to it. It's just you don't know, because you could just sit up there and float and trade sideways and then get screwed. So that's why, it's, you know, that's the battle we play, you know. All right, guys, I'll see you in just a couple hours. Guys, I hope you guys had a great day. If you didn't, if you're struggling, reach out. All right, we'll do what we can do to help you. I'm going to make this stream and I'll set it. We'll have the time. Make it for like 8 o'clock, and I'll make it like a half-hour stream. I'm going to run through this afternoon all the earnings, but I'm going to get all the levels and I'm going to get everything ready so that I am not dragging things on. All right? See you guys in a couple hours. Thank you guys so much. If you haven't done so already, like, share, and subscribe. Trying to get to 100 subscribers, and you already know we are trying to, well, I'm going to be reaching out to try and get a couple people on. I don't know what I would do without y'all. All right, you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys in just a few hours.
Ratings downgrades have to bring, and if we do have any more